Chapter 101, Team Rocket's Second-in-Command. 101. Luo Yuan had no idea that Jesse and the others had recognized him as the mysterious tech hunter who had once saved them in Lamper. Of course, even if he did know, he wouldn't care. After all, both Rocket Admin K and Tech Hunter were merely disguises he used. Even if someone figured out that these two identities were one and the same, at most it would only lead the League to suspect that the Tech Hunter was aligned with Team Rocket. Team Rocket might face increased scrutiny from the League, but as for him, rookie trainer Luo Yuan, not in the slightest. Dragapult soared into the sky, swiftly positioning itself right beside Gengar. It opened its mouth and fired a dragon pulse directly toward the Salamence speeding toward them. Dragapult moved at lightning speed, and the darkness of the night served as a perfect camouflage for the ghost-type Pokémon. The opposing Salamence didn't notice Dragapult's presence until the Dragon Pulse was already barreling towards it. Dodge it. Hunter J, seasoned in battle, reacted instantly the moment she saw the Dragon Pulse. The Dragon Pulse roared towards Salamence, the purple energy distinctly visible against the dark sky. Salamence quickly adjusted its altitude, narrowly dodging the edge of the Dragon Pulse. Hunter J could even smell a faint whiff of burnt air. Dodging that sudden attack, Hunter J sighed in relief. She glared at Dragapult. Suddenly, something clicked in her mind, and her face turned pale. At that moment, a voice distorted by a voice changer sounded out. Well, who would have thought that Hunter J, active in Sinnoh, would make an appearance in Kanto? Disguised as the Tech Hunter, Luo Yuan stepped into view in front of Hunter J. Tech Hunter. Staring at the figure in black before her, Hunter J's eyes narrowed. As one of the most notorious Pokémon hunters in the world, active throughout the Sinnoh region, Hunter J always kept an eye on developments in other regions as well. And among those, none had drawn her attention quite like the Tech Hunter, who, recently, had eclipsed even her fame, conducting illegal operations with skill rivaling that of champion-level trainers. But it was exactly because she had been paying attention that Hunter J knew just how formidable this person was. Why are you infiltrating my territory? Hunter J demanded, staring at Luo Yuan. Your territory? I'm pretty sure this is Kanto, and I'm standing in the Stone family's estate, Luo Yuan replied, glancing around, as if verifying he was in the right place. You know full well where you are. Your target is the Stone family, isn't it? Hunter J's face darkened as she processed Luo Yuan's words. Her worst fear had been confirmed, the Tech Hunter was here for the Stone family. Indeed. I don't know what your relationship with the Stone family is, but you might want to tell them that after 3 months of no payments, it seems Team Rocket's leader is getting rather impatient. I never thought the mighty Tech Hunter would stoop to being Team Rocket's errand boy. Hunter J sneered. She had been keeping an eye on the rumors lately. Since the Saint and incident, the previously independent Tech Hunter had started operating in tandem with Team Rocket. Errand boy. Bold of you to say that, Luo Yuan scoffed. He was a senior executive in Team Rocket and the future head of their Hoenn division. Even Giovanni himself wouldn't dare to refer to him as an errand boy. But Luo Yuan saw no need to explain this to Hunter J. He wasn't about to waste his breath discussing such matters with her. Enough talk. I don't know what kind of deal you've struck with the Stone family, but your presence here has already begun to threaten Team Rocket and my interests. Additionally, since you entered Kanto without permission, should I consider this an act of hostility towards both Team Rocket and me? Hunter J sidestepped his question. Team Rocket is already in decline. Even when Lance and Lorelei challenged them directly, their leader didn't show up, instead leaving an outsider to deal with the trouble. Are you really going to align yourself with Team Rocket? Such an obvious attempt to drive a wedge between us. Luo Yuan remained unaffected. If he really were the Tech Hunter, independent of Team Rocket and wielding power over legendary Pokémon, then maybe there would be some appeal to going solo. But he was a senior executive in Team Rocket. Besides, what good would leaving Team Rocket do him? Start his own organization. That'd be more hassle than it was worth. Dumping all the headaches onto Giovanni and living a relaxed life as a well-paid executive suited him just fine. Hunter J's attempt at manipulation was completely ignored. Facing such an uncompromising, monstrously powerful Luo Yuan, Hunter J was finding the situation increasingly difficult to handle. Yet abandoning her relationship with the Stone family was not an option either. Seeing her conflicted expression, Luo Yuan suggested. Since you seem so torn, how about this? I'll give you a chance to walk away. Surrender now and come with me to Team Rocket's headquarters. Our new regional branch is in need of someone with your particular skill set. How does that sound? Luo Yuan smiled, throwing Hunter J's earlier errand boy remark right back at her. Are you insulting me? Hunter J saw no sincerity in Luo Yuan's offer to negotiate. Luo Yuan tilted his head. Insult? I think it's quite the offer. If I take you as a prisoner, now that would be a different story altogether. In truth, Hunter J was right to sense his lack of interest in negotiation. Since he had already found out that the Stone family's issues involved Hunter J, cutting off the problem at its source was far easier than engaging in tedious talks. Hearing this, a flame of anger ignited in Hunter J's eyes. Don't get too cocky. Her response was swift and ferocious, a direct attack. Salamence, Dragon Pulse. Ariados, Pin Missile. Drapion, Cross Poison. She released her other two main battlers in an all-out assault on Luo Yuan. Her target was none other than Luo Yuan himself. As expected of the ruthless Hunter J. 3 elites, all champion level, Luo Yuan assessed, having crossed paths with enough champions to gauge her Pokémon's strength in an instant. He remained calm. Dragapult, Reflect. Gengar, Shadow Ball. The Shadow Ball blasted apart the incoming Dragon Pulse. Luo Yuan used his psychic abilities to assist Dragapult in setting up a Reflect barrier. The resulting wall was incredibly durable. The Pin Missile and Cross Poison hit the Reflect, leaving only faint, web-like cracks and failing to shatter it. Too weak. Your Salamence doesn't hold a candle to Drake's. With a gesture, Luo Yuan signaled to Dragapult, who launched 2 dragon darts directly at Salamence. Even Drake's Salamence had to mega-evolve to barely hold Dragapult at bay. What chance did Hunter J's ordinary Salamence stand? Seeing the approaching dragon darts, Salamence quickly recognized the threat and tried to evade. But with their homing capabilities, the dragon darts wouldn't be shaken off so easily. Seeing the darts drawing ever closer. Left with no choice, Salamence twisted its body to use Protect. Boom. Boom. Chapter 102, Team Rocket's Second-in-Command. 102. The 2 dragon darts struck Salamance's Protect shield in rapid succession but failed to break through. Although Salamence wasn't as powerful as Dragapult, it was still Elite 4 level and wouldn't be defeated so easily by 2 dragon darts when using Protect, renowned as the strongest defense. Already an inherently aggressive Pokémon, Salamence was visibly enraged after being chased down for so long. Roar. It let out a furious roar, preparing to unleash a flamethrower toward Dragapult below. However. Gengar, Shadow Ball. A Shadow Ball shot out, crossing the distance in an instant and exploding right in Salamance's face, leaving it stunned. Damn it. Hunter J's expression darkened as Salamence, now sporting a burn mark on its chin, emerged from the smoke with a trail of black soot. However, she remained calm. Ariados, Night Slash. Ariados, who had been using String Shot on Dragapult, suddenly lunged forward, digging its 4 spindly legs into the ground for momentum. Using its antennae as a stabilizer, it slid low, its front claws slicing toward Gengar's vulnerable points. Phantom Force. Gengar vanished instantly, reappearing behind Drapion with a menacing Shadow Claw ready to strike. But Drapion was highly vigilant, and the moment Gengar appeared behind it, Drapion burrowed underground with Dig. Now, Ariados, Poison Sting. Hunter J immediately commanded Ariados to launch a Poison Sting at the now exposed Luo Yuan. A second direct attack on me. You seem rather fixated on attacking trainers, Luo Yuan remarked, snapping his fingers as a psychic barrier formed in front of him, blocking Ariados' attack. Ariados looked confused, as it hadn't detected any Pokémon using Reflect. Luo Yuan connected with Gengar from a distance using telepathy. Just as Gengar was about to use Phantom Force to ambush Ariados once more, a sudden scream rang out from afar. Help! Jessie, Meowth, and James were scrambling to escape, with Arbok and Weezing putting up a valiant effort against Hunter J's forces but struggling against her dozens of henchmen. Those 3. Luo Yuan sighed. he couldn't really blame them. Given their strength, facing such a large number of Pokémon hunters was asking too much. Gengar, go help them, Luo Yuan ordered. At that moment, Salamence returned to Hunter J's side, while Drapion emerged from the ground. Seeing Luo Yuan sending Gengar away to assist the others, Hunter J smirked. So, you plan to take all three of us on alone? Of course not. I value you far too much for that. Hunter J frowned in confusion, watching as Luo Yuan reached down and detached a Pokeball from his belt, its silver and blue finish gleaming under the night sky. I'd really like to get back to sleep, so let's wrap this up quickly, he said, pressing the button on the Master Ball without a second glance at Hunter J's increasingly infuriated expression. Come out, Deoxys. Boom. In a flash of red and blue, Deoxys appeared, exuding an overwhelming pressure that weighed on every trainer and Pokémon present, everyone except Luo Yuan. This is... Hunter J's pupils shrank in shock. She had heard rumors that the tech hunter had tamed a legendary Pokémon. But, seeing he hadn't used it initially, she had assumed he either hadn't brought it or something had gone wrong. She had clung to a sliver of hope. Now, that hope was doused like ice-cold water over her head. The harsh reality set in. Any advantage she thought she had was an illusion. Against a legendary, her position would shatter like glass. No way, I have to retreat. In the Pokémon world, there was one universal truth: without technology, only champions and legendaries stood a chance against legendaries. This thought spurred Hunter J into action. Ignoring her subordinates, she mounted Salamence. Salamence, we. Before she could finish, she watched as Deoxys shifted forms in an instant. Speed form. Luo Yuan's voice reached her ears. Hunter J's high-tech visor flashed a warning, showing a blur of red and blue hurtling toward her at impossible speeds. Protect. She ordered Salamence to use Protect. Attempting Protect multiple times in rapid succession carried a high chance of failure, but she had no other choice. Hunter J was lucky. Salamence successfully managed to raise a shimmering blue energy shield between them. But she was also unlucky. The Protect shield provided little defense against the assault. Appearing in front of Salamence, Speed Form Deoxys condensed its psychic energy into a blade so intense it distorted the air around it. Swish. The psychic blade sliced into the Protect shield like a hot knife through butter, shattering it instantly. Although the blade's energy diminished slightly as it cut through the shield, it continued its path toward Salamence. Hunter J shouted, Salamence, use Flamethrower. She knew this was her only chance. Whoosh. Salamence unleashed a torrent of flames, engulfing Deoxys. Shing. In an instant, Deoxys switched to defense form, its ribbon-like arms crossing over its chest as a faint blue psychic shield materialized around it, effortlessly blocking Salamence's flames. Before Hunter J could formulate her next move, Luo Yuan's command rang out. Zen Headbutt. Deoxys concentrated its psychic energy onto its forehead, then slammed it into Salamence's head. Boom. The force of impact compressed the surrounding air, which then exploded outward in a shockwave. Salamence, as if struck by a speeding train, was hurled backward, sending Hunter J flying nearly 100 meters. Hunter J, her body bruised and battered, struggled to get up. Glancing at Salamence beside her, it was clear it hadn't fainted but was on the verge of being unable to continue. Realizing her escape chances were nearly zero, she issued one last desperate order. Focus all attacks on that Pokémon. Target Deoxys. Ariados and Drapion sprang into action. Both of them knew Bug and Dark-type moves, powerful enough to counter Psychic types. Hunter J was pinning all her hopes on this strategy, hoping it would buy her just enough time to make her escape. But the harsh reality snuffed out her last glimmer of hope. Against Deoxys's incomprehensible speed, her Pokémon could do nothing but take hit after hit, never even getting a chance to counterattack. Boom. Boom. One by one, her Pokémon were struck down by Deoxys, then she was suspended midair, bound by its psychic energy, left helpless and struggling. Chapter 103, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 103. At this point, all three of Hunter J's Pokémon had been subdued and were held in place by psychic energy. Damn it. Seeing this, Hunter J raised her right arm, aiming the device mounted there at Deoxys. This machine was specifically designed to capture Pokémon. Once the target was hit, their body would be encased in a nanofilm coating, turning them into a statue. Although the odds of success were slim, she was desperate to try it on Deoxys. However, before she could make her move, her body stiffened. Her entire form was engulfed in the same blue psychic aura as her Pokémon. Deoxys had seized control over her, too. Lady J. Seeing this, her henchmen abandoned their pursuit of the Team Rocket trio and commanded their Pokémon to charge toward her, hoping to free her through sheer numbers. Ordinarily, even an elite 4-level trainer would be wary of facing so many skilled trainers at once. But Luo Yuan, with Deoxys at his side, was undeterred. Deoxys, psychic. An invisible wave of psychic energy pulsed from Deoxys's core. Luo Yuan didn't instruct Deoxys to target the Pokémon. Instead, he focused on Hunter J's henchmen. Thud, thud. As expected, targeting the trainers first was the quickest way to end the battle. Most of the trainers charging toward them collapsed instantly under the psychic assault, with only a few of stronger mental fortitude managing to stay conscious. The Pokémon at the front suddenly saw their trainers fall, and chaos ensued. Taking advantage of the confusion, Luo Yuan ordered Dragapult, Gengar, and Deoxys to pick off the remaining, now panicked Pokémon one by one. Soon, only Luo Yuan and the Team Rocket trio were left standing on the battlefield. Jesse, James, and Meowth gaped at the scene unfolding before them. This was their first time witnessing the sheer power a top-level trainer could wield. Compared to the might of Mr. K and his Deoxys, the brat's Pikachu felt laughable in comparison. Of course, if Luo Yuan knew what they were thinking, he'd be quick to correct them. Ash's Pikachu was like a sponge. If you squeezed it hard enough, even legendaries would have to take notice. That's why they called it the Pika God. With a battlefield strewn with unconscious Pokémon hunters, Luo Yuan walked over to Hunter J, who was now suspended in midair by psychic force, her neck craned to meet his gaze. Now, care to explain your motives? Humph. Hunter J snorted, refusing to say a word. Though she was a captive, she still had no intention of cooperating with Luo Yuan. No matter. If you won't talk, it doesn't concern me. There are plenty of witnesses here, not to mention the people at Stone Mining. Someone will talk. Luo Yuan wasn't bothered by her silence. He snapped his fingers, signaling Deoxys to return Hunter J's Pokémon to their Pokeballs. Then, he waved over the Team Rocket trio. Having seen Luo Yuan's overwhelming power firsthand, and being aware that he was still their superior, they immediately trotted over when he beckoned. "Sir, what would you like us to do?" They were careful with their words, avoiding any mention of his rocket codename or the term boss that could hint at his identity. The trio clearly understood how to read the room. Luo Yuan felt their skill in reading people must have been maxed out. Without wasting words, he said directly, "Find some rope to tie these guys up, then contact Matori and have her send a team to take custody of the captives. Also, I recall that Hunter J has an invisible airship. Tell Matori to search for it, it shouldn't be too far from here." With that, Luo Yuan had Deoxys knock the visibly panicked Hunter J unconscious. Stone Family, Stone Mining Group, maybe that name doesn't ring a bell for some. But if I told you that in the original series, the 4 EV brothers were the 4 heirs of the Stone family, it might sound more familiar. At the moment, Luo Yuan, disguised again as Rocket Admin K, was seated in the family's lavish living room. Across from him sat Stone Mining's leader, Stone Keiji, along with his 4 sons, each looking deeply grateful. "We are immensely thankful for your help. That Pokémon hunter appeared in Stone Town about 2 months ago. She had her people seize control of everyone in our family, which delayed our payments to Team Rocket. If not for your intervention, we'd still be trapped in her grip." As Stone Keiji recounted the events, Luo Yuan was able to piece together the story. Apparently, Hunter J had suddenly shown up in Stone Town, and for some unknown reason, forced the Stone family to work for her. During this time, they'd had no contact with the outside world, which explained the missed payments. It all made sense now. Companies like Stone Mining, which owed their success to Team Rocket's backing, understood very well what would happen without Team Rocket's protection. Team Rocket wouldn't even need to dirty their own hands, a simple phone call to a competitor could tear their business apart. Luo Yuan wasn't concerned that they might be lying. After all, they could hardly hide from Team Rocket in the Kanto region. No funny business would go unnoticed. Still, there was one question that puzzled him: what had been Hunter J's motivation? Why would she take such a huge risk? Do you have any idea what they were after? Luo Yuan asked. He knew Hunter J's personality well: greedy, always seeking profit. Something must have been valuable enough to bring her to Kanto, have her operate here for nearly 2 months, and make her overlook the risk of angering Team Rocket. Stone Keiji thought carefully before answering. We don't know the details, but it seemed they were searching for something in Evolution Mountain. They organized several search parties, but they kept coming back empty-handed. Luo Yuan nodded. Understood. Though he was mildly disappointed that he didn't gain more concrete information, it was no matter. He just received word that Hunter J's airship had been located. The entire network of Pokémon hunters Hunter J had assembled was now under Rocket custody. Once they were secured in Team Rocket's prison, there'd be no further threats from them. Interrogation wouldn't be his responsibility. For high-level information like this, Matori typically handled it, as she had with Akabe in the past. Hopefully, Matori finds something useful. Otherwise, I could call on Sabrina to handle the questioning with some hypnosis. Luo Yuan was only a novice at hypnosis, and Deoxys wasn't skilled in it either, so if serious intel was needed, Sabrina would be their best option. Well then, I'll take my leave. He glanced once more at the scene, particularly at Tai, the youngest brother, who was cornered by his 3 older brothers, each pushing him to evolve his EV into Flareon, Vaporeon, or Jolteon. Luo Yuan chuckled at the scene, then turned and left Stone Town, heading toward his next destination. Chapter 104, Team Rocket's Second-in-Command. 104. The capture of Hunter J by Team Rocket had been kept under wraps. For one thing, the confrontation had taken place at night, making it difficult for anyone to see what had happened. Secondly, the battle occurred in Stone Town, where most residents were employees of Stone Mining Company, a company deeply entwined with Team Rocket. They weren't about to spill any secrets. So all the League had heard was that a skirmish had taken place near Stone Town between Hunter J and the Tech Hunter. As for any further details: reason, unknown. Process, unknown. Result, unknown. In other words, don't ask. The only answer you'll get is unknown. This left Lance, already overwhelmed with responsibilities, even more frustrated than before. Meanwhile, Luo Yuan, who had originally planned to visit Dark City, found himself redirected by Matori. He now stood on board Hunter J's. Well, it was now technically his invisible airship. Luo Yuan had never had his own mode of transport, a slight mismatch given his position as a senior Team Rocket executive. So he decided to keep the airship for himself, with Giovanni's blessing. Hunter J's airship was highly advanced, not only equipped with a state-of-the-art optical camouflage system but also powered by high-efficiency ion thrusters, a step up from Team Rocket's usual turbine engines. Sir. Luo Yuan's arrival prompted a chorus of salutes from the Team Rocket elite operatives stationed around the ship. These were subordinates he'd requested from Giovanni, assigned to handle the piloting and maintenance of the airship. He waved them back to their tasks and made his way to one of the ship's chambers. Pushing open the door, he found Matori standing by a one-way mirror, observing the interrogation room where Hunter J, her wrists cuffed, sat in captivity. Even in defeat, Hunter J's face showed no trace of resignation. She maintained her usual icy expression. Luo Yuan turned to Matori. How's it going? Has she talked yet? No, she's tight-lipped, Matori replied with a shake of her head. Troublesome. Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow, though he wasn't particularly surprised. Hunter J was nothing if not defiant. If she had spilled her secrets easily, he would have suspected a trap. When the leader is uncooperative, sometimes you have to target the underlings. Any luck with the others? Luo Yuan asked. Pokémon hunters and Team Rocket operatives were quite different. These hunters were strictly mercenaries, driven by profit alone. Without loyalty or ideology, there was no reason for them to keep secrets. It would be much easier to gather intel from them. Matori nodded, then shook her head slightly. The lower ranks don't know much, only that Hunter J came here in search of some ancient ruin. Luo Yuan understood her mixed response immediately. It was practically useless information. Ancient ruins weren't always valuable, and there were simply too many of them in the Pokémon world. To what extent? So many that even raising fish could warrant a dedicated ruin. For example, in Hoenn, there was the ancient tomb that Team Magma mistook as connected to Groudon. It turned out to be nothing more than a site constructed by ancient people to raise Relicanth. And that was a well-known ruin. The world was full of ruins hidden in forests, mountains, even under the sea, a testament to how commonplace they were. Without knowing if the ruin Hunter J sought held any real value, Team Rocket couldn't afford to throw resources at a search she'd spent 2 months on without results. Unless... I checked with Saffron City, Sabrina can't come. Hunter J has undergone special training, so standard psychic hypnosis doesn't work on her. Matori must have anticipated Luo Yuan's question and provided the answer up front. Looks like I'll have to do this myself. Luo Yuan stared at Hunter J through the glass, then pushed open the door and entered the interrogation room, with Matori following closely behind him like a personal assistant. Taking a seat across from Hunter J, he tapped his fingers on the table. Your subordinates have already told us everything. Don't you have anything to add? Hunter J remained expressionless. This mission had been kept highly classified. She knew for a fact that her subordinates had no knowledge of its true objective. Luo Yuan wasn't bothered by her silence and kept tapping the table rhythmically. Let's make an educated guess, shall we? You're a Pokémon hunter, so the ruin you're after is obviously related to Pokémon. You've traveled all the way to Kanto, risking detection by Team Rocket, and spent 2 months here. That means whatever you're after isn't ordinary, it could very well be connected to a legendary Pokémon. Now, you operate primarily in Sinnoh, and I know a fair amount about the myths in Sinnoh. Which Pokémon could you be after? Regigigas and the Lake Guardians are unlikely, since they're sealed in Sinnoh. Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina are in another dimension. Could it be Arceus? Luo Yuan's deductions were intentionally blunt, almost far-fetched. He knew there were countless other possibilities. Hunter J could just as easily be on a job for some rich client, hunting for something else entirely. But deduction wasn't his true objective here. He was testing her reaction. With his Viridian and psychic abilities, he could sense changes in her emotions, and he kept his attention focused on her. No matter how well trained, no human could completely suppress their emotions. Hunter J was no exception. The moment Luo Yuan mentioned Arceus, he detected a clear surge in her emotional response. So it's related to Arceus. As he repeated the name, Hunter J couldn't maintain her composure any longer. Her expression shifted, and she fixed Luo Yuan with a sharp stare. Noticing her reaction, Luo Yuan smiled. Wondering how I knew? Simple, you told me. Impossible. Realizing that Luo Yuan had actually uncovered her purpose, Hunter J couldn't help but break her silence. Luo Yuan smoothed back a strand of hair with his little finger and smirked. In the face of psychic powers, your thoughts are an open book. Ignoring Hunter J's fluctuating expression, he turned to Matori. Inform Giovanni, this ruin may be connected to Sinnoh's creation Pokémon, Arceus. Arceus itself is unlikely to be slumbering here in Kanto, but I suspect it could be one of Arceus's plates. Chapter 105, Team Rocket's Second-in-Command. 105. To be honest, Luo Yuan hadn't initially suspected Arceus to be Hunter J's target. He'd assumed she might be after one of Kanto's native legendary Pokémon like Ho-Oh, Lugia, or even Mew, who was constantly wandering. He'd only started with Sinnoh's legendaries as a way to gauge her response, hoping it might lower her guard. He hadn't expected to actually uncover Hunter J's true objective. As for why Hunter J would risk coming to Kanto in search of one of Arceus's plates. After thinking it over, Luo Yuan surmised that she might have been hired by Team Galactic, a Sinnoh-based organization. After all, it was well known that Team Galactic's goal was to control Dialga and Palkia to destroy the old world and create a new one. And it was Arceus, the original creator, who had brought Dialga and Palkia into existence. Realizing this, Luo Yuan clicked his tongue. If that was true, then Team Galactic was really pushing the envelope. Speaking of plates, Luo Yuan suddenly remembered the island where he'd encountered that giant Dragonite. With its dense dragon-type energy, was it possible there was an Arceus plate there too? With this thought in mind, Luo Yuan decided he'd go back to visit that giant Dragonite when he had the chance. Having mulled this over, Luo Yuan looked up to find Matori had left. He was alone in the interrogation room with Hunter J, who was staring him down. Seeing him glance up, Hunter J returned his gaze without flinching. "So, have you given any more thought to my proposal?" Luo Yuan asked. "Would you consider joining Team Rocket? I could use someone with your skills under my command." He was serious. Eventually, he'd need to expand Team Rocket's presence in Hoenn, and having a strong subordinate would make his work far easier. Hunter J might have her flaws, but with her champion-level strength, she'd make a valuable addition to his team. "Humph," Hunter J scoffed, refusing to acknowledge him. In truth, she still hadn't fully come to terms with her capture and was waiting for the first chance to escape. But Luo Yuan had anticipated this. "I've got plenty of time. And, just to make sure you don't get any ideas about escaping." He reached over and took the device that had been strapped to Hunter J's arm. As her face filled with shock, he pressed the activation button. Zap. A yellow beam shot out. In an instant, Hunter J's body was encased in a hard coating from the neck down. Hunter J never would have imagined that the very device she used to capture and control others would one day be used on herself. She didn't struggle, she knew that without a powerful external force, any attempt would be futile. "Let's hope that the next time we meet, you'll be ready to give me the answers I'm looking for." With a smile, Luo Yuan leaned in close to her face, anger simmering in her eyes, and then left the interrogation room. With the Hunter J matter settled, Matori requested Giovanni's decision on whether to continue exploring the Evolution Mountain ruins. Giovanni decided to put it on hold until the Mewtwo project was complete. Luo Yuan had no objections. As for Mewtwo, when speaking with Giovanni, Luo Yuan had mentioned the possibility of Mewtwo going out of control. But Giovanni seemed unconcerned, showing Luo Yuan the M2 restraint system, specially designed for Mewtwo. Seeing this, Luo Yuan didn't press the matter. After instructing his subordinates to ensure Hunter J was regularly fed, Luo Yuan mounted Dragapult and set off for Dark City. Dark City, located between Fuchsia City and Cinnabar Island. It was less of a city and more of a rundown town. Its tallest buildings only rose 3 stories, with most of the structures made of wood, and the ground was little more than dirt roads. The houses lining the streets were in a state of disrepair, doors and roofs patched together, and the whole place bore scars of past battles. This was a city drowning in poverty. As for why Luo Yuan had come here, the reason could be traced back to a phone call he'd received a week ago from Mr. Silph, president of Silph Co. There's no need to go into the specifics, but the gist of it was that, after consulting with gym leaders Lieutenant Surge and Koga, Mr. Silph had become convinced that Luo Yuan had tremendous potential as a Pokémon trainer. He'd already considered the idea of promoting Luo Yuan as a face for Silph Co. Now that he was assured of Luo Yuan's strength, Mr. Silph had no more doubts. He wanted to move forward with his plan, to make Luo Yuan the Silph Co. equivalent of Devoncorp's Stephen Stone. This suited Luo Yuan perfectly, as he'd been looking to leverage Silpha's influence as a means to enter the league, so he readily agreed. Mr. Silph suggested that Luo Yuan create a notable incident to gain publicity, allowing Silph Co. to coordinate a promotional campaign around him. After giving it some thought, Luo Yuan figured that with his publicly known skill level, Dark City would be an ideal place to make his mark. The town was currently home to 2 unofficial gyms engaged in a turf war for official league recognition. Their disregard for collateral damage had left Dark City's residents deeply embittered. Aside from the 2 gym leaders, whose strength was somewhat notable, the rest of the trainers involved were nothing but riffraff. Luo Yuan had been wondering how to find a reason to deal with these 2 gyms when he suddenly heard footsteps outside. The residents on either side of the street hurried indoors, locking their doors and windows. 2 opposing groups were gathering in the middle of the road. "Damn you, Yas Gym. Today, we're finally kicking you out of Dark City. Like hell. It's you who's getting out, Kez Gym." From their exchange, Luo Yuan quickly gathered that the trainers dressed in blue with red scarves were from the Kez Gym, while those in green overalls with orange scarves were from the Yas Gym. Led by Kaz and Yas themselves, both sides had gathered a horde of trainers, with Scyther and Electabuzz at the forefront, glaring menacingly at each other. "The league inspector is due to arrive soon, let's wipe you out of this town before then." "Funny, I was about to say the same thing. You're leaving today, or I am." The hostility between the two sides was clearly deep-seated. After only a few words, both leaders gave the signal, and the two sides descended into chaos, fighting breaking out immediately. It was a textbook example of speak softly and carry a big stick. With a shout of Electabuzz, use Thunderbolt. Electabuzz extended its antennae, releasing a powerful arc of electricity. The Thunderbolt was aimed squarely at Scyther. As a flying and bug type, Scyther would be in serious trouble if it took a direct hit from Thunderbolt. But Scyther was quick, leaving a green blur as it dodged the attack. The Thunderbolt struck a nearby house instead, blasting a large hole in the wooden wall. Not missing a beat, Scyther's wings beat as it darted toward Kaz's Electabuzz, its twin scythe-like arms crossed in a deadly X shape, ready to strike. Chapter 106, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 106. X-Scissor. Scyther's bladed arms crossed into an X, slicing down toward Electabuzz. But Electabuzz, being Scyther's longtime rival, reacted instantly. Its fist crackled with electricity as it met Scyther's attack head-on. Thunder Punch. While X-Scissor dealt heavy damage, Thunder Punch hit just as hard and had the added advantage of type effectiveness. The electric fist connected solidly with Scyther, forcing it back with a jolt. Scyther reeled from the blow, feeling the impact even more intensely. Seeing this, Yasa's face twisted. "You scoundrel! Scyther, dodge it!" he called out frantically as Scyther leapt to evade. Kaz just laughed. "Scoundrel! I call it strategy. Electabuzz, press the attack." Electabuzz. Electabuzz roared, its antennae firing off another bolt of electricity at the retreating Scyther. But Scyther, having avoided the first attack, wasn't about to be caught so easily. Its wings beat furiously as it shot upward, dodging the bolt before diving down, blades poised to strike Electabuzz from above. Kaz and Yas might not have been the strongest trainers, but the fight between their Pokémon was surprisingly entertaining. Watching from the sidelines, Luo Yuan thought these two could probably find great success in exhibition matches, putting on staged fights to amuse a crowd. The problem was, what excuse can I use to step in? As Luo Yuan pondered this, a few trainers from Yasa's gym noticed him standing nearby, watching the fight. Exchanging glances, they seemed surprised to see someone openly observing the battle without any apparent fear. Could he be an inspector from the league? One of Yasa's trainers whispered. Another shook his head. Doesn't look like it. League inspectors aren't this young. What should we do then? Let's see if he wants to join us. If he refuses, we can chase him off before Kaz's gym tries to recruit him. With that, they made their way toward Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan, meanwhile, was actually glad for their approach. He'd been looking for an excuse to act, and here it was, practically served to him on a silver platter. "We'd like to introduce you to our gym," the Yas Gym, one of the trainers began. "A gym known for street brawls." "No thanks." Luo Yuan taunted them, using his words to provoke the trainers. "You little." A Yas trainer's face reddened in anger as he prepared to teach Luo Yuan a lesson. At that moment, several trainers from Kaz's gym noticed what was happening and rushed over to join in. "Our friend here is right, the Yas Gym is nothing but a gang of street thugs. Why not join Kaz's gym instead? We're about to become the only gym in Dark City. Damn it, you scumbags, looking for a fight? Bring it on. Let's settle this right now." Both groups were like powder kegs ready to explode, and Luo Yuan's presence had lit the fuse. Hearing the commotion, even more trainers took notice, including the gym leaders, Kaz and Yas. Soon, everyone's attention was fixed on Luo Yuan. Satisfied to see he'd drawn the entire crowd's focus, Luo Yuan nodded and raised his voice. "Stop right there." His shout, amplified with psychic power, reverberated through everyone's minds, creating a moment of blank confusion. All eyes turned to him. From the center of attention, Luo Yuan spoke loudly, addressing both gyms. "Kaz Gym, Yas Gym, you're both nothing but a bunch of selfish fools. Let me be blunt, you're all trash." A dead silence fell over the crowd. It took a full 2 seconds for someone to react. "You bastard. What did you just say? Apologize, you jerk. Teach him a lesson. Let's get him." For the first time ever, the trainers of Kaz and Yas's gyms found themselves united in purpose as they ordered their Pokémon to rush at Luo Yuan. But Luo Yuan was unfazed. He took a single step back, and just as both sides thought he might be backing down, he threw 6 Pokeballs into the air. Gaia. Ra. Bois. B. The cries of 6 Pokémon filled the air as they took position in front of Luo Yuan. At the front were Gyarados, Dragonair, and Charmeleon, each of them seasoned in battle. They wasted no time, launching attacks at the approaching Pokémon. Dragon Tail. Dragon Pulse. Flamethrower. Powerful moves erupted across the battlefield, followed by the explosions and screams of falling Pokémon. Within moments, the Pokémon of both gyms lay scattered, defeated. Damn it. Take him down. Everyone, attack at once. Yas and Kez shouted in unison, their anger now boiling over. If they'd been irritated before, they were now completely enraged. They'd spent years building up their gyms and training their Pokémon for a league inspection that was just around the corner. Now, Luo Yuan had taken out over half their team, leaving them no time to recover before the inspector arrived. Desperate for a solution and with no other outlet for their fury, they directed all of their anger at Luo Yuan. Even if, he seemed to be a very powerful trainer. Scyther, use Swords Dance, then Slash. Electabuzz, Thunder Punch. For the first time, the 2 gym leaders joined forces. The yellow and green figures of Electabuzz and Scyther sped toward Luo Yuan, aiming directly for him. Am I Team Rocket here, or are you? Luo Yuan muttered with a smirk. But he wasn't concerned in the slightest. Did they think his Pokémon were just for show? Gyarados let out a roar, whipping up a torrent of water with its tail and striking Scyther with an aqua tail that sent it flying. Meanwhile, Charmeleon squared off against Electabuzz. Seeing Electabuzz ready Thunder Punch, Charmeleon growled and met it head-on with a flamethrower. Electabuzz was momentarily stunned, shocked to see a Charmeleon of all things coming at it with such force. Dazed by the incoming flamethrower, Electabuzz pushed off with its legs to dodge. But Charmeleon wasn't about to let its target get away so easily. Rah! Charmeleon leapt after Electabuzz, its claws blazing with fire as it launched a fire punch. Wham! Electabuzz, caught off balance from its landing, took the punch squarely and was sent tumbling. Charmeleon didn't let up, following up with a fire spin that trapped Electabuzz in a vortex of flames, leaving it helpless. Meanwhile, although Gyarados was powerful, Scyther's speed and agility allowed it to hold its ground, darting around with precision. Seeing this, Luo Yuan decided to switch things up. Before his opponents could react, he had Dragonair replace Gyarados in the fight. Chapter 108, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 108. Hearing Luo Yuan's words, Yas and Kez wanted nothing more than to join their subordinates in running away. But Slowpoke's Psychic held their feet firmly in place, making escape impossible. Despite their desperate pleas, Luo Yuan remained unmoved. Now that Yas and Kaz's followers had scattered, and the 2 leaders were subdued, Dark City's residents finally dared to emerge from their homes. 2 representatives stepped forward to thank Luo Yuan. What am I doing playing the hero here when I'm a rocket executive? Luo Yuan thought to himself with an inward smirk. Outwardly, though, he accepted their gratitude graciously. After all, right now, he was merely a promising young trainer, not a rocket official. Politely declining an invitation from a restaurant owner offering a free meal, Luo Yuan continued petting his EV, until the sound of police sirens echoed in the distance. Officer Jenny quickly confiscated Yas and Kaz's Pokeballs, handcuffing the 2 disgruntled gym leaders before shoving them into a patrol car. You must be Mr. Luo Yuan, the one who reported this. Thank you for your help, Jenny said. Hearing her words, Kaz, Yas, and the surrounding residents finally learned Luo Yuan's name. Just call me Luo Yuan, he replied, a slight grin on his face. Being called Mr. made him feel a decade older. Luo Yuan, have we met before? I feel like I've heard your name somewhere. Jenny mused. Question mark. Luo Yuan's pulse quickened, did she recognize him? But he quickly dismissed the notion. His true identity was highly classified within Team Rocket, impossible to leak. So where had she heard his name? Where did you hear it from? He asked, feigning curiosity. Jenny thought for a moment. I think it was from my cousin in Pewter City. So all the Jennies really are one family, Luo Yuan mused internally. Hearing Pewter City, though, made things clear. Oh, that must be from when I drove out those Team Flare agents who had slipped into Kanto, he said. Team Flare. Jenny's eyes widened, looking at him with newfound respect. She knew enough about Team Flare to be impressed. Not wanting to give her more time to probe, Luo Yuan quickly changed the subject, asking, I actually had a question, if you wouldn't mind clarifying something for me. Of course. I was wondering, how did things in Dark City get so out of hand? Dark City should have its own police station, right? Luo Yuan asked. Why didn't the police intervene earlier when Yas and Kaz's gym started brawling in the streets? Luo Yuan had been puzzled by this ever since he'd arrived in Dark City. As a Rocket executive, he knew that the League kept police stations in most cities specifically to counter Team Rocket's influence. Even though Dark City was a small town, it was still a city, so it should have had a police force. The brawling should have been stopped before it escalated. Jenny's face flushed slightly, and she looked a bit embarrassed. Actually, this was our mistake, she admitted. How so? Luo Yuan asked. Jenny explained, you're right, there is a police station in Dark City, and my cousin is the officer in charge. But 2 weeks ago, she took medical leave, and since Team Rocket activity has increased recently, we had to reassign a lot of officers to handle rocket-related incidents, so we couldn't send anyone to cover for her here. Luo Yuan finally understood why Yas and Kaz had been able to fight for so long without anyone stepping in. He hadn't expected it to be indirectly due to Team Rocket. Seeing his understanding expression, Jenny seemed to remember something. Oh, right. Luo Yuan, would you have any interest in becoming a gym trainer? It apart. Though the attack wasn't shattered, the outcome surprised Luo Yuan a bit. This Aerodactyl is stronger than I thought. He watched the Aerodactyl ascend back into the air. Recalling the original story, he tried to remember if the Aerodactyl had shown any particular power beyond its race against Ash's Charizard. In the end, it had been put to sleep by Jigglypuff's song, allowing Charizard to save Ash. It seemed that this Aerodactyl was both strong and formidable. But, it's still no match for Gengar. He turned to his Gengar. Gengar wasn't at all upset by its initial miss, in fact, its grin only widened. It extended a finger on each tiny claw, releasing prismatic beams that danced across the cavern walls. The multicolored lights seemed to cast an enchanting spell, immediately capturing Aerodactyl's full attention. Its eyes locked on the beams, its body following their mesmerizing pattern. Like a cat chasing a laser pointer, Aerodactyl twisted and turned, chasing the beams as Gengar led it in a wild chase around the cavern. The Rocket members looked on in stunned silence, marveling at their commander's Gengar's skill. To think it could make the ancient ruler of this underground cavern chase lights in circles. Chapter 112, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 112. Confuse Ray cast an eerie light, designed to disorient opponents into attacking aimlessly. Of course, it wasn't typically this effective on its own. But against Aerodactyl, it worked perfectly, largely because the Aerodactyl had no trainer nearby to warn it of the trap. Additionally, it had been hibernating underground in total darkness for countless years, rarely exposed to light. After such prolonged sleep, its brain was sluggish. As a result, the Confuse Ray took full effect. For a while, Aerodactyl whirled about, chasing the strange lights from Gengar's attack, until it fell into a dazed frenzy. Its red eyes wild, it began to lash out, attacking indiscriminately. Graw! Aerodactyl roared, unleashing a hyper beam that shattered a nearby stalactite into pieces. The explosion resounded throughout the cavern, and the surrounding Rocket members flinched, glancing nervously at Luo Yuan. If Aerodactyl managed to hit the stalactites above, it could be disastrous for them. Even for Rocket's elite, the falling debris would be hard to survive. Stay calm. Unperturbed, Luo Yuan directed Gengar through telepathy, instructing it to finish the fight swiftly and leave no more room for Aerodactyl's rampage. Catching his meaning, Gengar sobered, ready to finish things. It conjured shadow balls in both hands, hurling them directly at the Aerodactyl above. Even in its confused state, Aerodactyl's ancient reflexes, honed over ages, sensed danger. It twisted out of the way and retaliated with a blast of purple dragon breath aimed toward Gengar. However, still in its confused state, Aerodactyl's aim was off, missing Gengar entirely. Oh! So it knows dragon breath. Luo Yuan was slightly surprised to see Aerodactyl had inherited dragon breath. Not that it would make things any harder for Gengar. For a Gengar that had once defeated Lance's Aerodactyl, this encounter was effortless. Dark Pulse. A dark, palpable aura spread from Gengar, filling the cavern with a bone-chilling, sinister energy. Aerodactyl was caught in the wave of darkness, freezing mid-flight as the icy sensation gripped it, paralyzing its wings. Within seconds, it plummeted from the air. But the Dark Pulse did have one unintended effect. Although injured by the attack, the chilling shock jolted Aerodactyl out of its confusion, clearing its hazy mind. Freed from its daze, Aerodactyl felt a surge of relief as it prepared to take to the skies again. Phantom Force. Shadow Punch. Gengar vanished from sight, reappearing just behind Aerodactyl. With both fists shrouded in dark energy, it smashed them against either side of Aerodactyl's skull, pinning its head between its fists. Even Aerodactyl's rock-hard skull visibly dented under the force of Gengar's Shadow Punch, a testament to Gengar's power. Graw. Aerodactyl let out a pained shriek, its body seizing up as the impact disrupted its attempt to stay airborne. Losing control, Aerodactyl spiraled downward like a broken kite, struggling but unable to shake Gengar's relentless assault. As Aerodactyl tried to perform a barrel roll to throw Gengar off, Gengar struck with Lick, paralyzing it completely. Helpless, Aerodactyl crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Gengar hopped away just before impact. Aerodactyl, furious, attempted to unleash a rock slide, sending a shower of rocks at Gengar. But Gengar had anticipated the counterattack, its form flickering as it dodged every falling rock. As it evaded, Gengar combined both hands into a massive shadow ball, hurling it at Aerodactyl. Boom. The cavern echoed with the blast, leaving Aerodactyl badly battered. Seizing the moment, Luo Yuan tossed an Ultra Ball, hitting Aerodactyl dead-on and capturing it. Buzz. Buzz. The Ultra Ball shook violently, straining as if it would burst open. However, as Gengar marched over and glared down at the Ultra Ball, it froze, the frantic vibrations gradually slowing until it stilled. Click. Aerodactyl was successfully captured. Gengar. Pleased, Gengar scooped up the poke ball and trotted over to Luo Yuan, beaming as it handed it over, looking for approval. Thanks, Gengar. Luo Yuan patted Gengar's head affectionately. If anything, his Gengar knew exactly how to play to his advantage. Without prompting, Gengar slipped back into Luo Yuan's shadow. Tucking the Ultra Ball containing Aerodactyl into his pocket, Luo Yuan turned to his team. Search the cavern. See if there's anything valuable down here. Yes, sir. The cave turned out to hold little of note, aside from the ancient Pokémon. Apparently, this group of prehistoric Pokémon had merely stumbled upon the cave, avoiding extinction by retreating here to hibernate. But even so, Luo Yuan was pleased. He'd captured enough ancient Pokémon to give each of his men one, with plenty to spare. The scythe-wielding Kabutops and the spike-covered Omastar both evolved into fierce fighters. And best of all, he'd captured an Aerodactyl that had lived since ancient times. Most Aerodactyl in existence were revived fossils, while this one was the real deal. And according to some studies, Mega Evolution restored Aerodactyl to its true, ancient form. Though this Aerodactyl had seemingly regressed slightly from its long hibernation, Luo Yuan was confident that with Rocket's advanced research and his resources, they could help Aerodactyl regain its strength, even without Mega Evolution. After ordering his team back to the airship, Luo Yuan took a detour to visit Hunter J in the holding cell. Through a mix of threats and persuasion, he found her starting to waver. Though she hadn't surrendered, her resolve was beginning to crack. A few more rounds of this, and she'd likely join his ranks. Leaving further instructions with his team, Luo Yuan set off to continue his journey. With the rocket airship loaded with fossil Pokémon, they took to the skies, disappearing over the horizon, leaving the empty cavern far behind. Chapter 113, Team Rocket's Second-in-Command. 113. Luo Yuan had packed up the fossil Pokémon from the valley, leaving the cavern barren. Unfortunately, unlike Ash, Luo Yuan wasn't lucky enough to simply stumble upon a Togepi while turning over rocks. Watching the airship ascend and disappear, Luo Yuan climbed onto Dragonair and headed toward his next destination. As for the people arriving the next day, who would stare in bewilderment at the massive crater left behind, well, that was no longer his concern. Seafoam Islands. Between Kanto's mainland and Cinnabar Island lay the isolated Seafoam Islands. Compared to the bustling Cinnabar Island, Seafoam was almost deserted. On one of the island's empty beaches, Yuan was conducting training with his Pokémon. Aerodactyl, use aerial ace. Yuan commanded his newly captured Aerodactyl. Gra. With a loud cry, Aerodactyl took off, sweeping through the air and then swooping back. Crunch. Its wings sliced clean through a coconut tree on the shore. Good work. Yuan signaled Aerodactyl to land, then removed the aerial ace TM from its head. This was already the 5th TM he'd used on Aerodactyl. Despite just recently awakening from its ancient slumber, Aerodactyl's learning speed amazed Yuan. It picked up moves with ease. In addition to its original moves, Hyper Beam, Rock Slide, and Dragon Breath, Aerodactyl had now learned Aerial Ace, Crunch, Stomp, Steel Wing, and Protect. Naturally, Aerodactyl wasn't entirely obedient. As an ancient Pokémon, it was hard for it to fully submit to a human. But Yuan had Gengar, Dragapult, and Deoxys, his training specialists. If Aerodactyl got unruly, a good beatdown did the trick. Through this unconventional training, Aerodactyl's wild streak gradually gave way to Yuan's authority, or rather, Deoxys's presence. Under Yuan's guidance, Aerodactyl became much more compliant. Their bond was strengthening quickly. While Aerodactyl's progress was promising, the situation on the other side of the beach wasn't going as smoothly. Hey, have you chosen one yet? Yuan looked over at Slowpoke. On the sand before Slowpoke sat 6 Shelder, each waiting to bond with it for evolution. Yuan had captured the Shelder so Slowpoke could choose one as a partner to evolve into Slowbro. But Slowpoke just stared blankly, showing no interest in evolving. In fact, seeing Yuan approach, it anxiously tucked its tail beneath its body. Slowpoke. Slowpoke put on its most clueless expression, as if it knew nothing, hoping to avoid the situation entirely. Yuan, familiar with Slowpoke's antics, wasn't fooled. However, this behavior made him realize Slowpoke's issue might not just be indecision. Turns out, it simply didn't want to evolve at all. As a trainer, it was Yuan's job to understand why his Pokémon resisted evolution. Did Slowpoke not want to evolve for a simple reason, or was there something else? For most trainers, unraveling a Slowpoke's thoughts would be a massive challenge. They'd have to earn its trust, break down its defenses, and communicate. But with Yuan's psychic abilities and Viridian power, reading Slowpoke's mind was straightforward. Through a telepathic link, he translated Slowpoke's thoughts in just a few seconds. Slowpoke's thoughts: if I evolve, I'll definitely become stronger. Then I'll have to do more in battles, and I'll never again be that happy Slowpoke who naps in the sun all day. Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or sigh. You lazy thing. He'd known Slowpoke was lazy, but he never expected it to avoid evolution just to keep lazing around. This was a first, even for him. Seeing his expression, Slowpoke realized its thoughts had been exposed. Memories of past motivational sessions with Yuan flooded back, and a panicked look appeared on its face. In a clumsy attempt to escape, Slowpoke turned to flee. But with its stubby legs, it didn't get far. In its haste, it accidentally left its tail exposed, waving it in the air, right above the hungry Shelder. Unable to resist the sight of that juicy pink tail, one of the Shelder lunged, latching onto Slowpoke's tail with a firm bite. Just as Slowpoke was about to run, its body stiffened. Then, a blinding light enveloped it. When the light faded, Slowpoke's form had transformed. It now stood on 2 legs, with a creamy striped belly, and although its expression still had that vacant look, it now had a glint of awareness. Slowpoke had evolved into Slowbro. Slow. The newly evolved Slowbro stood there in shock. Had it evolved? Watching the scene, Yuan was speechless, caught off guard by Slowpoke's unexpected maneuver. After a moment, he couldn't help but laugh. What's it like when your opponent surrenders before you even attack? Of course, even as a Slowbro, it didn't completely give up. Slowbro turned, trying to bargain with the Shelder clamped on its tail, but Shelder wasn't letting go. Leaving the dismayed Slowbro behind, Luo Yuan mentally checked off his training goals for the day. Since Articuno hadn't been spotted on Seafoam Islands, he called out Gyarados and headed toward Cinnabar Island. Chapter 114, Team Rocket's Second-in-Command. 114. Cinnabar Island had countless ties to Team Rocket. Behind the scenes, Team Rocket had invested heavily in the island's Pokémon lab, embedding agents there to gather invaluable research data. Blaine, the Cinnabar gym leader, was once a scientist in Team Rocket, playing a crucial role in the Mewtwo project. Had he not left Team Rocket, the island might have already become an official rocket base. Even though Blaine had cut ties with Team Rocket, he hadn't severed them entirely. There remained an unspoken agreement between him and Giovanni. You could tell as much from the fact that, despite being a league gym leader, Blaine hadn't turned Giovanni in. However, as the Mewtwo project neared completion, this unspoken understanding seemed on the verge of breaking. Is he hiding, scared of Giovanni's retribution, trying to avoid Team Rocket by closing the gym? Luo Yuan mused as he read the words, "current whereabouts unknown," on his intel. Apparently, Blaine had shut down the gym 2 weeks ago. While he hadn't left Cinnabar, he was hiding somewhere on the island. But for Luo Yuan, tracking Blaine wouldn't be a problem. He arrived at the locked-down gym, broke the lock, and stepped into the empty Cinnabar gym. Deoxys, pick up Blaine's trace from any lingering aura in this place. With its remote sensing ability, Deoxys could, through contact with an object, lock onto its previous owner from miles away. Following Luo Yuan's command, Deoxys transformed one of its tentacles into a hand and touched a cup on a nearby table. Another tentacle reached out to Luo Yuan's shoulder, linking their minds. In an instant, Luo Yuan's consciousness seemed to rise above the earth, then swiftly descended. From Kanto to Cinnabar Island, to the hotel district, then to a small hot spring inn. Found him. Luo Yuan's perception zeroed in on Blaine, who sat on a tatami mat, disguised as the inn's proprietor. With ease, Luo Yuan had located Blaine, who had eluded Rocket's exhaustive manhunt. That was the power of Deoxys. Thanks, Deoxys. He rewarded Deoxys with a small surge of healing energy from his Viridian power before returning it to its master ball. Then he headed to the inn. Blaine's spirits were at an all-time low. It had been 2 full weeks since he'd shut down his gym and gone into hiding at this small hot spring inn. During that time, he'd kept a close eye on the island, and as he'd expected, Team Rocket had sent people searching for him everywhere. I should have never let curiosity get the best of me and joined that project, Blaine thought bitterly. If he hadn't been part of the Mewtwo project, he'd still be back at his gym, peacefully fulfilling his duties as gym leader, rather than hiding away in a cheap inn. Not to mention, he wouldn't have had to make himself look like this, half man, half something else. At that thought, Blaine's right arm tensed. Under his sleeve, it throbbed and writhed. He knew all too well what this meant. When creating Mewtwo, they'd initially used genes from Mew's eyelash as a blueprint. But due to the shortage of Mew cells, they had substituted in his own human DNA. As a result, Blaine's arm had been tainted with Mewtwo's cells. The mutation damaged his body severely, but it also allowed him to sense Mewtwo's status. Mewtwo's creation is almost complete. The pain and movement in his arm confirmed his suspicions. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Blaine knew he had to act soon, or he'd succumb to Mewtwo's cellular invasion before Rocket could even find him. Maybe if I reveal the Rocket boss's identity to the League, I can deflect Team Rocket's attention off myself. The thought crossed his mind. If the League learned that Giovanni, the Viridian gym leader, was the leader of Team Rocket, they'd immediately go after him. Team Rocket would have its hands full, giving Blaine a chance to escape unnoticed. But just as he considered it, the door of the inn slid open. Is Blaine here? Hearing his own name, Blaine's hands shook, causing him to spill his tea. He fumbled, trying to dry his pants. The tea was the least of his concerns. Looking up, he eyed the stranger at the entrance. Relieved to see it wasn't a Rocket grunt, Blaine quickly denied the question. Blaine. You mean the Cinnabar gym leader? He hasn't been seen on the island in 2 weeks. If you're looking for him, I'd suggest you try the gym. His performance was almost flawless. With the wig and glasses, no one would recognize him as the bald, bespectacled Blaine. An unsuspecting person might indeed think he was just a local innkeeper. But Luo Yuan had Deoxys's validation, there was no mistaking his target. Nice try, but you're definitely Blaine. Blaine sighed, realizing this visitor wasn't guessing. Confusion gnawed at him. He'd been so careful in his disguise, how did this person figure it out? Seeing Blaine's bewilderment, Luo Yuan answered. Your disguise is impressive. Under normal circumstances, no one would have guessed, but it was your scent that gave you away. Luo Yuan wasn't exactly lying. Deoxys had traced Blaine's location through the faint scent on his cup, but Blaine didn't know that. Instead, he assumed Luo Yuan had some dog-like Pokémon with a sharp nose that tracked him down. Blaine sighed again. Fine, you got me. I am Blaine. So, who are you? And what do you want? His fingers inched toward his belt, subtly gripping a pokeball. If Luo Yuan's answer suggested danger, he'd attack and escape to start fresh somewhere else. Though Blaine thought his move went unnoticed, Luo Yuan saw everything. He had multiple chances to restrain Blaine but chose to ignore the gesture, letting him think he had the upper hand. What do I want? To challenge you as a gym leader and earn a badge. Oh, and I'm Luo Yuan, a newly registered trainer of the league. Luo Yuan smiled. New trainer. Looking at Luo Yuan, Blaine couldn't reconcile the confident presence before him with the title, new trainer. It was almost absurdly out of place. Chapter 115, Team Rocket's second in command. 115. What's wrong? Something on your mind? Luo Yuan casually pulled out his Pokédex, which he'd barely used since setting out on his journey, and waved it at Blaine. A Pokédex? Huh, well, alright then, rookie trainer. Seeing the Pokédex, Blaine couldn't help but grumble internally, seems like all the rookie trainers these days were total monsters. He gave Luo Yuan a closer look. After careful consideration, Blaine had to admit Luo Yuan didn't look like a Team Rocket member. After all, Rocket may have wealth, but none of their agents flaunted it with high-end gear from Silph Company like Luo Yuan did. With his doubts about Luo Yuan's Rocket affiliation mostly dispelled, Blaine relaxed a little. Never expected you to find me here. While talking, Blaine mulled over his hiding spot. Clearly, if a rookie trainer had managed to track him down, then Rocket couldn't be far behind. From the look on Blaine's face, Luo Yuan could tell exactly what he was thinking. But Blaine was definitely overthinking it. If Giovanni hadn't been so busy with the Mewtwo project, he could have had Blaine sniffed out on Cinnabar Island in a flash. The only reason Blaine was still in one piece was because Giovanni hadn't wanted to waste the manpower to track him down, not because he couldn't. Of course, Luo Yuan wouldn't be telling Blaine that. So, are we ready to begin the gym challenge? Luo Yuan asked with a smile. Luo Yuan, was it? Sure, you're welcome to challenge the Cinnabar gym, but first, you'll need to pass my test. Are you good with riddles? Blaine said, slipping into habit. The Cinnabar Island Riddler has challenged you to a riddle contest. Oh, right. Luo Yuan had almost forgotten. Just as Professor Oak had his obsession with haiku, Blaine had his infamous obsession with riddles. Each year, trainers would come to Cinnabar Gym for a challenge, only to be hit with Blaine's riddles, much to their frustration. Like so many others, Luo Yuan had zero interest in Blaine's quirky hobby. But as a polite man, he didn't let it show. Rather than accepting Blaine's invitation, Luo Yuan looked at him with a hint of curiosity. So, Blaine, are you hiding out here because of someone? Blaine went rigid. Haha. Why would you think that? He replied, trying to laugh it off. Now, do you want to solve some riddles or not? Luo Yuan didn't answer directly and instead continued his deduction. Oh, is that so? But leaving a fully equipped gym behind, laying low in a modest inn, it's hard to make sense of it. Just who would make Blaine, the Cinnabar gym leader, and arguably Kanto's second strongest fire-type trainer, go into hiding? Cold sweat broke out on Blaine's forehead as Luo Yuan's theory hit close to home. Yes, he was currently being hunted by Team Rocket, but he was just as keen to avoid the League finding out about his connections to Rocket. If he didn't turn himself in, the League might discover he'd once served as a scientist for Rocket, and his gym leader title would be revoked immediately. So keeping his situation under wraps was just as important. Unable to keep up the guessing game, Blaine quickly cut Luo Yuan off before he could reveal anything more. Alright, Alright, forget the riddles. If you're here for a gym challenge, then let's get started already. He shut the door, leading Luo Yuan to the inn's backyard. Luo Yuan smiled slightly, following him. Through a hidden door in the backyard, they entered the gym nestled within the volcano's crater. Luo Yuan was hit with a wave of intense heat, the scorching air burning his lungs as he breathed it in. He took in the sight of the battlefield suspended over the magma, a metallic platform dangling from the cliff walls by 4 chains. He turned to Blaine and asked, "Building the gym here, doesn't this pose a safety risk?" Although gym leaders could personalize their battlefields to highlight their gym's theme, one hard rule had to be followed. No matter the setup, it couldn't endanger the challenger's safety. And from the looks of it, this battlefield clearly didn't meet league standards. Blaine. As if he didn't know that after all these years. This setup was meant for training his own Pokémon, but he had no choice but to use it now while evading Rocket's pursuit. Luo Yuan didn't linger on the question, instead giving Blaine a nod to show he was ready. With no referee available, Blaine had to assume the role himself. The rules are 3 on 3. Victory goes to the trainer whose Pokémon outlasts all of the others. And my first Pokémon will be Rapidash. Nay. With a powerful cry, the majestic Rapidash appeared, its pale yellow and white coat shining, its mane blazing with fierce fire as it took its place on the field. Its hooves tapped against the platform with sharp, echoing clicks. Unlike the stoic Rapidash from Galar, this Rapidash exuded a fiery energy. Rapidash, huh? Seeing Blaine's choice didn't surprise Luo Yuan. According to his research, Blaine's main team usually included Rapidash, Arcanine, Ninetales, and his ace, Magmar. Although Blaine sometimes went easy on challengers, he only used his strongest Pokémon for actual gym battles, making the Cinnabar badge second only in difficulty to the Viridian badge. Confident in his Rapidash, Blaine cast a glance at Luo Yuan, considering showing a bit more intensity to throw the newcomer off. But the thought was interrupted when he saw Luo Yuan throw a Pokeball of his own. "Alright, time for your first battle, Aerodactyl." Gra. With a piercing shriek, Aerodactyl soared over the field. The heat had little effect on the rock/flying type, as it circled above, eyeing Rapidash like prey, exuding an ancient and menacing aura. Nay. Rapidash, unsettled by Aerodactyl's fierce gaze, shifted uneasily. As Blaine calmed Rapidash, he looked up at Aerodactyl, his eyes widening in surprise. He hadn't expected a rookie trainer to have a rare fossil Pokémon like Aerodactyl. And based on his years of experience studying fossil Pokémon, this Aerodactyl seemed different somehow. Chapter 116, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 116. From his years of experience, Blaine could tell that the Aerodactyl before him was far from ordinary. Modern Aerodactyls are generally revived from DNA in the mysterious amber fossils. While they may look the same, they lack the raw presence of ancient Aerodactyls. But Luo Yuan's Aerodactyl felt different. The aura it exuded was akin to that of a true sky overlord, as if it had survived since ancient times. Impossible. He shook off this absurd thought. In Blaine's view, Luo Yuan was just a wealthy rookie trainer who'd happened upon a piece of amber and revived an Aerodactyl from it. Blaine turned his attention back to the battle. Luo Yuan was already directing Aerodactyl to launch its first attack. Aerodactyl, use Rock Slide. Aerodactyl flew up toward the volcano's edge, slicing down boulders with its wings and hurling them with force toward Rapidash. Blaine's eyes widened. This was no weak attack. Rapidash, dodge it. The rock-type move was naturally super effective against Rapidash. If it got hit, Rapidash's relatively low defense wouldn't stand a chance. Nay. Hearing Blaine's command, Rapidash reared back, its fiery mane blazing higher as it burst into motion, darting forward in a streak of flames at over 200 km per hour, weaving between the falling rocks. Smaller rocks shattered on impact as it barreled through them. This Rapidash was no pushover. But then again, neither was Luo Yuan's Aerodactyl, and it had the type advantage. Aerodactyl continued its rock slide assault. The suspended battlefield swayed with the impact of the boulders, causing the chains to rattle ominously, as though the platform might plummet into the magma below at any moment. As more rocks piled up, Rapidash's movements became restricted. At this rate, it would be forced into a corner. Seeing this, Blaine decided to change tactics. Use Fire Blast. At Blaine's command, Rapidash released a massive, flame-shaped burst of fire that soared up toward Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl, protect. Follow with Stomp. A shimmering blue barrier formed in front of Aerodactyl, perfectly shielding it from the fire blast. Then, without giving Rapidash a moment to react, Aerodactyl descended rapidly, crashing into the battlefield with an earth-shaking impact. Clang! The chains holding the platform in place rattled, and an invisible shockwave rippled from the point of impact, sending tremors through the ground. The shockwave reached Rapidash before it could recover, hitting it squarely. Rapidash let out a pained whinny, trembling as its balance faltered, one foreleg buckling beneath it. Luo Yuan seized the opportunity. Now, go in for the attack. Aerodactyl let out a fierce screech, soaring high before diving back down in a swift, deadly arc toward Rapidash. Aerial Ace. This renowned flying-type move was known for its agility and precision, allowing the user to strike with full force while evading the opponent's attacks. Seeing Aerodactyl's attack, Rapidash reflexively shot out a flamethrower to intercept. But before the flames could reach Aerodactyl, it shifted its wing slightly, dodging the attack effortlessly with a graceful twist in midair. Rapidash, dodge it. Aerodactyl's nimble evasion surprised Blaine, making him realize Aerodactyl's agility far exceeded that of most revived fossil Pokémon. But Aerodactyl's speed surpassed even Blaine's reactions. Just as Rapidash received the command, Aerodactyl had already closed in. Caught off guard, Rapidash could only cover its body in flames, spitting another flamethrower in a last-ditch effort to keep Aerodactyl at bay. But Aerodactyl was unfazed by Rapidash's flames. The searing heat did nothing to hinder its momentum. Whoosh! Aerodactyl pierced through the air, slamming into Rapidash, flames and all. Thud! Rapidash was sent flying back from the impact. Before it even hit the ground, Aerodactyl's claws latched onto its body, lifting it into the sky. Rapidash, don't let it carry you off. Blaine knew all too well what would happen if Aerodactyl took Rapidash high into the air, and he shouted urgently. Nay! Rapidash's mane flared with renewed vigor as it struggled, trying to escape Aerodactyl's grip. Hold tight, Aerodactyl. Luo Yuan watched closely as Aerodactyl climbed higher, nearing the volcano's rim. Alright, that's high enough, let it go. Following Luo Yuan's command, Aerodactyl released Rapidash, letting it plummet from the sky. Boom! Rapidash crashed onto the battlefield, kicking up a cloud of dust and making the entire platform shudder. Blaine squinted, trying to make out Rapidash's condition through the haze. Meanwhile, Luo Yuan, considerate as ever, signaled to Aerodactyl with a nod. Whoosh! Aerodactyl beat its wings, sending a gust of wind that blew the dust clear. In the center of the battlefield, Rapidash struggled to rise, its eyes wide in confusion as the cover of smoke vanished. And just as it gathered its wits, a boulder came crashing down on it, leaving Rapidash unconscious. Looking at his defeated Rapidash, Blaine's face stiffened. It took him a moment to find his words. Rapidash is unable to battle. You've won the first round. Blaine, who had intended to give Luo Yuan a bit of a hard time, was stunned by how quickly and thoroughly he'd lost. Chapter 117, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 117. But Blaine wasn't a gym leader for years without facing his share of ups and downs. Rapidash's defeat only stunned him for a moment. Quickly, he regained his composure and recalled Rapidash, his expression calm as he stroked his beard, smiling with renewed energy. For a rookie trainer, you're really impressive. However, if you think you can beat me with just Aerodactyl, you're mistaken. Go, Arcanine. With a powerful bark, an Arcanine even larger and more imposing than Gary's bounded onto the battlefield, its muscular form radiating strength as it fixed its gaze on Aerodactyl above. It had seen the previous fight from inside its pokeball. Now, Arcanine was ready to avenge its teammate. Arcanine growled deeply, its eyes locking onto Aerodactyl in an intense stare, challenging it with a fierce aura that was completely different from Aerodactyl's wild, primal energy. Intimidate ability, huh? Sensing the subtle wave of power radiating from Arcanine, Luo Yuan immediately recognized its Intimidate ability. Come back, Aerodactyl. Blaine raised an eyebrow in surprise as Luo Yuan recalled Aerodactyl. Bringing Aerodactyl out had mainly been for it to practice and get some training in after its recent capture. It needed time to adjust and gradually regain its full strength. The experience from this battle, however, could be left to another Pokémon. With this thought in mind, Luo Yuan threw out his second Pokeball. Boom. In a flash of light, a Charmeleon appeared on the battlefield, its eyes blazing with determination. Roar. Charmeleon breathed a stream of fire into the air, energized by the heat from the surrounding environment. Blaine shifted his focus to Charmeleon, momentarily setting aside the Aerodactyl question. A Charmeleon, a starter Pokémon, huh? Watching the intensity of the flames on Charmeleon's tail, Blaine thought that even as a starter, Luo Yuan's Charmeleon was far from ordinary. Arcanine, test it out with Flamethrower. Arf. Arcanine launched a stream of flames toward Charmeleon. Dodge it, then use Fire Spin. Thanks to the rocks left scattered by Aerodactyl's rock slide, Charmeleon quickly ducked behind cover, avoiding the flames. Hiding behind the rock, Charmeleon took a deep breath, its belly swelling as the fire on its tail flared up. Whoosh! A line of fire erupted from Charmeleon's mouth, spiraling around Arcanine in an attempt to trap it in a vortex of flames. But Arcanine, a Pokémon known for its high awareness as the preferred police dog of the Officer Jenny's, was ready. Sensing the flames closing in, Arcanine let out a mighty howl and activated Extreme Speed. With a combination of Howl, a move that boosts its attack by intimidating its opponents, and Extreme Speed, a high-speed technique, Arcanine shot forward like an orange blur toward Charmeleon, smashing through smaller rocks in its path. But Charmeleon, after countless training sessions with Luo Yuan, was no pushover. Seeing Arcanine racing toward it, Charmeleon instinctively knew it couldn't withstand a direct hit. Dodge and use Protect. Luo Yuan's command reached Charmeleon at the perfect moment. Charmeleon leapt and cast a blue shield around itself. Thud. Arcanine's Extreme Speed glanced off Charmeleon's protective barrier, shattering it but only grazing Charmeleon's side. Charmeleon flipped in midair, landing squarely on a nearby boulder. Skid. Arcanine skidded to a halt at the edge of the battlefield, turned quickly, and charged at Charmeleon again. Fire Wheel. At Blaine's command, Arcanine didn't let up, igniting its body in flames and launching a third, blazing attack toward Charmeleon. Speed is certainly troublesome. Luo Yuan knew all too well the power of speed in Pokémon battles, especially from his experiences with Deoxys, who could outmaneuver even the combined efforts of Lorelei and Lance. Arcanine's speed posed a real threat to Charmeleon. He needed to slow it down. Use Dragon Breath. With a blast of purple flames from its mouth, Charmeleon unleashed Dragon Breath, a move that had a chance to paralyze its target and restrict its movements. Just as Arcanine's fire will shattered the boulder Charmeleon had perched on, Charmeleon leapt into the air. Following Luo Yuan's command without hesitation, Charmeleon let loose the purple flames. Arcanine barely had time to react before it was enveloped by the paralyzing breath. Grr. The paralysis surged through Arcanine's body, slowing it down drastically. With its speed neutralized, Arcanine was now on an even playing field. Charmeleon grinned, a fierce determination in its eyes. When it came to a showdown of fire-type moves, it had never backed down from a challenge. Arcanine, hang in there. Don't let the paralysis stop you, use Fire Fang. Despite the paralysis, Arcanine summoned its strength, baring its fangs as flames coated its teeth, lunging at Charmeleon with a blazing bite. But Charmeleon wasn't about to engage in close combat. It exhaled a smokescreen to obscure Arcanine's vision, then quickly put distance between them. Following Luo Yuan's next command. Fire Blast. With a fiery determination, Charmeleon unleashed a massive fire blast, even more intense than the one Rapidash had fired at Aerodactyl earlier. Boom. Arcanine was thrown back by the force of the explosion. Chapter 118, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 118, XMAS. Merry Christmas. Arf. Arcanine shook its slightly charred fur and rose to its feet. Fire Blast was certainly powerful, but Blaine's Arcanine was no lightweight, taking it down wouldn't be that easy. Arcanine's frustration grew as it struggled to keep up with Charmeleon's relentless attacks, leaving no chance to counter. Not that Charmeleon had any plans to let up. Before Arcanine could gather itself, another fire blast was already on its way. With its natural fire affinity, Charmeleon had no trouble unleashing repeated fire-type moves, bolstered by Luo Yuan's long-standing training that had turned Charmeleon into a veritable artillery. Charmeleon's strategy: debuff the enemy, then barrage them with high-power moves. Bigger is better, more is best. This was the Pokémon world's version of might makes right. Watching Fire Blast, a powerful finisher for most fire types, being spammed like a common attack, Blaine was utterly dumbfounded. As a veteran fire-type trainer, Blaine knew all too well the strain Fire Blast put on a Pokémon. The move's sheer power was part of why it couldn't typically be used in rapid succession. But now, seeing Charmeleon fire off a third Fire Blast without breaking a sweat, Blaine almost yanked his beard in shock. What kind of monster Charmeleon is this? First, an Aerodactyl that defied his understanding of fossil Pokémon, now, a Charmeleon throwing Fire Blasts around like candy. When Arcanine barely dodged the fourth Fire Blast and was nearly thrown off balance by the blast's shockwave, Blaine realized that his Arcanine wasn't going to win this battle. His best chance had been in the opening, during that one clean hit from extreme speed. If it had landed, maybe he'd still have a chance. But after getting paralyzed by Dragon Breath, the outcome of the battle was already sealed. No matter how powerful his Arcanine was, it couldn't stand up to Charmeleon's artillery tactics. After a series of close calls with Fire Blast shockwaves, Arcanine finally collapsed, unable to dodge Charmeleon's ninth Fire Blast. Blaine looked at the battlefield, which had been utterly ravaged by Fire Blasts, at a loss for words. This is ridiculous. How was anyone supposed to fight against something like this? Arcanine is unable to battle. Charmeleon wins. Blaine declared the result. Roar. Charmeleon roared toward the sky, and in that instant, a brilliant white light enveloped its body. Within the glow, Charmeleon's form expanded, its wings unfolding from its back. Roar. A massive, orange Charizard, nearly a third larger than the average size, now stood on the battlefield, its bulky frame giving it a commanding presence. With a mighty flap of its wings, Charizard stirred up a gust that sent rocks tumbling into the magma below, then let loose a searing flamethrower that stretched all the way to the volcano's peak. Charmeleon had been tough enough before evolution. Now, as a Charizard. Seeing this, Blaine's hand, which had been reaching for the Pokeball containing his Ninetales, paused. Initially, he'd planned to leverage Ninetales' Flash Fire ability to counter Charmeleon. As a Fire-type specialist, Blaine knew that Charmeleon's moves would primarily be fire-based. Flash Fire would make Ninetales immune to fire damage while boosting its own Fire-type moves. It would have been effective against Charmeleon. But with Charizard's evolution, Blaine knew its moveset would be more diverse, likely including Flying-type moves as well as Fire-type attacks. He couldn't be sure Charizard would attack the same way as before. And he wasn't about to gamble. Besides, Luo Yuan still had Aerodactyl and another Pokémon he hadn't revealed yet. Blaine had to keep an eye on the bigger picture. While this was technically just a gym challenge, the thrill of battle had rekindled something in Blaine after those last 2 rounds. It had been ages since he'd felt this excited. Silently, he put Ninetales' Pokeball back on his belt. He decided to face Charizard with his strongest partner. Turning toward the bubbling magma below, Blaine called out, "Let's show MR fire, old friend." Boom. A red, stocky figure burst from the magma, trailing lava as it landed on the battlefield. The dripping magma cooled on the ground, hardening into blackened rock. The sheer heat radiating from the creature made the already sweltering air nearly unbearable, distorting the space around it. Gah. Responding to Blaine's call, Magmar appeared on the field. "This is my third Pokémon, Magmar." Summoning Magmar seemed to invigorate Blaine. Magmar, huh? According to Zhen Niao's intel, Magmar was Blaine's ace, an incredibly formidable opponent. Not one to underestimate. Of course, Luo Yuan didn't need Zhen Niao's information to tell him that Blaine's Magmar was special. A Pokémon that could casually soak in magma was no ordinary foe. This one will be tough, Luo Yuan assessed. Watching the Magmar, Charizard's own newfound confidence was tempered by focus. It narrowed its eyes, studying Magmar carefully. For a brief moment, both Magmar and Charizard stood still, sizing each other up. The silence was broken by Luo Yuan. "Let's start strong, Charizard, use Fire Blast." Hearing Luo Yuan's command, Blaine winced slightly. Does he only know this one move? He almost regretted not using Ninetales. Conditioned by training, Charizard moved instantly, taking a deep breath. Flames churned in its belly before it exhaled forcefully. A giant fire blast took form, larger and more intense than Charmeleon's. Charizard's newly enhanced power made the move even deadlier, its sheer size covering a third more ground. Facing the oncoming fire blast, Blaine gave a simple command. Breakthrough, Magmar. Gah. With a piercing cry, Magmar's fists ignited as it launched into the air. Fire Punch. Chapter 119, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 119, XMAS. Merry Christmas. Fire Punch. At Blaine's command, flames enveloped Magmar's arm as it leapt forward, driving a fiery fist straight into Charizard's fire blast. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Magmar's punch shattered the fire blast, dispersing the flames in all directions. Despite being briefly engulfed by the blast, Magmar emerged unfazed. For a Pokémon capable of swimming in molten lava, the fire's heat was merely a tickle. With a single punch, Blaine's Magmar had not only deflected the attack, but shown it was on a whole different level than Arcanine. The flames around it flickered as Magmar shook them off. Then, with a powerful push, it lunged toward Charizard, its claw raised to strike. Brick Break. The slicing sound of Magmar's claw cutting through the air reached Charizard's ears, and it locked eyes with its rapidly advancing opponent. Charizard hadn't expected Magmar to close in so fast, but it didn't hesitate to respond. Whoosh! Flapping its newly evolved wings, Charizard shot into the air, evading the attack, then unleashed a flamethrower down at Magmar. Luo Yuan is a reliable trainer. And so, Blaine changed his appearance, abandoned the original hot spring inn, and bought another small hotel a short distance away. He even installed cameras at his old inn. That way, if any strangers showed up, he'd be the first to know something was amiss. With this setup, everything should be safe. It was a double layer of security. If Luo Yuan hadn't leaked his whereabouts, then Blaine was only out a bit of money and effort. But if Luo Yuan had leaked his location, the change of hideout would give Blaine a safe exit strategy. The fact that Blaine was taking such extreme measures showed just how much Rocket Team had driven him to the brink of paranoia. Still, Blaine didn't see this as cowardly. Rocket Team was a vast organization that spanned multiple regions. Meanwhile, he was just a humble gym leader, a scientist at best. There was no way he could go toe-to-toe with Rocket Team. When this all blows over, I'll reach out to the League, Blaine thought, feeling more resolved than ever. At this point, switching sides was his only option. Though the Kanto League had often seemed powerless in the face of Rocket Team, that was only on the surface. The League couldn't take down Rocket Team, but Rocket Team hadn't managed to crush the League either. Once he allied with the League, under their protection, he'd be able to shake off Rocket Team's relentless pursuit. And maybe, with the League's research resources, he'd finally be able to solve the Mewtwo cell contamination issue. The thought filled Blaine with relief, his anxiety vanishing. He reached for the teapot to pour himself another cup when... Bang! A sudden, loud noise shattered the calm. Blaine's hand jerked, and the teapot smashed against the table. Instinctively, he looked up. The hotel's door had been kicked open. Footsteps echoed as a figure in a Rocket Team executive uniform, face obscured in shadow by the sunlight behind him, stepped inside. Though he couldn't make out the man's face, the voice was unmistakable as it rang through the room. Blaine, come with me. You've been exposed. Chapter 123, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 123. Blaine, you've been exposed. The Rocket Team executive appeared suddenly at the doorway, calling him out by name. Although Blaine didn't recognize this particular executive, given his current standing with Rocket Team, he knew there was no way this could be a friendly visit. As Cinnabar Gym's leader and the second strongest gym leader in Kanto, Blaine's instincts were sharp. In a practiced, professional motion, he reached for his Pokeball. Ninetales, Flamethrower. A flash of white light, and Ninetales appeared in the hotel lobby, its creamy fur glistening, ruby red eyes gleaming as it prepared to attack. Ninetales, Blaine's fourth Pokémon, immediately obeyed, unleashing a torrent of flame toward Luo Yuan at the door. But Luo Yuan didn't even flinch. No need to embarrass yourself by bringing out something at this level, said Luo Yuan, disguised as Rocket Team Executive K. He waved his hand. In a swift blur, Gengar slipped out from the shadows and positioned itself in front of Luo Yuan. Gengar raised its hand, launching a shadow ball, a swirling sphere so dark it seemed to absorb all light around it, straight toward Ninetales' flamethrower. The flames dissipated instantly, and the shadow ball continued on, hitting Ninetales squarely. Boom. Ugh. With a pained yelp, Ninetales slammed into the wall. Ninetales. Blaine was shocked. He hadn't expected his Pokémon to be taken down in a single move. His plan had been for Ninetales to use the confined space to slow down his opponent and buy him time. But reality was harsh. Plans were made to be broken. End it, Gengar. Shadow Claw. Gengar's shadowy claw gripped the struggling Ninetales, slamming it back against the wall with a brutal force. Thud. Ninetales slumped over, unconscious. Watching his Ninetales get taken out instantly left Blaine stunned. He'd initiated the attack, and just a moment ago, his Ninetales had been ready and waiting. Now, it was down for the count. The speed at which everything had unfolded was far beyond anything Blaine had anticipated. Without thinking, Blaine threw out a second Pokeball. But as he did, a thought struck him. His Pokémon were still injured from previous battles. You're planning to face me with your weak, battered Pokémon. Are you even taking me seriously? Luo Yuan taunted as he looked at Blaine's battered Magmar. Blaine felt a pang of embarrassment. He'd forgotten that his Magmar was still injured from yesterday's gym battle. In the chaos of moving locations, he hadn't gone to the Pokémon Center, leaving his team unhealed. Inside the hotel, an unfair battle was taking place. Magmar faced Luo Yuan's Gengar in a tense standoff. Despite Magmar's formidable appearance, the injuries weighed it down, and the energy radiating from Gengar was enough to give it pause. Let alone the fact that Gengar was far stronger to begin with. Gengar, finish it. With a wicked grin, Gengar vanished. A second later, it reappeared behind Magmar, landing a shadow punch. Magmar, too slow to react due to its injuries, was knocked out without a sound. With Magmar down, Gengar moved swiftly, grabbing Blaine and pinning him in place. As Gengar's ominous, cold energy washed over him, Blaine, understanding the value of pragmatism, raised his hands in surrender. The rest of his Pokémon were still injured, they had no chance against this Gengar. See? Isn't this much easier? Luo Yuan said coolly. Blaine glared, remaining silent. Luo Yuan didn't seem bothered. With a gesture, he had Gengar confiscate Blaine's Pokeballs and badge case. Then, he motioned to the door. Another figure, a bald trainer bearing a striking resemblance to Blaine, entered the hotel. Under Blaine's stunned gaze, Luo Yuan tossed the badge case to the fake Blaine. For the time being, you'll be impersonating Blaine, Luo Yuan instructed. Your Pokémon are ready, right? Ninetales, Magmar, Arcanine, and Rapidash, everything's set. The imposter, clearly well prepared for the role, answered with confidence. Good. And remember, Blaine likes riddles. Go out, pick a few lousy puzzles, and challenge trainers to answer them. If they solve them, let them challenge the gym. Maybe even ease up a bit on how difficult you make it to earn a badge. In front of the real Blaine, Luo Yuan went over the plan with the imposter Blaine. The goal was simply to keep the fake in place until Mewtwo's creation was complete. With the instructions given, Luo Yuan turned back to Blaine. Now, come with me. The boss needs some data you have, and he doesn't want you showing your face on Cinnabar Island until our project is over. It all clicked for Blaine now. The relentless hunt by Rocket Team had been about some files he had, something Giovanni needed. If only you'd told me sooner, he thought in exasperation. Blaine wasn't unreasonable. He'd been a scientist for Rocket Team before. If they just wanted some files, he wouldn't have resisted. Who knows, they might have even let him go afterward. But it was too late for that now. Under Gengar's watchful eyes, Blaine had no room to negotiate. With a reluctant sigh, he led Luo Yuan and Gengar to his secret lab to retrieve the documents, then to the airship's docking bay. Once they'd secured the documents for Giovanni, Blaine was detained on the airship. In another room on board, Luo Yuan finally reunited with someone he hadn't seen in a while, Hunter J. He pulled out a chair and sat down across from her. "So," he said, "I heard from Sabrina that you've come around." Hunter J's face was set in a cold scowl. She clearly wanted to maintain her icy demeanor. But knowing her current situation, she gave a reluctant nod. The truth was, Hunter J had mentally prepared herself for this outcome as soon as she realized the tech hunter was a Rocket Team executive. Knowing this, she understood that refusing to join them would mean she'd never be allowed to walk away. Seeing her agreement, Luo Yuan gave a satisfied nod. "Since that's the case, you're free. But don't get too excited yet. Just to make sure you're not faking loyalty, I'll need to take some extra precautions." With that, Luo Yuan called out Deoxys. Chapter 124, Team Rocket's Second-in-Command. 124. The appearance of Deoxys made Hunter J visibly tense. Her rigid stance and the look on her face revealed her nervousness. It was clear that her previous defeat by Deoxys, so easily overpowered, had left her with a lasting fear of it. "Let me introduce you," Luo Yuan said with a smile. "This is Deoxys. It has remote tracking abilities, so once it remembers someone's characteristics, it can locate them across thousands of miles." As he spoke, he reached out and plucked a strand of hair from Hunter J's head, then handed it to Deoxys. Deoxys coiled a tendril around the hair, silently recording her features. Hunter J watched this, her heart sinking. She didn't think Luo Yuan would bother lying to a prisoner, so if what he said was true, being tracked by a legendary Pokémon meant she'd never be free of Luo Yuan's surveillance. Luo Yuan could locate her at any time, anywhere. If she were to betray him, she'd have to constantly look over her shoulder for his inevitable retaliation. It was a price she wasn't willing to pay. This meant she was now, without question, bound to Team Rocket for the foreseeable future. Her initial plan to pretend loyalty and wait for an opportunity to escape was now out of the question. She took several deep breaths, trying to calm the sinking feeling in her chest. Luo Yuan watched her expression shift, smiling faintly. "It seems you're not fully familiar with the benefits of joining Team Rocket. There's no need to look so glum, you stand to gain a lot by working with us." "Is that so?" Hunter J scoffed. Unbothered by her resistance, Luo Yuan remained calm. "Sit down. Let me walk you through Team Rocket's perks." After a rundown on Team Rocket's philosophy, benefits, and the advantages of being part of his crew, Hunter J, while still bitter, had gradually come to terms with her new reality. She hadn't been left with much choice, after all. Though it was uncomfortable transitioning from a famous Pokémon hunter, known worldwide with hundreds of underlings, to an executive under Luo Yuan, the idea had its upsides. As a Pokémon hunter, she'd had to cover all her team's expenses herself. Every day, there were mouths to feed and supplies to gather. She'd become a workaholic, taking on job after job just to keep her organization running, with barely anything left for herself. But as a member of Team Rocket, all of that changed. According to Luo Yuan, with the organization backing her, she no longer needed to worry about payroll, supplies, or expenses. She could even get reimbursed for purchases. All she had to do was focus on the missions Luo Yuan assigned. With that, her workload and stress levels dropped significantly. It wasn't ideal, but it wasn't all bad either. Seeing the look on her face, Luo Yuan could tell his persuasion was working. He then ordered Hunter J to regroup her former subordinates. Meanwhile, he spent the next week enjoying the hot spring resort on Cinnabar Island with Sabrina. About a week later, Luo Yuan got a call from Matori. Lying on a tatami mat, he playfully dangled a poke block in front of his EV, which was bouncing and yipping in excitement. "What's up, Matori?" he asked, looking toward the screen. Behind him, Sabrina cradled a Pokémon egg, using her psychic power to connect with the yet-to-hatch Ralts inside. This egg was a gift Luo Yuan had found among Hunter J's collection and had gifted to Sabrina. On the screen, Matori glanced at Sabrina behind him, then cleared her throat. "Giovanni has approved the mission request you submitted. We'll deploy a 30-person squad to attack Silph Company in 3 days." "Oh." He approved it. "I thought it would take longer," Luo Yuan said, surprised. The idea to attack Silph Company had been his own. Silph's president had been so jumpy lately that it was cutting into Luo Yuan's time with Sabrina. His plan was to arrange a small-scale assault on the company to ease the president's nerves. But since this operation conflicted slightly with Giovanni's current low-profile approach, Luo Yuan had asked Matori to submit a formal mission request to Giovanni. He hadn't expected Giovanni to approve it so quickly. "There's been a major development in the Mewtwo project," Matori explained from the screen. "You mean?" "That's right. The Mewtwo project is a success, and Mewtwo is set to awaken soon. We no longer need to maintain the low profile we had before," Matori said, a hint of excitement in her voice. As Team Rocket's chief secretary, nothing thrilled her more than watching the organization grow stronger. With the successful completion of the Mewtwo project, Team Rocket would possess 2 legendary Pokémon under its control, Mewtwo and Luo Yuan's Deoxys. Compared to other criminal organizations that hadn't even managed to catch sight of a legendary Pokémon, Team Rocket was miles ahead. So the Mewtwo project is finally reaching completion. No wonder Giovanni had insisted he capture Blaine. Blaine's documents must have been vital to the project. Luo Yuan looked at Matori thoughtfully. Although he wasn't convinced Giovanni could control Mewtwo in the long run, he knew better than to dampen Matori's enthusiasm. Besides, getting approval for this mission was a good outcome. "Are you sure you want to go through with the operation? We could still cancel," Matori asked. She was a bit puzzled, after all. She knew that Luo Yuan held shares in Silph Company and didn't quite understand why he would suggest attacking it. Silph as president is paranoid. If no one makes an attempt on the company, he won't be able to rest easy. Plus, this attack will let us show the world that Team Rocket isn't weak, Luo Yuan explained. Matori nodded in agreement. Team Rocket had indeed been playing it too safe lately. It was time to show their strength again. "As you requested, the team for this operation will be entirely composed of first-year Team Rocket recruits from the Johto branch. They don't know who you or Sabrina are, so they won't be holding back, just keep that in mind." She then went over the specifics of the operation with Luo Yuan in detail. "Understood. I'll be prepared when the time comes." Chapter 125, Team Rocket's Second-in-Command. 125. Choosing Team Rocket rookies unfamiliar with Luo Yuan and Sabrina was essential to making the operation look authentic. Selecting new recruits also helped reduce the risk of Team Rocket's secrets leaking if they were captured. But Luo Yuan's plan wasn't just about quelling Silph's president's suspicions. It was also a chance for him to showcase his strength and play the role of Silph's savior. He planned to use this attack as the key moment to gain the Silph president's trust, as well as a stepping stone for his infiltration into the league. Luo Yuan wanted to be thorough, no room for error. With the time, location, and attack strategy set, he was ready. With him and Sabrina as the primary combatants, dealing with 30 fresh Team Rocket recruits wouldn't be a problem. As for what happened to those Rocket members afterward, that wasn't a concern. According to Team Rocket's internal code, any members captured on a mission would have their bail covered by the organization, and since this was a special mission, each participating Team Rocket member would also receive additional compensation. After ending the call, Luo Yuan turned to Sabrina. "Sabrina, get ready to head to Silph Company." "Huh." Crack. The clear sound of an eggshell breaking echoed through the room. The crackling noise drew everyone's attention, including the 2 curious EV nearby. One of them tilted its head, watching Sabrina's hands in fascination. All eyes were on the egg as its shell began to crack, revealing a small, delicate Ralts with twin red crests atop its head and a soft green body. The 2 EV jumped back in surprise but quickly recovered, moving closer to get a better look at the newly hatched Ralts. Did it hatch? Luo Yuan leaned in. Ralts was already an adorable Pokémon, but as a newborn, it looked even more endearing. Ra came a soft, timid sound from Ralts. Overwhelmed by the sudden attention, it burrowed back into Sabrina's arms, shy and a bit scared. Seeing this, Sabrina used her psychic powers to emit a gentle aura and stroked Ralts on the head. Sensing her kindness, Ralts's head crest twitched, and a warm glow enveloped it as it relaxed, a smile spreading across its face. Luo Yuan, amused, also channeled his own Viridian power. Ralts seemed even more drawn to him, glancing between Luo Yuan and Sabrina in a dilemma. Sabrina laughed softly at the sight, pulling Luo Yuan into an embrace with Ralts in between, helping it avoid the need to choose. Saffron City. After more than a month away, returning to Saffron City felt like stepping back into a bustling world. The moment Luo Yuan and Sabrina arrived in Saffron after leaving Cinnabar Island, they headed straight for Silph Company headquarters. Silph Company. President's office. Seated across from the Silph president, with Sabrina by his side, Luo Yuan accepted the newspaper the president handed him. The Pokeball factory in Dark City has begun construction, the president explained. Luo Yuan skimmed the paper, which praised Silph Company for its efforts in Dark City, highlighting its goal of lifting the area out of poverty. Several paragraphs mentioned Luo Yuan's role in Dark City as well, and as he glanced at the header, he wasn't surprised to see it was from the Saffron Daily, a Silphone paper. Nowadays, if you don't control the media, you're not a proper capitalist, Luo Yuan mused. He checked his watch and was about to start speaking when... boom. A loud explosion rocked the building. The entire Silph Company skyscraper shook. The Silph president froze, startled by the sudden blast. What happened? Could it be an explosion? Luo Yuan and Sabrina put on expressions of shock and alarm. The phone on the desk rang, jolting the president from his stunned silence. Glancing at Luo Yuan and Sabrina's concerned faces, he quickly picked up the receiver. What happened downstairs? He demanded. A bad feeling was brewing in his gut. Sir, it's Team Rocket. They've attacked headquarters, the first floor has fallen, and they're advancing up the building. From the other end, he could faintly hear Pokémon moves being called out and explosions resounding. Team Rocket. The president's expression became a remarkable mix of shock, tension, fear, and, oddly enough, a touch of relief. Luo Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the sight. He'd never seen anyone display such a complex range of emotions at once. The president only hesitated for a moment before regaining his composure. For his age, he displayed an impressive resolve. Lock down all elevators. Evacuate everyone on the 1st through 8th floors to higher levels, and have the security team hold off Team Rocket. Ensure everyone's safety, but don't let them pass the 8th floor. As an ex-associate of Team Rocket, he understood well that this attack was payback for his decision to side with the League. Team Rocket would likely have sent significant forces. Property was secondary now, the safety of his employees came first. After giving his instructions, he turned to Sabrina. Gym leader Sabrina, I need the help of Saffron Gym. He'd gone to great lengths to cultivate his relationships with Luo Yuan and Sabrina, precisely to prevent situations like this. Sabrina, however, was prepared. As one of the few in the know about this attack, she was as aware as Luo Yuan of the exact time it would occur. I've already called in backup from the gym, but Saffron Gym is quite a distance from Silph Co. Perhaps Luo Yuan and I should go down and assess the situation ourselves. The president was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to say that. The situation downstairs was unknown, no one knew how many Team Rocket members had been deployed. By going down now, Sabrina and Luo Yuan were taking a huge risk. They might end up trapped themselves. Seeing the president's stunned look, Luo Yuan gave a slight smile. I'm a Silph Company shareholder. I can't just sit by while Team Rocket runs amok. As a part of Silph Company, it's only right that I do my part. His words sounded noble enough, though Sabrina, who knew him all too well, couldn't help but feel slightly exasperated. Hearing that from someone Giovanni called his right. Chapter 126, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 126, 30 PS. Bonus chapters are like surprise blossoms, unexpected, yet full of joy. Seedling. Of course, Sabrina felt Luo Yuan's words were off only because she knew his real identity. For the Silph president, however, who was unaware of Luo Yuan's true allegiance, this was entirely different. What kind of noble spirit was this? I'll leave it to you. The uninformed president was visibly moved, rising to his feet and giving a deep bow. Luo Yuan felt a twinge of guilt but kept a straight face, basic professionalism for any Team Rocket executive in this kind of situation. Leave it to us. But it will take us time to reach the lower floors, so please continue to evacuate your security staff upward to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. The Silph president nodded emphatically. Understood. Hiroki was buzzing with excitement. As an exceptional new Team Rocket member who'd been promoted to squad leader in just 1 year, Being assigned to lead an assault on Silph Company was a huge honor, proof that his superiors saw potential in him. He could still vividly recall his excitement 3 days ago when Commander Lambda had called him into the office, clapped him on the shoulder, and informed him that he'd been chosen for this mission. Of course, Hiroki had his questions. For instance, why were Johto recruits like him being sent on a mission in Kanto? But none of that dampened his elation. He felt like his life was reaching new heights, and a promotion to Team Rocket executive was within his grasp. Demolition team, move in. Blast the door, he commanded confidently. 2 Team Rocket grunts moved forward, each releasing a wheezing armed with the move self-destruct. The Pokémon emitted a bright glow before detonating. Boom. The blast blew the doors open, clearing the way. Smiling, Hiroki glanced at his team. Our target is the 13th floor vault containing Silph Company's latest products. The gym and Officer Jenny will be here soon, so we need to act fast. Everyone clear on that? Yes, sir, the squad shouted back. Hiroki had already briefed them on the mission's objectives, he was simply reiterating the plan. Seeing that everyone was ready, Hiroki took a deep breath. Then, let's move out. With his wheezing taking the lead as a shield, Hiroki boldly charged into the building. Swift. Thunder shock. Water gun. Attacks of various intensities struck wheezing, but it absorbed them all, hardly phased. Having been trained as a tank, it was accustomed to taking hits. As it advanced, it released a thick smoke screen, cloaking the 8th floor entrance in smoke. Team Rocket grunts equipped with thermal vision quickly ordered their Pokémon to counterattack within the smoke. Bam. 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 In moments, the Pokémon that had attacked wheezing lay defeated. However, the Team Rocket grunts didn't look particularly pleased, in fact, they seemed puzzled. Where is everyone? As the smoke cleared, Hiroki saw the entire 8th floor was empty. According to intercepted Silph communications, over half of Silph's security forces were stationed on the 8th floor to block their ascent. So why hadn't they encountered a single person? As for who had commanded the few Pokémon they had fought, Hiroki soon found an answer, a radio left on a nearby wall, still transmitting orders. Something was wrong. Captain, what should we do next? One of his subordinates asked, also sensing that something was off. Hiroki hesitated, but remembering his mission and Lambda's orders, he gritted his teeth. We keep moving up. The 9th floor, the 10th floor, all the way to the 13th floor, they encountered only light resistance. The Pokémon were controlled remotely, they saw no actual trainers. Hiroki's sense of foreboding grew. He didn't believe his team of 30 was enough to force Silph Company into surrendering. So, what was Silph Company's strategy? Were they drawing them in, or was there another trap waiting? But with the vault just ahead, retreating was not an option. Set the charges, blow the vault. Hiroki ordered. Then he added, and be quick about it. Yes, sir. Just as the grunts moved to set the charges. Clack, clack, clack. A steady rhythm of footsteps echoed from the corridor. Instinctively, the grunts looked up to see a man and a woman, flanked by a dozen Silph Company security guards, blocking their escape route. You're surrounded. Surrender now. Luo Yuan called out. Hiroki scrutinized the 2 trainers. He didn't recognize the men, but he knew exactly who the woman was. That's Sabrina from the Saffron Gym. But, how is she here so fast? Hiroki's mind raced. He'd timed this operation down to the minute. By his calculations, it should have taken at least another 10 minutes for the gym's reinforcements to arrive. So how could Sabrina be here already? But there was no time to dwell on that. The Silph security guards were already launching their attacks. Mr. Mime, use confusion. Lickitung, lick attack. Magneton, thunder wave. A barrage of attacks rained down on Hiroki's squad. Hiroki scoffed at their efforts. Though he had his reservations about Sabrina, he didn't feel the same way about these Silph guards. Team Rocket grunts were leagues above these weaklings. He signaled his team to counterattack. Arbok, poison sting. Ursaring, brick break. Murkrow, astonish. The grunts released a mix of the usual Team Rocket Pokémon alongside several unique Johto region Pokémon. The Silph guards were overwhelmed in moments, unable to withstand the Team Rocket's assault. Watching this, Luo Yuan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Did Matori and Lambda plan this together? These grunts aren't as weak as I'd expected. They weren't mindless foot soldiers. While not quite on the level of Team Rocket's elite squads, these recruits were definitely above average. That Lambda would let this group risk themselves for mere cover. Unusual. Still, as the Silph guards continued to fall back, Luo Yuan decided it was time to stop spectating. He threw out a Pokeball. Charizard, Flamethrower. The setting was too tight to summon larger Pokémon like Gyarados, but Charizard's size was just right for the confined space. Chapter 127, Team Rocket's Second-in-Command. 127, 40 PS, Charizard's entrance didn't draw much attention from the Team Rocket grunts. Everyone, including Hiroki, only saw Sabrina as a serious threat. They viewed Luo Yuan as merely her sidekick. But they quickly paid the price for their underestimation. Charizard, Flamethrower. Luo Yuan commanded. Charizard unleashed a powerful flamethrower toward Team Rocket's Pokémon. The blazing fire struck a Weezing that had just started releasing poison gas. The flames ignited the gas, setting off a violent explosion. Boom. The blast engulfed not only Weezing but also a handful of nearby Pokémon. The shockwave rippled outward, forcing everyone, Team Rocket grunts and Silph guards alike, to shield their faces instinctively. Several smaller Pokémon, or floating ones like Magneton, were thrown off balance by the blast. With a flap of its wings, Charizard countered the incoming shockwave and sent a flurry of air slash blades toward an Ursaring standing across the battlefield. Air slash. Compressed wind blades flew toward Ursaring. Team Rocket may not have had the strength of Kanto's division, but they weren't helpless either. Their response was quick: Ursaring, protect. The air blades hammered against Ursaring's shield, creating a series of dull thuds. Though Ursaring managed to absorb most of the damage, a few stray slashes left minor cuts, but it pushed through the attack with its thick hide. Charizard, however, had no intention of simply standing back. Since the confined space didn't allow for large-scale moves like Blast Burn, Charizard instead launched forward, skimming the ground as it charged at Ursaring. Dragon Claw. Charizard's claws glowed red as it swiped at Ursaring's exposed belly. Slash. 3 deep gashes appeared on Ursaring's body. Roar. Ursaring howled in pain, its eyes bloodshot as it entered a berserk state. In the world of Pokémon, bear species were notoriously fierce. A frenzied Ursaring was a terrifying opponent. But, it was facing Luo Yuan's Charizard. Though restricted by the battlefield, Charizard was still a force to be reckoned with, even without using its most powerful moves. With a snort, Charizard flew up to avoid Ursaring's swipe, only to dive down and land behind it. Flames ignited on Charizard's fangs. Fire Fang. Its burning fangs bit down on Ursaring's shoulder. Ursaring bellowed in pain and swung a hammer arm, attempting to hit Charizard. But Charizard's wing swept down hard, slamming into Ursaring's back and knocking it off balance. A dragon breath followed by another flamethrower scorched Ursaring's back, leaving its fur charred. Charizard finished it off with a final Dragon Claw, sending Ursaring crashing to the ground. Thud. Ursaring's massive body hit the floor with a resounding thump. The Team Rocket grunts watched in shock as their once formidable Ursaring was taken down in seconds. Damn it. Hiroki was quick to react. Realizing his initial assessment had been wrong, he saw that the trainer beside Sabrina was not to be underestimated. Quickly, he released all his remaining Pokémon. Weezing, Toxic. Nidoking, Brick Break. Mook, Sludge Bomb. All of Hiroki's Pokémon were poison types, each fitting Team Rocket's signature style. Luo Yuan glanced at Sabrina and signaled for Slowbro to join the fray. Sabrina caught his look, her eyes flashing as she directed her Alakazam to immobilize the Weezing about to unleash its Toxic. At the same time, her psychic powers held back a group of grunts who were trying to join the attack on Luo Yuan. This left Luo Yuan in a straightforward 2-on-2 match. Charizard unleashed a flamethrower to intercept Nidoking's Brick Break. As for Mook, Slowbro appeared, using its psychic power to stop Mook's Sludge Bomb, keeping it from getting anywhere near Luo Yuan. Seeing Mook, Slowbro's normally lazy eyes sharpened. Usually uninterested in fighting, Slowbro found itself unusually focused. Even it couldn't ignore the overwhelming stench coming off Mook, forcing it to push its psychic abilities to the limit to keep Mook at bay. Roar! Nidoking, seeing its ally in trouble, charged forward, claws raised to strike at Slowbro. But Charizard wasn't pleased by this attempted interference. It snorted, then flew toward Nidoking, delivering a powerful tail swipe to its leg mid-charge. Nidoking's leg buckled under the impact, throwing it off balance. Thud! The 13th floor trembled slightly as Nidoking crashed to the ground, wincing in pain. Damn it! Come on, Nidoking, get up! Hiroki shouted in frustration. He desperately wanted to put Luo Yuan in his place. But with all his Pokémon engaged and most of his grunts occupied, he had no backup. On the other hand, Silph Company's security staff were rallying. They'd just witnessed the power of Luo Yuan and Sabrina firsthand. Between the two of them, they had single-handedly held off almost all of Team Rocket's forces, taking complete control of the battlefield. Inspired, the security guards pressed forward with renewed vigor, coordinating with Sabrina and Luo Yuan to push back the Team Rocket members. Sabrina single-handedly restrained multiple grunts, her psychic power picking off Team Rocket Pokémon one by one. Meanwhile, Slowbro and Charizard worked together seamlessly. One controlled the field with precise psychic attacks, while the other launched an unrelenting frontal assault. With Officer Jenny and the Saffron Gym's reinforcements on the way, the situation was turning dire for Team Rocket. Under Luo Yuan and Sabrina's guidance, everything was falling perfectly into place. Then, boom! With the cover fire from his squad, one of Team Rocket's demolition experts finally blew open the vault door behind them. Chapter 128, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 128, 50 PS. Bonus chapters are like surprise blossoms, unexpected, yet full of joy. Seedling. The vault door had been blown open by Team Rocket. For the Silph Company security guards, this was a disaster. They all knew Team Rocket's target was the 13th floor vault. And now Team Rocket had reached it. The unprotected vault lay exposed, completely vulnerable to Team Rocket's forces. Director Luo Yuan. The security guards looked to Luo Yuan, desperation in their eyes. Unable to stop Team Rocket themselves, they placed their last hopes on him. Don't worry. Luo Yuan tossed another Pokeball into the fray. Roar! Dragonair's sleek, serpentine body emerged, a blue ribbon of power as it darted through the battleground, heading directly for the vault. Dragonair, Dragon Breath. Under Luo Yuan's command, Dragonair unleashed a wave of violet dragon breath, its paralyzing energy striking the Team Rocket grunts poised to enter the vault. Arbok, Glare. Wheezing, Sludge Bomb. Arbok reared up, its gaze sharp and intimidating, and the eerie patterns on its chest seemed to come alive with a chilling aura. Glare paralyzed opponents by filling them with terror, leaving them unable to move. Arbok's glare froze Dragonair's path while Wheezing launched a sludge bomb to follow up, a classic Team Rocket tactic written in the rookie handbook: control with glare, attack with poison, a standard 3-person Team Rocket formation. But, as a Team Rocket executive, Luo Yuan knew their tactics inside out. He'd studied them himself to better direct his own squad. There was no one on the field who understood this strategy better, or how to counter it. Dragonair, Outrage. Luo Yuan ordered. If Glare relied on inducing fear to paralyze the opponent, then the solution was simple: refuse to be afraid. Surrounded by a red aura, Dragonair's eyes glowed with fury. In its frenzied outrage state, Dragonair was immune to Glare's effects. With a swift strike, it surged forward, smashing Arbok out of its way with its tail. Wheezing's sludge bomb came hurling toward it to defend Arbok, but Dragonair's serpentine body twisted and looped gracefully, avoiding each glob of sludge. It was the very embodiment of fluid, elegant strength, turning its agility into an art form. Dodging Wheezing's attack with ease, Dragonair swung its tail in a quick dragon rage, hitting Wheezing squarely and knocking it out of the air. Dragonair's display of raw power and control left everyone speechless. Seconds passed in stunned silence. Only when Dragonair resumed its attack did the Team Rocket grunts snap out of their trance, still awestruck. Incredible. Both the Team Rocket members under Dragonair's assault and the Silph Company staff watching had the same thought. Hiroki alone looked uncertain as he studied Luo Yuan. The men seemed unusually familiar with their Team Rocket tactics. The battle continued. Dragonair blocked the vault entrance, leaving every Team Rocket grunt who tried to enter defeated, utterly foiling their mission. Meanwhile, Luo Yuan and Sabrina advanced on them step by step. Though Hiroki was skilled, he was still only a squad leader, a limited rank within Team Rocket. He was up against two top executives of the organization, even if those two weren't even fighting at full strength. Thud. Hiroki's wheezing crashed against the wall. Sabrina's alakazam had effortlessly knocked it out with a future sight, leaving it unconscious. Across the room, Charizard was finishing off Nidoking with a final brick break. In a third corner of the battlefield, Slowbro, having only recently evolved, used its psychic affinity to fully dominate Mook. Though new to its form, Slowbro's typing gave it a natural advantage over Mook, and with its psychic prowess, handling Mook was only a matter of time. Mook's stench alone had slowed Slowbro down, disrupting its usual rhythm, or it would have already ended the fight. With two of Hiroki's main Pokémon defeated, the battle turned decisively. Finally realizing the advantage, Silph Co's guards rallied. With director Luo Yuan and gym leader Sabrina here, it felt like victory was within reach. But for Team Rocket, the situation looked bleak. On one hand, their goal of raiding Silph Co had been crushed by Luo Yuan. On the other, Hiroki's team leader status had lost credibility with his Pokémon dropping left and right. Pushing forward was impossible with Luo Yuan and Sabrina blocking them. Retreating wasn't an option either, they were cornered between Luo Yuan on one side and the vault on the other. Stuck, demoralization was clear on their faces. The grunts looked to Hiroki, hoping he'd find a way out. But Hiroki was just as desperate. No one had told him Sabrina from Saffron Gym would be here in the first place. And this Silph director, how was he so strong? Wasn't he supposed to be a businessman? What kind of company director doubles as a powerful trainer? With his last Pokémon down by Slowbro's psychic powers and Charizard's flamethrower, Hiroki had nothing left. The remaining Team Rocket grunts were swiftly overwhelmed. One by one, their Pokeballs were confiscated, and the grunts themselves were tied up and shoved against a wall. You Team Rocket grunts sure are bold. Attacking Silph Co in broad daylight, guess you don't care about the league, huh? Luo Yuan taunted, standing in front of Hiroki. He knew it was the perfect time to establish his own image and publicly distance himself from Team Rocket. After all, who would ever suspect a Team Rocket executive of saying something like that? Next to him, Sabrina rolled her eyes. Giovanni's assessment had been right, Luo Yuan was a natural-born spy. The way he was handling this whole situation. If he'd pulled out a badge and revealed himself as an international police undercover agent, even Sabrina wouldn't have been surprised. Chapter 129, Team Rocket's Second-in-Command. 129, 100 PS, of course, Luo Yuan could never be a spy for the League. Sabrina was certain of that. Just look at the way he'd nabbed all those mega stones from Hoenn's League, no way would the League sacrifice that kind of treasure on an undercover agent. Then again, it was possible Luo Yuan was Giovanni's spy in the League, and the League turned him back into a spy for Team Rocket, who then sent him back to the League. But who could keep track of that? After the captured Rocket grunts were dealt with, Silpha's president arrived on the 13th floor to check on things. And, to Luo Yuan's surprise, he wasn't alone. Lance. With his unmistakable red hair and a cape all champions seemed to love, who else could it be? Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow, and Sabrina, equally surprised, gave a slight start. Why was Lance here in Saffron City? A brief telepathic exchange later, Luo Yuan and Sabrina decided to play it by ear. Noticing their curiosity, the Silph president explained with a smile, Mr. Lance happened to be passing through Saffron City, and when he heard we were under attack, he came to help. Luo Yuan nodded in understanding. As the leading corporation in Kanto, an attack on Silph Co would draw Lance's attention, even if he was just passing by. While the president introduced them, Lance took a sweeping look around the 13th floor, taking in the battle damage. As his eyes landed on Luo Yuan, he seemed impressed. The president had briefed him on the Team Rocket attack and introduced Luo Yuan and Sabrina's role in defending Silph. At first, Lance had thought it strange for the president to put so much faith in a newbie trainer. But seeing the evidence on the battlefield, and the defeated Rocket grunts with expressions of utter defeat, Lance realized he might have misjudged him. As Kanto's top trainer, assessing Pokémon power from battlefield signs was second nature to Lance. The damage here clearly hadn't been dealt by Silph security alone, they weren't strong enough. Nor was it likely Sabrina, a psychic-type expert, had caused the fire-type devastation. Which meant the trainer responsible was Luo Yuan. Judging by the evidence, he'd taken down most of these Team Rocket members himself. Lance quickly pieced it together. The Silph board member across from him was no ordinary trainer, and he seemed to have a strong sense of justice, given how he'd stepped up to handle the rocket grunts. It was precisely these qualities that Lance looked for in a Pokémon prosecutor. An idea sparked. "Hello. I'm Lance, the Dragon Master," he said, extending a hand to Luo Yuan. "Would you be interested in becoming a Pokémon prosecutor?" "A Pokémon prosecutor?" Luo Yuan's expression turned quizzical. He'd imagined a few things Lance might say. Maybe a polite thank you, like, "Nice to meet you," or a curious probing of his background. He'd even briefly considered the slim chance Lance might recognize him from the Seven Island incident, leading to an all-out confrontation. But the last thing he'd expected was a job offer from Lance to join the league as a Pokémon prosecutor. Is this how you Elite Four always approach things? Still wrapping his head around it, Luo Yuan asked the question to buy time to think. Lance chuckled, realizing he'd come off a bit strong, though he didn't regret it. "Not exactly," Lance said with a smile. "But when I see real potential, I can't let it slip by." From anyone else, the comment might not have meant much. But coming from Lance, the Kanto champion and idol to trainers everywhere, it held significant weight. If he'd been any other trainer, Luo Yuan might have been on cloud 9. But as someone who'd bested Lance before, Luo Yuan wasn't moved by his former opponent's praise. To Lance, though, Luo Yuan's calm demeanor signaled maturity and poise. It only strengthened Lance's determination to recruit him. Lance's recent slip-up during the Seven Island incident had damaged his reputation, and with Team Rocket's activities ramping up again, he was eager to expand his team to face them. Someone like Luo Yuan was exactly what he needed. Not only would he strengthen Lance's ranks, but his position on Silpha's board could help Lance increase his influence. That was why he extended the offer the moment they met. And Luo Yuan, on the other hand, couldn't have asked for a better chance. Lance, without realizing it, was opening the door to the league, a golden opportunity to infiltrate. However, the timing wasn't ideal. His cover story was that of a young, ambitious trainer aiming for the Indigo League tournament. Joining the league as a prosecutor now would mean forfeiting the tournament, which didn't align with his established persona. As an experienced infiltrator, Luo Yuan knew that his actions needed to be consistent with his cover identity. Staying deeply embedded in his role was essential to avoid slip-ups. While becoming a Pokémon prosecutor would accelerate his integration into the league, it might also create a long-term weakness in his cover. With that in mind, he coughed politely. "Lance, I'm honored," he said. "But as a rookie trainer, my focus right now is competing in the Indigo League. So I'll have to decline your offer." Luo Yuan's reasoning was sound, and Lance couldn't fault it. After all, joining the Indigo League was a natural goal for a young trainer, and the league's regulations forbade prosecutors from competing while they held the position. After a moment of contemplation, Lance sighed. The Indigo League is indeed an important milestone for a new trainer. "But my offer stands whenever you're ready," he replied. For Lance to leave the door open like this showed how much he valued Luo Yuan's potential. "Thank you, I'll keep that in mind," Luo Yuan said with a polite smile. Listening to the exchange, Sabrina was shocked Lance hadn't suspected Luo Yuan's identity as a Team Rocket executive. Her respect for Luo Yuan's undercover skills grew, his talent for deception was truly remarkable. Chapter 130, Team Rocket's Second-in-Command. 130. Lance didn't stay at Silph Company for long. As a league champion, he was on his way to inspect the construction of Dark City's new gym. With Silph Company's investment and the planned Pokeball factory, Dark City was set to grow rapidly, evolving from a neglected fringe city to a major hub. The gym had to be built with serious consideration. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Silpha's president and thanking him for supporting the league, Lance left Silph Company. The president turned to Luo Yuan and Sabrina with a look of relief. "Luo Yuan, Sabrina, thank you both." Though Lance's help was greatly appreciated, the president knew well that such assistance came at a cost. Accepting the League's aid meant that Silph Company would owe the League a favor in the future. This was the unspoken rule of mutual benefit. Even if it came from Lance himself, should Lance need Silph's support in his next bid for champion, wouldn't they be obligated to help? Having insiders like Luo Yuan and Sabrina handle these Team Rocket grunts was ideal. Seeing the president's relieved expression, Luo Yuan knew his plan had worked. He accepted the thanks with a smile, and after handing the captured grunts over to Officer Jenny's team, he and Sabrina returned to the Saffron Gym. At the Saffron Gym, Luo Yuan sat on a couch, taking a call from Matori. "Everything goes smoothly?" Matori asked. She'd recently found out that Lambda hadn't just sent ordinary grunts but a squad captain with real potential to join Team Rocket's elite. She worried this might have disrupted Luo Yuan's plans. Not that she thought Luo Yuan might lose, she was more concerned that Lambda's last-minute change would mess with Luo Yuan's strategy. Everything went perfectly. The plan went off without a hitch, Luo Yuan replied, smiling as he teased Ralts with a poke block. Ralts, eager for the treat, chirped excitedly as it watched the poke block dangle above it. The plan had indeed gone smoothly. Even with his official Pokémon alone, Luo Yuan's strength was enough to overwhelm most trainers. As long as it wasn't a high-ranking officer, it didn't really matter if the opponent was a grunt or an elite. And thanks to Lance's unexpected arrival, he'd achieved even more than intended. "Glad to hear it. I called to let you know that Giovanni has returned to Viridian City," Matori informed him. "Oh. Does that mean Mewtwo's complete?" Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow. With Giovanni overseeing things, progress had been swift. The final hurdles had been cleared, and Mewtwo was ready. Yes, but the new island base was destroyed. Although everyone evacuated safely, the entire facility is now in ruins. Matori's tone held a hint of pain. As Team Rocket's chief financial officer, Matori knew just how much had been poured into the new island base, thousands of scientists, nearly $1 billion in resources. It had become the world's most advanced facility for Pokémon cloning and artificial Pokémon research. But now, mere moments after Mewtwo's creation, it had self-destructed, unleashing its psychic power in a massive explosion that wiped out the entire base. It was a painful loss. Creating a legendary Pokémon always comes with a price, Luo Yuan remarked philosophically. As someone in on the Mewtwo project, he knew that critical data had already been uploaded to Rocket HQ's servers. The main losses were equipment and supplies. Given Mewtwo's successful creation, this was an acceptable price. Matori sighed, seeming to accept his perspective. "So, what's next for you?" She sounded curious, half expecting him to ask for her assistance again. "Well, since Giovanni's back, I suppose it's time for me to head to Viridian City and challenge his gym," Luo Yuan replied with a smirk. After all, he still needed his Earth badge. And with Deoxys mostly healed from its previous injuries, Luo Yuan was eager to see how its strength would stack up against the newly created Mewtwo. Matori sounded a bit disappointed, but quickly moved on. After some friendly small talk, Luo Yuan ended the call. He glanced at Ralts, who was now practically quivering with impatience. Luo Yuan chuckled and finally gave it the poke block it had been so desperate for. "Rah, LTS." The sweetness burst on its tongue, and Ralt's eyes lit up with happiness. Just then, the bathroom door swung open. Wrapped in a towel, Sabrina emerged, her hair still damp. Noticing Ralt's blissful expression, she rolled her eyes. She could tell Luo Yuan had been teasing it again. With an exasperated sigh, Sabrina motioned for Ralts, who happily trotted over and jumped into her arms. Using her psychic powers, Sabrina gently lifted Ralts and brought it closer. But as it landed, Ralts accidentally bumped into her, loosening the towel wrapped around her. Sabrina and Luo Yuan suddenly found themselves face to face, without a shred of fabric between them. Despite having experienced this before, Sabrina's cheeks flushed red. She glared at Ralts, but before she could say anything, Luo Yuan stepped in and pulled her into an embrace, his breath warm against her neck. Unseen by Sabrina, Luo Yuan held out another poke block to Ralts, who eagerly accepted the reward for betraying its trainer. "Rah, LTS." Ralts was thrilled, nibbling away at the treat. Curious about the emotions radiating from Luo Yuan and Sabrina, Ralts activated its empathy powers, the red crest on its head glowing as it tuned into their feelings. Suddenly, it sensed a wave of unfamiliar, intense emotions, a mysterious mix of warmth, excitement, and something else it couldn't name. Its face flushed as it processed these strange new sensations. The emotions had a strange, almost addictive allure. Ralts focused intently. The intense waves of feeling continued to wash over it, overwhelming its senses until it couldn't hold on any longer. The poke block slipped from its grasp as its mind fogged. When the emotional onslaught reached a fever pitch, Ralt's little body gave a shiver, its mind spinning. With a soft puff of smoke rising from its head, Ralts fainted, collapsing onto the floor. And thus, Ralts paid the price for its betrayal. Chapter 131, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 131. When Ralts woke up from unconsciousness, it was already evening. Everything seemed as if nothing had happened at all. Sabrina was preparing dinner, while Yuan was feeding his Pokémon. Ralts looked confused. Could it all have been an illusion? But the emotions it had felt, they had been so vivid. Ralts couldn't make sense of it. But soon, it stopped thinking about it altogether, as Yuan handed over a specially prepared dish. Ralts. With food right in front of it, Ralts quickly forgot all about everything else. From a distance, Sabrina, who had been watching them quietly, breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Ralts wasn't dwelling on what happened, she felt a little better. After all, Ralts was still a child, and she had almost led it astray. With that thought, she glared at Yuan. Yuan just smiled and looked back at her without a hint of remorse. After staying in Saffron City for 3 days, Yuan finally said his goodbyes to Sabrina and set off for Viridian City. Returning to Viridian City this time felt entirely different from the last. As a city surrounded by the Viridian forest, the first time he had come here, all he'd noticed was the fresh air. But now, as he returned, he felt a sense of warmth and kinship that seemed to come from deep within. Is it because of the power of Viridian? Viridian's power, a rare gift born once every 10 years from within the Viridian forest, was said to be intrinsically connected to the forest itself. Enjoying this feeling, Yuan entered the Viridian gym through the front door for the first time. As he'd heard, the Viridian gym was entirely operated by Team Rocket. From the gym leader Giovanni down to the staff and even the janitors, they were all members of Team Rocket. For years, the organization had managed to operate a fully staffed gym in the city closest to the Indigo Plateau without the League ever catching on. This was the power of Giovanni, the power of Team Rocket. "Hello, I'm a new trainer here to challenge the gym," Yuan announced. These low-level Rocket members didn't recognize him, so he went through the formalities as a rookie trainer and eventually made his way to Giovanni. "Hello, Giovanni. I'm here to challenge the gym." Yuan smiled at Giovanni as he spoke. Giovanni just stared in silence. Of course, since he'd been the one to assign Yuan as an undercover agent within the League, Giovanni knew the fewer people aware of Yuan's true identity, the better. He waved his hand to dismiss the others and ordered the gym to be temporarily closed. Only then did Yuan drop the facade and return to being the high-ranking Rocket executive that Giovanni was familiar with. "How did the Silph operation turn out?" Giovanni asked. Previously, Matori had only reported that the operation was successful but hadn't given any details, hence Giovanni's question. "I ran into Lance at Silph Company," Yuan replied, capturing Giovanni's full attention with his first sentence. "Oh." Giovanni raised an eyebrow. What was Lance doing there? The Elite Four's activities were generally confidential, so without an extensive team dedicated to tracking him, Giovanni normally wouldn't be aware of Lance's movements. Because of the new gym under construction in Dark City, Silph Company set up a new Pokeball factory there, so Lance went to Dark City to push forward the gym's construction. Hearing this, Giovanni nodded. Even from his island base, he kept an eye on significant developments in Kanto. Silpha's new Pokeball factory was one of them, and he knew Yuan had had a hand in their choice of Dark City as the location. Yuan continued, "Lance even invited me to become a League investigator, but I declined." Surprisingly, Giovanni didn't seem the least bit shocked. He knew his subordinates well. He also knew the League was short-staffed, and even though Yuan hadn't used his full team, his public-facing strength wasn't something to be taken lightly. It would have been more surprising if Lance hadn't extended the invitation. As for Yuan's refusal, that was perfectly fine. Team Rocket already had more than one undercover agent within the league's investigator division. If Giovanni had only needed an investigator, he wouldn't have gone to the trouble of sending Luo Yuan. What he needed was for Luo Yuan to infiltrate even higher ranks within the league. The path of investigator would have been slow, requiring significant time to climb to the upper echelons. The Indigo League tournament, however, offered a shortcut. Winning the championship there would start him off at a much higher level than a mere investigator. In a way, the Indigo League was not unlike the entrance exams Luo Yuan had faced in his past life, a fair platform offering every trainer a chance to rise in status. If you need a badge, I can give you the Earth Badge, Giovanni offered, willing to fully support Luo Yuan. He reached out to hand him the badge. But Luo Yuan stopped him. Rather than simply receiving a badge, I'd like to test my strength, Luo Yuan said. His gaze was filled with fighting spirit as he looked at Giovanni. He'd been meaning to challenge Giovanni for a while now. Besides earning a system milestone by challenging the Viridian gym, he wanted to gauge his progress by battling Giovanni himself. Though Team Rocket didn't choose its leader based on strength, many members were drawn to Giovanni's vision, his ambition, and his sheer presence. Within Team Rocket, Giovanni was undeniably the strongest. The title, Giovanni of the Earth, was no exaggeration. In Kanto, no one could claim to surpass Giovanni's mastery over ground-type Pokémon. And then, of course, there was his Beedrill, whose insane strength and apparent genetic mutation made it a terror in battle. Giovanni's control over Team Rocket was absolute. Previously, Luo Yuan hadn't challenged Giovanni because his only Pokémon had been Dragapult, leaving him at a disadvantage. But now, with Deoxys at his side, he finally had the confidence to take him on. Giovanni blinked in surprise before a slight smirk appeared on his face. Oh. I see. To be honest, he was curious about Luo Yuan's current strength, too. Since Luo Yuan's return from Hoenn, he'd grown stronger with each passing day, even capturing Deoxys. Giovanni was eager to test his newly created Mewtwo against Luo Yuan's Deoxys to see which was stronger. With that thought in mind, he picked up the intercom and instructed his staff to hang a "closed for the day" sign on the gym door. He then summoned Matori from the underground base to act as referee. Since this is an official gym challenge, we'll follow standard gym rules. A 3-on-3 battle. Once all of one side's Pokémon are defeated, the other side will be declared the winner. Agreed. Agreed. Luo Yuan nodded, gripping his Pokeball. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 132, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 132. There was no denying it, Giovanni's skill as a trainer surpassed that of 99% of the trainers in this world. Take the Rydon in front of him, for example. Not only was its size considerably larger than that of an ordinary Rydon, but its gray skin, tough enough to withstand magma-level temperatures, revealed powerful muscles that could be seen with the naked eye. Even though Rydon seemed calm, without an ounce of savagery, it radiated an inexplicable aura of pressure. Just one glance, and anyone would feel a natural sense of dread. This Rydon is strong. Luo Yuan felt a wave of caution rise within him. It wasn't just Rydon itself, it was also because his opponent was Giovanni. Luo Yuan knew he'd have to give this battle everything he had. Dragapult, huh? On the other side, Giovanni observed Luo Yuan's Dragapult and immediately understood Luo Yuan's intent. A flying Dragapult had a major advantage when facing ground-type Pokémon. But as an expert on ground types, Giovanni was more than familiar with ground-type weaknesses. By this point, Rydon and Dragapult were already exchanging probing moves. Rydon's Rock Tomb and Dragapult's Shadow Ball shot toward each other, but both were deftly avoided. Rock Tomb was too slow and clunky, making it easy for Dragapult to dodge. Meanwhile, Dragapult's Shadow Ball had a predictable trajectory, and Rydon had no trouble dodging as well. Then, Giovanni issued his first command. Rydon, you smack down. Smack down, a move that could knock a flying opponent out of the air and bring it crashing to the ground. Perfectly suited for taking on airborne foes. With a flick of Giovanni's hand, Rydon instantly grasped his intent. Roar. Rydon, now fully in battle mode, let out a powerful roar. Opening its mouth, it charged an energy ball and spat it out forcefully. As it soared through the air, The energy coating dispersed, transforming into rock aimed straight at Dragapult. Dragapult wasn't a sitting target. The moment it saw Rydon's attack, it dodged. Even though the oncoming projectile whistled through the air at breakneck speed, Dragapult, with its ability to fly at supersonic speeds, evaded it with ease. The gray-green figure darted through the air, avoiding each of Rydon's 4 or 5 smackdowns in a row, and Dragapult's confidence surged with each missed attack. Seeing all of Rydon's attacks miss, Giovanni's face remained impassive. Smackdown was just a test. In the short span of several seconds, Giovanni had roughly gauged Dragapult's speed. He immediately switched up his strategy. Mud shot. Rydon opened its mouth and fired a torrent of thick mud. Compared to the prior move, which required a moment of charging, Mud Shot's strength lay in its ability to continuously spray out without pause. Although Dragapult was incredibly fast, it couldn't completely avoid the incoming mud and soon found itself splattered with globs of the thick sludge. The mud was heavy, clinging to Dragapult and severely slowing it down. With its agility hampered, Dragapult let out a frustrated roar. But that was exactly what Giovanni had intended. If Dragapult had been able to maintain that speed, even Rydon would have struggled to land a hit. Yuan also noticed Giovanni's tactic and reacted immediately. Don't give Rydon another chance. Dragapult, use Dragon Pulse. Dragapult's speed was its greatest strength. If Dragapult lost that advantage, it would likely become a sitting target for Rydon. Roar. A fierce light flashed in Dragapult's eyes as it unleashed a Dragon Pulse at Rydon. The purple Dragon Pulse surged down from the sky, crashing into the oncoming mud and scattering it everywhere. The mud rained down in all directions like a shower of blossoms. Matori, who was officiating the match from the sidelines, had to call on her Zata to use Psychic to avoid getting hit by the mess. Matori's use of Zata to shield herself was a minor distraction. Meanwhile, in the field, Dragapult's Dragon Pulse had gained the upper hand over Mud Shot, clearing it away and surging forward toward Rydon. Dodge. With Dragon Pulse descending at an angle from above, Rydon leaped to the side. However, its bulky body made it impossible to fully dodge the attack. Half of Rydon's body was hit by the Dragon Pulse, and it let out a pained grunt. Giovanni's expression remained unchanged. The fact that Rydon couldn't completely dodge had been expected. And for him, the injury was still within acceptable limits. Rydon was resilient. Even taking a direct hit from Dragon Pulse wasn't an issue. The more important thing was that he had just created a perfect opening for an attack. Now, Rydon, use Stone Edge. At that moment, Dragapult, still airborne after launching Dragon Pulse, found itself in a vulnerable position. With mud clinging to it, Dragapult's acceleration was severely hindered. Reaching its top speed would now take extra time, and this gap was the perfect moment for a counterattack. The muddy setup earlier had now shown its value. At Giovanni's command, Rydon pounded the ground with its fist, causing cracks to spread and sending rocks floating up around it. Fixing its gaze on Dragapult above, Rydon swung its arm, launching a barrage of stones at Dragapult. The rocks whistled through the air. If Dragapult got hit, the consequences would be serious. Faced with Rydon's Stone Edge, dodging would be challenging. Yuan was left with 2 options. He could use Protect or Reflect. Using Protect was the safe choice, it would guarantee a block against the incoming attacks. However, Protect couldn't be used consecutively in a high-level battle like this, where it would be essential to have available. Reflect, on the other hand, was a gamble. If it held up, it would save him the chance to use Protect later. If it didn't, while the damage wouldn't be as severe, it could leave Dragapult vulnerable to a follow-up attack. For a regular trainer, this might be a tough choice, but Yuan had always been decisive in situations like this. When in doubt, act swiftly. Dragapult, use Reflect. Safe play meant caution. How could he win if he didn't take risks? Dragapult trusted its trainer unconditionally. A transparent Reflect barrier formed in front of it, intercepting the barrage of stones with loud cracks. The rocks shattered, and the surface of the Reflect barrier trembled. In the end, though weakened, Reflect held up against Rydon's Stone Edge. Dragapult, use Dragon Darts. Chapter 133, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 133. Dragon Darts. At Yuan's thrilled cry, Dragapult launched it as a Dragon Dart at supersonic speed. Dreek! Luo Yuan's shriek sliced through the air. The dragon darts shot forth at supersonic speed, leaving Giovanni with barely a moment to respond. But Giovanni's Rydon was highly trained, and even without a command, it raised its arm instinctively, blocking the incoming attack. Both dragon darts hit Rydon's arm in quick succession. At a defense stat of 120, Rydon's durability was on full display. The tremendous impact from the dragon darts pushed Rydon back about half a meter, causing it to lean slightly, but all it left behind were 2 shallow marks on Rydon's arm. That level of defense. Luo Yuan's jaw twitched as he observed. While he hadn't expected dragon darts to be as effective as Dragon Pulse. That was just ridiculous. The dragon darts hadn't dealt significant damage to Rydon at all. After shaking off the dragon dart's impact, Rydon flexed its arm and resumed its rock slide attack on Dragapult. However, this time, Dragapult had ample time to react. Moving swiftly through the air, it easily dodged the incoming stones. With the battle momentum swinging back in his favor, Luo Yuan made his decision. Since dragon darts had proven ineffective as a physical attack, a glint of contemplation flickered in Luo Yuan's eyes. Then he raised his hand. Use Dragon Pulse. Back to Dragon Pulse. Dragapult excelled in physical attacks, and while its special attack was decent, the special moves it had mastered were limited. However, Dragon Pulse had already proven its effectiveness in clashing with Mud Shot, so it remained Luo Yuan's top choice. The purple Dragon Pulse shot toward Rydon. This time, Rydon was prepared. Realizing that typical evasive tactics wouldn't work, it opted for a different approach. It rolled across the ground, narrowly dodging the Dragon Pulse. Boom! Dragon Pulse struck the open ground, throwing up a large cloud of dust. Seeing Dragapult gathering purple energy in its mouth to fire off another Dragon Pulse, Giovanni decided he had no intention of playing the target any longer. With a wave of his hand, he commanded Rydon, dig! Get underground. At the command, Rydon let out a roar. VRRR. Its massive horn began spinning at high speed, drilling into the hard ground. Amidst the dust and debris, Rydon's massive form quickly disappeared underground. In the sky, Dragapult was now without a target. Out of frustration, it fired Dragon Pulse into the hole Rydon had just vanished into. But there was no response. Luo Yuan hadn't anticipated Giovanni using dig, but he had no viable solution for it either. If Gyarados were here, it could flood the hole with water and flush Rydon out. But Dragapult hadn't learned Hydro Pump, making Rydon out of reach underground. Still, Luo Yuan wasn't worried. Giovanni's pride would never allow him to use a tactic that involved hiding underground indefinitely. Dragapult, stay alert for any movement on the ground. Luo Yuan instructed. Dragapult nodded, even as the 2 Dreepy atop its head also directed their total of 6 eyes to scan the ground carefully. As Luo Yuan had anticipated, Giovanni's Rydon didn't stay hidden underground for long. After all, a leader had to keep his pride. SSSHH. With a sound of earth and rocks shifting, Rydon broke through the surface, reappearing directly below Dragapult, right in its blind spot. Stone Edge. Giovanni's command reached Rydon simultaneously. A spread of jagged stones shot toward Dragapult as Rydon swung its arm. The positioning was precise, Dragapult would have to adjust its angle to use Dragon Pulse as a counter. But taking the time to adjust its angle would mean being struck multiple times by Stone Edge. Despite a hint of surprise, Luo Yuan didn't hesitate. Phantom Force. Luo Yuan called out. With a twist of its body, Dragapult disappeared into a dark void. The next instant, Dragapult silently reappeared behind Rydon. Its tail whipped at Rydon's leg, making the giant Pokémon stagger, followed up by a shadow ball that struck Rydon's back. Rarg. Rydon let out a roar of pain. But instead of stopping, it pushed through the shadow ball's impact, retaliating with a powerful counterattack. It turned its head, swinging a fist wreathed in chilling energy at Dragapult. Ice Punch. Seeing the frost-covered fist, a rare look of tension flickered in Dragapult's eyes, and it swiftly retreated. Whoosh! Rydon's uppercut swung through the air. If Rydon had been replaced by a Hitmonchan, this punch would almost certainly have landed. But while Rydon's massive body granted it incredible defense, it also meant it had to deal with slower movements. With Dragapult rapidly retreating, Rydon's full force, frost-covered fist could only graze Dragapult's belly, sliding along its underside. Even so, the freezing energy from Ice Punch left a frosty mark on Dragapult's abdomen. So close, that was a close call. Luo Yuan felt his heart skip a beat as he witnessed it. With Rydon's physical attack stat, if Dragapult had taken a direct hit from Ice Punch, it might have been game over right there. Out of the corner of his eye, Luo Yuan noticed Giovanni's brow furrow slightly as the Ice Punch missed. It was clear this move hadn't been a random attempt. Giovanni had calculated this opening carefully. Had he anticipated Dragapult using Phantom Force to circle around? If Dragapult hadn't reacted instinctively and leaned back, it would have been in serious trouble. Still, a dodge was a dodge, and in Pokémon battles, while trainers' skills were essential, a Pokémon's performance without its trainer's guidance was also critical. Right now, with Rydon overextending itself in its attempt to strike Dragapult, its balance was compromised, presenting a perfect opening for an attack. Dragapult, use Breaking Swipe. Rah! Showing its teeth in a fierce grin, Dragapult's tail lashed out with brutal force, striking Rydon squarely in the stomach. Thud! Rydon was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the hole it had just emerged from. Shadow Ball. 2 Shadow Balls quickly followed, hurtling into the hole, creating an even larger crater with each blast. Chapter 134, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 134. After waiting for a while with no movement from the pit, Matori had Zata fly high to inspect it using Psychic before raising her flag. Rydon is unable to battle. The first round goes to Dragapult. As she announced this, Matori looked at Luo Yuan with a hint of disbelief. She knew Giovanni well and hadn't expected that Luo Yuan could actually defeat him. So, I lost. Giovanni's expression remained calm. In truth, he'd known he'd lost the match the moment Rydon's Ice Punch missed. Using a low-mobility Pokémon like Rydon against a highly mobile, flying Pokémon like Dragapult was a disadvantage from the start. Giovanni had been banking on a strategy of trading blows, luring Dragapult in close with Dig to force it into a corner. Then, after taking a hit, he'd hoped to finish it with Ice Punch. Everything had gone according to plan, except for that one missed punch. Once Ice Punch missed, Giovanni hadn't bothered to use a defensive move like Protect to prolong the battle. He knew Luo Yuan wouldn't fall for the same trick twice, and victory was out of reach. Giovanni recalled Rydon. Impressive. Your Dragapult is nearing champion-level strength. Giovanni had been watching Luo Yuan's progress for years and was pleased to see the growth of his organization's strength. My second Pokémon has been with me for many years. Watch out. He reached into his coat and drew another Pokeball. With a snap. Out came a Beedrill, its arms ending in 2 gleaming white stingers, its black and yellow body radiating a fierce aura. The killing intent emanating from Beedrill was unmistakable. Anyone could tell at a glance that this Beedrill was not to be underestimated. Luo Yuan was well aware of the power Giovanni's Beedrill wielded. He didn't let Dragapult's Ghost-type lull him into underestimating this bug and Poison-type Pokémon. Dragapult, Shadow Ball. Luo Yuan launched a probing attack. He needed a clear sense of Beedrill's capabilities. The Shadow Ball whizzed through the air, trailing a dark shadow. Beedrill's red eyes remained expressionless. But its reaction was quick. With a beat of its wings, Beedrill's body blurred and vanished, leaving only an afterimage behind for the Shadow Ball to pierce. The next second, Giovanni's voice rang in Luo Yuan's ear, Twin Needle. In the blink of an eye, Beedrill appeared beside Dragapult, both stingers gleaming coldly as they jabbed toward Dragapult. Incredible speed. Even considering its agility, Beedrill's quickness was still shocking. Evading wasn't an option, so... Protect. A blue barrier sprang up in front of Dragapult, blocking Beedrill's stingers. With a metallic clang, Beedrill's stingers dug into the barrier, denting it slightly and spreading cracks across its surface, but failing to break through. The level difference is there, but not unbridgeable. With this assessment in mind, Luo Yuan gave his next command, Dragapult, use Dragon Breath. Dragon Breath was one of the best moves to slow an opponent's speed. If he could paralyze Beedrill, limiting its speed, the rest would be much easier. Dragapult unleashed a stream of purple breath, but Beedrill swiftly dodged with another flap of its wings. Dragapult tried to redirect the attack several times, but under Giovanni's precise commands, Beedrill evaded every time. He's reading me completely. Luo Yuan frowned. Giovanni, too, had been silently observing and analyzing Dragapult's attack patterns, accurately predicting each of its movements. Then, taking advantage of an opening, Beedrill launched a storm of poison sting needles toward Dragapult. A hail of poisonous needles rained down like a sudden downpour. Caught mid-attack with Dragon Breath, Dragapult couldn't mount a defense in time and had to rely on its speed to evade. Though Dragapult was fast enough to dodge, Beedrill didn't sit idle. A yellow blur, Beedrill cut through the air, drawing an arc and positioning itself in Dragapult's path. Beedrill, use Poison Jab. Giovanni called, opting for a direct confrontation. Steel Wing. Luo Yuan didn't back down either. The venom-tipped stinger clashed with Dragapult's hardened steel wing. Clang! The sharpened poison jab collided with Dragapult's head, producing a metallic clash. The powerful impact forced both Pokémon back several meters. At first glance, they seemed evenly matched, but a dark purple mark appeared where Poison Jab had struck Dragapult. Dragapult's poisoned. Both Luo Yuan and Giovanni noticed it at once. It was good news for Giovanni, but for Luo Yuan, it spelled trouble. Dragapult had already sustained injuries from Ice Punch earlier. Now that it was poisoned, the battle had tipped sharply in Giovanni's favor. If he continued to press his speed advantage, he could wear down Dragapult and secure the win. Thus, Luo Yuan decided to adjust his tactics and signaled Dragapult to retreat. Dragapult, fall back. Seeing this, Giovanni, though holding the advantage, wasn't about to give Dragapult a chance to recover. Beedrill, don't let up. Use Drill Run. Beedrill's stingers began spinning rapidly like a drill as it charged toward the retreating Dragapult. But, just when it seemed Dragapult would continue retreating, it suddenly turned to face Beedrill, surprising Giovanni. Curse. A faint smile appeared on Luo Yuan's face as his telepathic command reached Dragapult. With a dark, penetrating gaze, Dragapult locked eyes with Beedrill, successfully casting Curse. A foreboding aura enveloped Beedrill, making it shudder. Drill Run couldn't be stopped, and it struck Dragapult directly. Already weakened by injuries and the effects of Curse, Dragapult was now down to critical health. Yet Giovanni showed no sign of celebration. Luo Yuan's objective had already been achieved. Watching Beedrill steadily lose health under the Curse's effect, Luo Yuan allowed himself a small smile. Dragapult, finish it with Dragon Rush. Roar. Dragapult, knowing this would be its final move, didn't seem sad at all. In fact, it wore a defiant grin as it soared high into the sky. Dragon Rush. Protect. Giovanni commanded, aware he had limited options. Dragapult, cloaked in dragon energy, dove downward, crashing into Beedrill's raised protect barrier. Crack, crack. The protect shield absorbed a massive amount of energy, visibly cracking. Then, with a shattering sound, the shield burst apart. Chapter 135, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 135. The impact from Dragon Rush sent Beedrill tumbling backward, finally steadying itself midair after a brief struggle. But that was the end of the line for Dragapult. The attack had drained the last of Dragapult's energy. With its strength completely exhausted, Dragapult collapsed to the ground. Matori, having watched the entire exchange, took a moment to process what she'd seen before raising her flag. Dragapult is unable to battle. The winner is Beedrill. Seeing Giovanni's Beedrill emerge victorious didn't surprise her. She had witnessed Giovanni's prowess before and knew just how strong that Beedrill was. But for Luo Yuan's Dragapult to hold its own to such an extent was astonishing. Other than Giovanni himself, I doubt anyone in Team Rocket can match Luo Yuan now, she thought. Being one of the few who knew Team Rocket inside and out, Matori felt confident in her assessment. You did well. Luo Yuan recalled Dragapult, watching the cursed Beedrill in the sky as its health continued to drain. He pondered his next move. He had two options. The first was to use Ditto. His Ditto was highly trained and possessed the imposter ability, allowing it to transform into Beedrill. Ditto's transformation would inherit all of Beedrill's stats except HP, and it wouldn't copy Beedrill's curse status. In other words, it would inherit all its strengths while discarding all its weaknesses. But there was a catch. Giovanni's Beedrill had a Mega Stone, and as of now, it hadn't Mega evolved. If Ditto transformed, it would only mimic Beedrill's base form. Once Giovanni initiated Mega Evolution, Ditto would be outmatched. Therefore, Luo Yuan ultimately chose his other option, Gengar, which could Mega evolve as well. Turning to his shadow, Luo Yuan gave a quick signal. Swish. Gengar crawled out from the darkness at his side. Having witnessed Dragapult's defeat, Gengar's gaze held a glint of caution as it eyed Beedrill. This would be a tough opponent. Gengar, this one's on you, Luo Yuan said, giving it a nod. Gengargar. Despite its wariness, Gengar grinned, flashing its signature mischievous smile, signaling its confidence. Gengar, huh? Seeing Luo Yuan's choice didn't surprise Giovanni. After all, from what he knew, Luo Yuan's main Pokémon, besides Dragapult, was indeed Gengar. However, even though he had anticipated Gengar, it was hardly an advantage for Giovanni. In fact, compared to Dragon/Ghost-type Dragapult, the Ghost/Poison Gengar was an even bigger threat to Beedrill. Based on type matchups alone, Beedrill's Bug and Poison-type moves would only deal a quarter of their usual damage to Gengar. Plus, Beedrill was still under the curse effect. With this in mind, Giovanni knew he had to act fast. Beedrill, use Drill Run. Given the limited effect of Bug and Poison-type moves, the Ground-type Drill Run was the most effective choice. Beedrill zigzagged through the air, quickly closing in on Gengar with its twin needles pointed straight at its round belly. But Gengar had been on guard since the start. With a push of its legs, it activated its Levitate ability, gliding backward and drawing its belly inward with a deep inhale. Whoosh! The spinning Drill Run narrowly missed Gengar's abdomen. Beedrill didn't falter, though. It continued to pursue Gengar, its stingers jabbing with lightning speed, forcing Gengar into a hasty retreat. Annoyed by Beedrill's relentless pursuit, Gengar grew increasingly frustrated. Just as it was about to lose patience, Luo Yuan's command came through. Gengar, Shadow Ball. A barrage of Shadow Balls shot from Gengar, forming a line in the air aimed directly at the approaching Beedrill. Beedrill dodged left and right, avoiding each one, unaware that it was falling into Gengar's trap. Its wings beating rapidly, Beedrill accelerated toward Gengar. It hadn't noticed the strange shadow growing beneath it. Giovanni, however, caught on and immediately warned Beedrill of the threat below, but it was already too late. Luo Yuan's command reached Gengar just in time. Gengar, Shadow Claw. Swish. A dark, spectral claw, formed entirely from shadow energy, extended upward from below, aiming for the airborne Beedrill. For Beedrill to continue its assault on Gengar, it would have to risk being struck by Shadow Claw. Faced with a choice, Beedrill opted for self-preservation. It swung both stingers downward, shattering the Shadow Claw like fragile glass. In return, Gengar lobbed 2 more Shadow Balls at Beedrill. One missed, but the other struck Beedrill's tail, dealing minor damage. Although it wasn't a significant hit, it did disrupt Beedrill's movement slightly. Gengar seized the opportunity to float higher, extending 2 fingers and unleashing a rainbow-colored beam. Confuse Ray. Gengar aimed to disorient Beedrill with the same move it had used before. But Beedrill, clearly well-trained, ignored the flashing lights entirely. Taking advantage of this moment, Giovanni raised his hand. Beedrill, Mega Evolve. Giovanni pressed the central R on his chest, activating his keystone. Beedrill glowed brightly, resonating with the keystone embedded in Giovanni's chest. Beedrill's form began to change. Its original 2 sets of wings became 3. All 4 limbs grew additional stingers, with the ones on its arms transforming into lance-like shapes. Its body became sharper, more intimidating. Seeing Giovanni activate Mega Evolution, Luo Yuan wasted no time. If that's the case, we'll go all out too, Gengar. The keystone on his wrist glowed, resonating with Gengar's Mega Stone. In a swirl of multicolored light, Gengar transformed into the pure white Mega Gengar. The 2 Mega-evolved Pokémon, Mega Beedrill and Mega Gengar, now faced each other, both radiating intense energy. Mega Beedrill's adaptability ability doubles the power of its Bug and Poison-type moves, yet against Gengar, it's practically useless compared to my Gengar's shadow tag. In terms of Mega Evolution alone, Gengar holds the advantage. Luo Yuan reached this conclusion and glanced over at Giovanni. But he noticed that Giovanni's expression hadn't changed in the slightest. Mega Beedrill hovered in front of Giovanni, its red eyes revealing no hint of emotion. Chapter 136, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 136. Mega Beedrill and Mega Gengar stood locked in a tense standoff. Compared to Sabrina, who had previously used Mega Alakazam to battle Luo Yuan, Giovanni was far more knowledgeable about Mega Evolution. And he was fully aware of Mega Gengar's ability, Shadow Tag. This much was clear from Beedrill's noticeably cautious movement since Gengar's Mega Evolution. The tension didn't last long. With Mega Beedrill still under the effects of curse, its health was steadily draining. Time was running out for Giovanni and his Beedrill. Recognizing this, Giovanni decisively raised his hand. Beedrill, use X-Scissor. Bzzz. With a high-pitched hum, Beedrill shot forward like an arrow, its wings buzzing at a feverish pitch. Beedrill's already impressive speed had practically doubled post-Mega Evolution, closing the gap between it and Dragapult's speed. Its afterimage was still visible in its starting position when Beedrill's true form appeared directly in front of Gengar. Its stingers, gleaming with a deadly chill, crossed to form a scissor shape aimed straight at Gengar. With Mega Gengar now grounded and unable to levitate, it was harder to evade Beedrill's attack despite its increased speed. Though Bug-type moves dealt minimal damage to Gengar, the force behind Beedrill's high-speed assault was not to be underestimated. Phantom Force. In a high-stakes battle like this, even a single second could determine victory or defeat, so Luo Yuan used telepathy to relay his command instantly, cutting any delay. With this psychic connection, Gengar reacted immediately. Connected to an alternate dimension, Mega Gengar vanished in an instant. Beedrill's stinger sliced through empty space, carving deep trenches into the ground as it skidded to a stop, only managing to halt its momentum after a few meters. At the exact moment Beedrill halted. Kee-hee-hee. With a silent chuckle, the white form of Gengar appeared behind Beedrill, standing directly on its shadow. Raising one hand, Gengar unleashed a shadow ball aimed at Beedrill's back. The shadow ball whizzed through the air toward its target. Beedrill, highly sensitive to shifts in the air, immediately sensed the threat from behind. But rather than turning to face the danger, it responded to the threat of Shadow Tag with surprising calm. U-turn. Bzzz. With a burst of wing beats, Beedrill propelled itself straight up. It hovered near the limits of Shadow Tag's range, then spun in midair and dove back down at Gengar. Use Fell Stinger. Giovanni commanded from afar, seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Fell Stinger. Giovanni taught Beedrill that move too. Luo Yuan hadn't expected Beedrill to have Bug-type Fell Stinger in addition to the Ground-type Drill Run. With Gengar's relatively low health, taking a direct hit could mean a quick defeat. So. Phantom Force. Gengar used the move again, vanishing out of Beedrill's reach. But this time, Beedrill anticipated it. Without hesitating, it spun around, jabbing its stinger backward. Gengar, appearing behind Beedrill, smirked at the sight. Lick. Gengar's long red tongue flicked out, grazing Beedrill's face and causing it to shudder briefly. With a chuckle, Gengar slipped back into Beedrill's shadow, rendering its counterattack useless. From an outsider's perspective, all that could be seen were two red eyes gleaming from within Beedrill's shadow. Though the hasty lick hadn't paralyzed Beedrill, it did throw it off balance. And with Gengar now hiding in its shadow, Beedrill couldn't strike back. Adding to the frustration, Gengar would occasionally sneak in a shadow claw from the shadows, forcing Beedrill to stay alert and on edge. Beedrill, unable to relax for even a second, was laser-focused on the shadow beneath it. Gengar's tricky maneuvers had Matori glancing at Luo Yuan in astonishment. Luo Yuan wasn't too bothered by the look. As he would say, "Hey, I didn't teach Gengar these tricks. Why, look at me." Whatever others might think, Gengar's tactics were proving highly effective. As Gengar's sneaky attacks wore down Beedrill's stamina, and with the curse steadily draining its health, Gengar showed no signs of leaving the shadow. Finally, Giovanni gave an order, his voice clipped with urgency. "Beedrill, fly up." With Gengar's size, staying hidden in Beedrill's shadow required the shadow to be large enough. By reducing the size of its shadow, Gengar would be forced out. And the best way to make a shadow smaller? Gain altitude. Beedrill ascended skyward, shrinking its shadow to the point that Gengar had no choice but to emerge, using Shadow Tag to tether Beedrill back down. But drawing Gengar out was exactly what Giovanni and Beedrill wanted. Drill run. Finally spotting Gengar, Beedrill didn't hesitate. Fueled by frustration from the constant teasing, it dived at Gengar with all its might. Another Phantom Force? No, using the same move 3 times in a row would be risky. Giovanni wouldn't fall for it. Yuan analyzed the situation, then gave a new command to Gengar. Double team, then use Dark Pulse. On the ground, Gengar multiplied, one shadow splitting into 2, then 4, then 8, in the blink of an eye, the field was filled with Gengar clones. Beedrill's drill run stabbed into one of the decoys. Just as it tried to locate the real Gengar, an ominous, icy aura emanated from one of the clones. This aura briefly stunned Beedrill. Even a veteran like Beedrill couldn't fully overcome the instinctive paralysis of fear for that one split second. Yuan caught it instantly. In a battle like this, a split second could decide everything. Gengar, use Shadow Claw to pin down Beedrill's movement, then finish it with Shadow Ball. With its health now critically low after the Dark Pulse and the lingering curse, Beedrill was one solid hit away from defeat. If Shadow Ball hit, Beedrill would be finished, no doubt about it. But Giovanni's expression showed no trace of alarm. Watching the Shadow Ball forming in Gengar's hands, Giovanni remained calm as he raised his hand. Beedrill, use Outrage. Chapter 137, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 137. At Giovanni's command, Beedrill launched into Outrage. Realizing that Beedrill lacked the stamina for a prolonged battle, Giovanni opted for a more aggressive strategy, just as Yuan had done before. He planned to rely on Outrage's raw power to take down Gengar before Curse could fully drain Beedrill's health. As for the confusion that would inevitably follow Outrage, that was beyond Giovanni's concern. After all, if he couldn't win, then whether or not Beedrill ended up confused hardly mattered. Meanwhile, Yuan, though aware Beedrill could learn Outrage, still couldn't quite wrap his head around a bug-type Pokémon gaining access to a dragon move. But he didn't dwell on it, staying focused on the battle. A fiery red energy enveloped Beedrill's body in its Outrage state, making its already red eyes blaze even brighter, like twin rubies. An intense, ferocious aura radiated from Beedrill, elevating it to a whole new level. Facing the incoming Shadow Ball, Beedrill didn't falter. Adjusting its angle like a knight wielding a lance, Beedrill charged forward. Pop! The Shadow Ball shattered like a soap bubble, pierced by Beedrill's stinger. With a swift movement, Beedrill's other stinger slashed through the Shadow Claw coming its way, ripping it apart. It looked every bit the righteous knight, cutting through dark forces. Shadow energy dissipated, but Beedrill didn't slow down, it kept pressing forward, ready to strike down Gengar in one blow. Going for a last-ditch effort, huh? I won't let you succeed. Gengar, Phantom Force. It wasn't that Yuan preferred trick tactics, it was simply that Phantom Force was the best option in this situation. If they could just wait out Beedrill's brief burst of power, Gengar would win by default. However, Yuan decided to add a twist this time. As he issued the command, he flashed a hand signal to Gengar that they'd used back on 7 Island. Heh. Catching Yuan's intent, Gengar darted past Beedrill's stinger, vanishing into a dark void. An instant later, Gengar reappeared behind Beedrill, sporting a fresh wound but also a wicked grin. But as Yuan had anticipated, trying to fool Beedrill a third time was a mistake. Appearing behind Beedrill, Gengar raised its hand, preparing to launch another Shadow Ball. But Beedrill, having already predicted Gengar's move, whirled around and drove its lance-like stingers into Gengar's ghostly body. Hit! A flicker of worry crossed Matori's face as she saw Gengar take the hit. Though a referee shouldn't show favoritism, she couldn't help but feel concerned for Yuan's Gengar. But what happened next defied her expectations. Beedrill's stingers may have impaled Gengar, but the look on Gengar's face was anything but pained. It smirked with a mischievous glint, then vanished like a popped balloon. It was a substitute. Beedrill, watch the shadows. Gain altitude. Giovanni ordered immediately upon recognizing the trick. The sudden substitute had even caught him off guard. Beedrill quickly ascended. But as Beedrill was drawn in by the decoy, Gengar, lurking in its shadow, seized the opportunity. Emerging from the shadow behind Beedrill, Gengar opened its mouth and fired 2 shadow balls in rapid succession. The orbs of dark energy whirled together, trailing wisps of shadow as they closed in on Beedrill. At the same time, Gengar raised its fists, sending 2 shadow punches directly toward Beedrill from either side. These dual attacks aimed to drain the last of Beedrill's remaining health. Yet Beedrill was worthy of being Giovanni's ace. Even in such a precarious position, it remained undaunted. Seeing that gaining altitude would only make it a sitting duck for the shadow balls, Beedrill adjusted its strategy. With a rapid beat of its wings, it twisted its body, slipping between the incoming shadow balls in a tight maneuver. Ignoring the shadow punches, it dove from above, stingers aimed directly at Gengar. This was a kamikaze tactic. But Gengar wasn't about to go down with it. Clang! Gengar's fist collided with Beedrill's stinger, knocking 2 of the longer stingers askew. Mega Beedrill, now with a total of 5 stingers, still had 3 remaining to strike with. In response, Yuan gave the command, Shadow Claw. Shadowy claws rose from Beedrill's shadow, grabbing 2 of its legs and leaving only the tail stinger free. In the end, Beedrill's final stinger struck Gengar. The stinger drove into Gengar, but the poison had no effect on the ghost/poison type, leaving it only with the physical puncture wound. Only the invasive energy from Outrage's dragon-type power affected Gengar, causing some noticeable damage. But it wasn't enough to turn the tide. Because Gengar had Beedrill locked in place. Its shadow punches restrained Beedrill's arms, while Shadow Claw pinned its legs. In a battle between 2 high-speed, fragile Pokémon, the one that failed to finish its opponent quickly would be at a disadvantage. Beedrill's fate was now sealed. Beedrill, break free. Giovanni made a final desperate call. But Gengar wasn't giving it any chance. Holding Beedrill firmly, Gengar tightened its grip as Yuan issued the final judgment. End it, with Shadow Ball. Gengargar. With a mischievous laugh, Gengar spat out a Shadow Ball at point-blank range. Boom. The Shadow Ball exploded, sending a wave of dark energy through the field. The impact drained Beedrill's last bit of health, leaving it unable to battle. Thud. Beedrill collapsed to the ground as Gengar clutched its abdomen and touched the wounds on its face, looking down at its fallen foe with a hint of lingering fear. Without Dragapult's earlier curse to weaken Beedrill and force it into a desperate strategy, Gengar would likely have stood little chance against Giovanni's ace. The Chapter 138, Team Rocket's second in command. 138. Beedrill is unable to battle. The victory goes to Gengar. Matori, who had initially been worried for Yuan, now wore an expression of disbelief as she watched his Gengar defeat Giovanni's Beedrill. Beedrill was Giovanni's ace. And it had lost. It took Matori a few moments to process her surprise. But for Giovanni, this loss was no cause for concern. Facing 2 Pokémon with advantageous typings, defeating Dragapult and pushing Gengar this far, Beedrill had done its job and displayed its strength. Besides, Beedrill had been with Giovanni through countless victories and defeats. This loss was just another chapter in their story, though perhaps a more unique one since it had come at the hands of one of his own team members. Well fought. Come back, Beedrill. Giovanni recalled Beedrill into its Pokeball. Yuan signaled to Gengar, then turned to Giovanni. Actually, I'm more excited about what's next. At this, Giovanni smiled. Indeed, just as Yuan suspected, he too was eager to see Mewtwo's performance. Giovanni raised a hand, gesturing to Matori, who immediately took the cue. Pulling a remote from her pocket, she pressed a button. A whirring sound filled the room as 4 metal walls rose around the arena, each coated with a translucent shield. These superalloy walls, coupled with the energy shield, will prevent any collateral damage from reaching the outside, Matori explained. It appeared Giovanni had invested significantly in upgrading his gym. Yuan merely glanced at the alloy walls before focusing on a different direction behind Giovanni. From beyond the walls emerged Mewtwo, clad in a sleek suit of armor bristling with tubes and wires, specially designed for it. Mewtwo, huh? Luo Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the sight. After Rocket had poured billions into this project, Mewtwo had finally come to life. The armored suit, known as the M2 Restraint, was engineered specifically for Mewtwo. Perhaps because of this suit, Mewtwo's presence didn't feel as overwhelming as he'd expected. Deoxys. Seeing Mewtwo, Luo Yuan called out his own ace. The red and blue figure of Deoxys floated into the arena, hovering midair, its left arm shaped into a fist while its right arm took on a tendril form, maintaining its standard form for flexibility. Ever since Luo Yuan had used his Viridian power to heal Deoxys and allowed it to absorb energy from a meteorite, it had learned to switch forms with minimal energy drain, so Deoxys typically remained in its standard form. This way, it could handle unexpected situations and switch forms whenever necessary. The moment Deoxys appeared, it locked onto Mewtwo. Mewtwo, in turn, noticed Deoxys. For legendary Pokémon, other legendary Pokémon were like beacons in the night, immediately recognizable. To Mewtwo, this was a rare opportunity to face an opponent of equal standing. While it wasn't the Mew it longed to encounter, this battle still held a certain thrill. For Deoxys, however, there was something strange about its opponent. It could sense a vast reservoir of psychic energy within Mewtwo, yet it was somehow contained by the peculiar armor covering its body. Deoxys was puzzled. Was this some new way of using psychic power? The two Pokémon faced off. At first glance, the unrestrained Deoxys radiated a far stronger aura than Mewtwo. And yet, despite standing across from Deoxys, Mewtwo's attention was more focused on Luo Yuan. A human I haven't met before, yet there's a strangely familiar feeling. That was Mewtwo's first impression of Luo Yuan. It was a unique sensation. Mewtwo had felt something similar in the past. Back before it was fully conscious, still dormant, there had been a certain bald-headed human who carried an aura that felt comforting to it. But the feeling radiating from Luo Yuan was even more exhilarating, electrifying every cell in its body, something Mewtwo had never experienced before. Then, before everyone's eyes, Mewtwo lifted its head and, using telepathy, spoke directly to Luo Yuan. "Human, what is your name?" Luo Yuan was briefly stunned by the question. What do you do when your opponent's Pokémon asks for your name before the battle even starts? This could easily be seen as crossing a line, especially in front of Giovanni. Fortunately, Giovanni hadn't heard the exchange, or things could have gotten complicated. As for Mewtwo's question, Luo Yuan opted for a straightforward response. "My name is Luo Yuan." Not wasting any time, and before Giovanni could notice anything unusual, Luo Yuan immediately issued a mental command to Deoxys. "Attack." Upon receiving the command, Deoxys, known for its loyalty, acted without hesitation. Switching to its speed form in a split second, Deoxys streaked across the arena, leaving only a faint afterimage as it vanished from Giovanni and Mewtwo's sight. Giovanni had read reports on Deoxys' abilities after the Seven Island operation, so he knew of its form switching and the incredible speed of its speed form. But seeing it in action firsthand, Giovanni was taken aback by just how astounding Deoxys' speed truly was. In the blink of an eye, or rather, before he could even blink, Deoxys had appeared behind Mewtwo. What incredible speed! Psycho Boost! Deoxys' core glowed, and an overwhelming wave of psychic energy pressed down on Mewtwo. If the opponent had been an ordinary Pokémon, this move would have rendered it unable to battle. But the problem was, this opponent was Mewtwo. Though the M2 restraint suppressed Mewtwo's psychic power, the power itself was only contained, not diminished. It still belonged to Mewtwo. "Mewtwo, defend," Giovanni ordered. Mewtwo's eyes glowed blue from within its helmet, and the M2 restraint emitted a faint light as a portion of its psychic energy was released. A torrent of psychic power erupted from Mewtwo, shattering Deoxys' psychic attack. The energy surged around Mewtwo, effortlessly blocking Deoxys' move. This initial test attack had failed to inflict any damage. But Luo Yuan did take note of two key observations. Chapter 139, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 139. From the initial exchanges, Luo Yuan had already noted two important points. The first was Mewtwo's mobility. When Deoxys had moved behind Mewtwo, the psychic Pokémon should have turned swiftly. But with the M2 restraint armor, Mewtwo's movements were stiff and limited. It was clear that, despite the M2 restraint being custom-made for Mewtwo, it still impacted its speed. In its current state, Mewtwo was like a dancer shackled by heavy chains. The second point concerned Mewtwo's psychic power. As a psychic himself for several months now, Yuan had gained a strong understanding of psychic energy. From the single burst of psychic power Mewtwo had used for defense, Yuan could sense how wild and unrestrained Mewtwo's psychic energy felt. He wasn't sure if this chaotic energy was inherent to Mewtwo or a result of it not yet mastering its powers due to its recent creation. Either way, it seemed that Mewtwo needed the M2 restraint to control its power. Both of these points were encouraging for Yuan. Battling an opponent shackled by its own armor and unable to fully control its power gave Deoxys a significantly better chance of victory. With this realization, Yuan focused back on the arena. By now, Deoxys and Mewtwo had already exchanged over a dozen blows. The two moved back and forth, with Deoxys using its speed advantage to constantly harass Mewtwo. Although Mewtwo's movements were less fluid due to the M2 restraint, it was able to shatter Deoxys' weaker attacks with ease. The psychic energies clashed, creating invisible ripples that radiated outward. The psychic waves left Matori a bit dizzy, forcing her to summon her Zata to shield her from the lingering energy. Meanwhile, the energy shield surrounding the metal walls of the arena rippled under the impact. Finally, Yuan intervened in the battle. With a single gesture, Deoxys, who had just disengaged from Mewtwo, received Yuan's next command. Deoxys, switch to attack form. In an instant, Deoxys' form changed from speed to a more aggressive attack form. Yuan commanded, Shadow Ball. A ghost-type Shadow Ball materialized in Deoxys' hands, and with a quick flick of its 4 tentacles, it hurled the orb at Mewtwo. Whiz! As the Shadow Ball streaked toward it, Mewtwo displayed a heightened sense of alertness. Psycho Cut. Mewtwo swung its arm. Psychic energy burst from its body, restrained by the M2 armor, and formed a glowing, translucent blade. The solidified Psycho Cut sliced through the air, targeting the Shadow Ball. One of Mewtwo's signature psychic moves, the Psycho Cut emanated a piercing intensity. Slash. The Shadow Ball was split in half almost instantly. Boom. The Shadow Ball exploded midair, its remnants swallowing the Psycho Cut. Mewtwo seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Without hesitation, it fired another Psycho Cut, this time directly into the burst of Shadow Ball energy, leaving Deoxys little time to react. Deoxys was forced to raise a wide psychic barrier to shield itself. Emerging from the Shadow Ball explosion, the Psycho Cut pressed forward, slowed but still powerful. Though weakened by the blast, it remained on course, slicing through Deoxys' defenses as it homed in. As the Psycho Cut neared, Yuan remained unfazed. Deoxys, defense form, use iron defense. Deoxys quickly switched forms. In its heavier defense form, its band-like arms crossed over its core, and a metallic sheen covered its body, allowing it to endure Mewtwo's Psycho Cut head-on. The Psycho Cut barely left a scratch, only carving a shallow line across Deoxys' surface. Even Giovanni couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. To block Mewtwo's Psycho Cut so effortlessly, that was impressive. But Yuan, well aware of Deoxys' defensive capabilities, considered it standard. Had there been more time, he would have also ordered a reflect, which would have reduced the Psycho Cut's impact to no more than a superficial scratch. Neither Yuan nor Deoxys were ones to simply take a hit without striking back. Without missing a beat, Yuan instructed Deoxys to counterattack. Gravity. In the games, gravity was often used to bring down levitate or flying-type Pokémon. In Deoxys' hands, however, it became a skill to control the battlefield and restrict Mewtwo's movements. An invisible pulse radiated from Deoxys, making everyone, even those outside the arena, like Giovanni and Matori, feel a sudden, crushing weight. Everyone felt a powerful pull toward the ground, making even the simple act of lifting a foot incredibly difficult. And this was merely the spillover from the gravity field. Inside the battlefield, the effect was far more intense. The very ground groaned under the weight, with portions of the arena where Tyranitar had dug beginning to collapse, revealing tunnels beneath. As the primary target, Mewtwo bore the brunt of the increased gravity. The M2 armor, already heavy, now felt several times its normal weight. Mewtwo attempted to float using its psychic power. It succeeded, momentarily. Even Deoxys' gravity field couldn't fully restrict a legendary Pokémon. But Mewtwo was forced to descend almost immediately. The overwhelming force from the ground and the relentless pressure sapped its psychic power at an unsustainable rate, forcing it to conserve energy by remaining grounded. Seeing Mewtwo return to the ground, Luo Yuan knew his plan was working. With Mewtwo now pinned to the earth under the gravity field, it had essentially become a stationary target for Deoxys. A smile spread across Luo Yuan's face as he gestured forward. Deoxys, use Dark Pulse. When it came to battling a psychic type, Dark, Bug, and Ghost moves were the top choices. Deoxys had no connection to Bug-type moves, and Shadow Ball, as it had shown earlier, was easy for Mewtwo to counter. But Dark Pulse was wide-ranging and nearly impossible to counter. Deoxys' core began to glow. With an icy, emotionless stare, it emitted an aura of fear, its dark, chilling energy rippling outward, directed toward Mewtwo. Chapter 140, Team Rocket's Second-in-Command. 140. A wave of dark energy erupted from Deoxys, sweeping across the arena and enveloping Mewtwo. Unlike most Pokémon, who could barely cover a third of the battlefield with Dark Pulse, Deoxys' attack spanned nearly the entire gym. The Dark-type move was highly effective against the psychic Mewtwo. This became evident as cracks began to form on Mewtwo's spherical psychic shield under the relentless assault of Dark Pulse. The dark wave surged forward, each impact fracturing Mewtwo's barrier even more. But Giovanni and Mewtwo weren't about to sit back and let it happen. Mewtwo, use Psycho Cut. Giovanni's voice rang out. He was ready to counterattack. Following his command, Mewtwo raised an arm and slashed the air with 2 Psycho Cuts. These Psycho Cuts were even sharper than the previous ones. They sliced through the dark energy field and headed straight toward Deoxys. Psycho Cut. It's useless. Since Psycho Cut hadn't affected Deoxys before, it wouldn't now, either. Deoxys remained in its defense form, its 160 base defense making it nearly impervious to the attack. With its band-like arms crossed over its core, Deoxys reinforced its defense with Iron Defense and added a Reflect barrier in front of it. With this dual-layered defense, the Psycho Cut shattered the Reflect and struck Deoxys' arms, leaving only faint white marks as Luo Yuan had anticipated. Mewtwo's attack didn't leave so much as a scratch. But Giovanni knew Deoxys was highly durable, so why use Psycho Cut? Because his real aim was to distract. Shadow Ball. At the exact moment the Psycho Cut struck, Giovanni issued his true attack command. Mewtwo raised both arms, quickly forming 2 shadow balls that it fired like cannonballs toward Deoxys. Whiz! The shadow balls shot forward, cutting through the air with a sharp, whistling sound. Luo Yuan immediately saw that the Psycho Cut had been a diversion, with Shadow Ball as the real threat. As a special attack, Shadow Ball would have no trouble bypassing Deoxys' physical defenses. But Luo Yuan had no intention of tanking it. Even though Deoxys' special defense was also quite high, Mewtwo's special attack power was not to be taken lightly. Deoxys, use Teleport. At Luo Yuan's command, Deoxys' body blurred and vanished. The Shadow Ball passed through where Deoxys had been, crashing into the ground and detonating with a force that shook half the arena. Fortunately, Giovanni's foresight in sealing off the gym had prevented the noise and chaos from drawing unwanted attention. Meanwhile, Deoxys had reappeared directly in front of Mewtwo. With a quick shift, it assumed attack form, its 4 tentacles shooting forward to strike at Mewtwo's chest. Though Mewtwo was bound by the M2 armor, it wasn't a statue, it was capable of reacting. Sparks crackled around Mewtwo's fist as it aimed a punch straight at Deoxys' core. Thunder Punch. Deoxys regarded Mewtwo's counterattack with seriousness. After all, its core was its vital spot. Having experienced that pain before, Deoxys wasn't eager to repeat it. 2 of its tentacles wrapped around Mewtwo's arm, attempting to restrain it. But Mewtwo, sensing Deoxys' intentions, quickly altered its target, abandoning the strike on Deoxys' core. Instead, it crouched and drove its electrified fist toward Deoxys' narrow midsection. By now, the 2 were so close that dodging was nearly impossible for either side. At this critical moment, both trainers and their Pokémon made the same choice. Attack. The best defense was a relentless offense. Thud. 2 of Deoxys' sharp tentacles struck Mewtwo's armor, cracking the M2 restraint, while the other two tentacles pierced Mewtwo's exposed chest. Mewtwo froze, its face contorted with pain beneath its helmet. But Mewtwo was not one to back down. Take this. Ignoring the pain, Mewtwo clenched its teeth and brought its Thunder Punch down on Deoxys' waist, slicing through it as if with a blade. Exclamation point. Matori, watching from the sidelines, looked on in shock. What had begun as a straightforward battle had suddenly turned into a deadly clash. It was just a sparring match, there was no need to go this far. But neither Luo Yuan nor Giovanni paid any mind to Matori's expression. Both were entirely focused on the fight. As seasoned trainers, they knew the intensity required to truly test their Pokémon's limits. By this point, the two Pokémon had separated. Compared to Mewtwo's injuries, Deoxys seemed to be in a far worse state. Mewtwo, use Psychic. Giovanni directed Mewtwo to strike Deoxys, which was now split in half, with a powerful Psychic blast. The divided Deoxys was wrapped in psychic energy and flung backward. Yet Luo Yuan remained unflustered. Looking at the bisected Deoxys, he calmly instructed, enough playing around, Deoxys. Use Recover. In an instant, the gem at the center of Deoxys' chest glowed brightly. Psychic energy pulled Deoxys' two halves together, though it looked rather haphazard, like a piece of pottery glued by a child. Though Matori was still reeling from the shock, she quickly recovered as she saw this patchwork version of Deoxys. The sight of Deoxys' oddly fused form looked almost comical, if not unsettling. But that thought was quickly replaced by awe as she watched Deoxys' body begin to mend itself. The damaged midsection wriggled and healed until Deoxys was whole once more. The cost of this recovery was a slight drop in Deoxys' energy, but otherwise, it was back to full fighting form. Chapter 141, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 141. To Deoxys, the core is the true essence. The body is merely a vessel, expendable. As long as its core remains intact, Deoxys can swiftly recover from any injury. In contrast, Mewtwo, despite sharing the same psychic typing with Deoxys, has a different physiology. While Mewtwo also used Recover to heal the wound in its chest, it couldn't manage it as efficiently as Deoxys. Mewtwo's energy was visibly waning. And to make matters worse, the recent assault from Deoxys had cracked the M2 restraining device on Mewtwo's body, causing its psychic powers to fluctuate erratically. Giovanni frowned as he contemplated his next tactical move. Meanwhile, Luo Yuan seized the opportunity to press the attack. He gestured towards Deoxys, signaling it to continue the fight autonomously. Following his command, Deoxys raised an arm and fired a shadow ball, vanishing from sight in an instant. This time, Deoxys appeared directly behind Mewtwo. Knock off. Deoxys raised an arm, ready to strike Mewtwo from behind. This maneuver was one of the strategies Luo Yuan had tailored for Deoxys. Against Psychic-type opponents, the tactic was to teleport behind them and use the Dark-type move Knock Off, an effective strike that also disarms the opponent of any held items. But just then, seeing Deoxys execute this move, Luo Yuan felt a sudden pang of dread. The knockoff move deals damage while dislodging an opponent's held item. But what was Mewtwo's held item right now? He stared at the M2 restraining device on Mewtwo. Luo Yuan was about to shout to Deoxys to hold back, but Deoxys's move was already in motion. It struck Mewtwo squarely before he could intervene. Boom. Mewtwo, unable to dodge, took the hit directly, staggering backward from the force. As Deoxys's arm connected with Mewtwo, the compressed shockwave stirred up a cloud of dust, engulfing Mewtwo. Seeing this, Luo Yuan covered his face with his hand. He shouldn't have let Deoxys act on its own. Not that Luo Yuan had time to dwell on his regret. Whoosh! With a burst of psychic energy, Deoxys summoned a gust of wind, dispersing the dust cloud. There stood Mewtwo, exposed with only minor scratches, but the M2 restraining device that had bound it now lay shattered, piece by piece, on the ground. Mewtwo's psychic energy, once agitated but now unrestrained, surged to terrifying heights. A tidal wave of psychic power radiated outward from Mewtwo, sweeping through every corner of the Viridian gym. And the intensity of this psychic energy was still rising. The energy shield on the metal walls was easily shredded, and the superalloy walls groaned as they resisted the expanding force, preventing it from spilling out into the surrounding area. Watching this, Luo Yuan's brow twitched. He finally understood why Giovanni had equipped Mewtwo with the restraining device. Mewtwo's psychic power wasn't just wild and unstable, it was beyond what it could fully control. If unchecked, Viridian Gym could be obliterated in an instant, and much of Viridian City would likely meet the same fate, reduced to ruins under Mewtwo's power. Perhaps Mewtwo allowed itself to be subdued by Giovanni precisely because it wanted help containing its own strength. But, so what if Mewtwo was now free? Luo Yuan looked at the unbound Mewtwo floating in midair, a confident smile on his face, undeterred. He had never believed that his Deoxys was weaker than Mewtwo. If that's how it is, Deoxys, let's show them our full power. Luo Yuan signaled with a wave. Deoxys responded without hesitation. Boom. An intense psychic energy no weaker than Mewtwo's erupted from Deoxys in its attack from me, clashing fiercely with Mewtwo's raging psychic aura. The two forces collided, pressing against each other. The air inside the gym thickened, nearly to the point of suffocation. At the boundary where the psychic auras met, faint arcs and sparks flickered in the air. Both sides were locked in a standoff. The alloy walls of the gym creaked under the strain, showing signs of buckling under the relentless pressure. It was clear that if this went on for longer, even these reinforced walls wouldn't hold. This time, Giovanni moved first. Even with the restraining device shattered, Mewtwo continued to heed Giovanni's commands. Luo Yuan found it hard to believe that Mewtwo, who constantly pursued meaning in life and chased after Mew's elusive presence, would willingly serve as Giovanni's Pokémon. So this only further validated the theory that Mewtwo wanted Giovanni's help to control its own power. Mewtwo raised its hand, firing a series of shadow balls at Deoxys, breaking the deadlock with a barrage of attacks. Faced with the oncoming shadow balls, Deoxys naturally chose to evade. All but one missed their mark, with one glancing off Deoxys's side as the others crashed into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The shadow balls struck the already battered battlefield, leaving it in even greater disarray. Deoxys, teleport, then use Zen Headbutt. With an advantage due to recover, Luo Yuan opted for close combat tactics for Deoxys. Swish. In a flash, Deoxys reappeared right in front of Mewtwo. This time, however, it appeared at point-blank range, barely inches away. Ignoring the psychic blade Mewtwo launched towards it, Deoxys's tendrils wrapped around Mewtwo, drawing in close. Gathering psychic energy in its forehead, Deoxys braced itself, disregarding the cuts from Mewtwo's psychic blades as it propelled its head into Mewtwo's. Thud. Caught off guard, Mewtwo saw stars from the impact. While Mewtwo's defenses were decent, they were still its weakest stat compared to its other capabilities. The headbutt left Mewtwo dazed and reeling, taking longer than usual to recover. As a skilled trainer, Luo Yuan seized the moment. Deoxys, recover, then hit it with Shadow Ball. Deoxys quickly restored itself, forming a Shadow Ball in its hand. And with a fierce throw, it slammed the Shadow Ball into Mewtwo. Mewtwo was engulfed in the resulting explosion. The blast's shockwave sent Mewtwo hurtling through the air, slamming into the superalloy wall and leaving a dented impression. Huff, huff. The pain stirred Mewtwo's adrenal response, its body recovering rapidly from its previous state. But there was a cost. Between the exertion and the accumulating injuries, Mewtwo's breathing grew labored. What now? Giovanni's training had mostly involved dispatching weaker opponents, and this was Mewtwo's first time battling a Pokémon of comparable strength. Mewtwo's gaze fell on Deoxys, a flicker of hesitation in its eyes. Just then, Giovanni's voice echoed in its mind. Mewtwo, use Future Sight. Chapter 142, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 142, 30 PS. Future Sight is one of the psychic type's most powerful moves. Its mechanism involves sending a surge of psychic energy into the future, predicting the target's location, and then attacking at just the right moment. Many Pokémon are capable of using this move. But when Mewtwo employs it, the effect is entirely different. Mewtwo's eyes glowed a fierce blue, and Luo Yuan, highly attuned to psychic energies, felt a strange psychic wave sweep across the battlefield, as if the entire arena had fallen under Mewtwo's awareness. At the same time, Deoxys, in telepathic connection with Luo Yuan, sent him an urgent message it had been locked onto. An ominous feeling crept over him. It was as if Mewtwo could see the future. Every move Deoxys made was anticipated in advance. Luo Yuan had no experience countering Future Sight directly. But one thing was certain, if he let Deoxys stay in place, it would surely suffer a hit from Mewtwo's attack. Instead of passively awaiting the blow, he decided to take the offensive. Deoxys, speed form, then use Swift. A flurry of star-shaped projectiles launched towards Mewtwo, streaking through the air like a meteor shower. Mewtwo raised its hand, forming a shield that absorbed every one of Deoxys's swift attacks. Meanwhile, Deoxys started moving. It vanished in a blur, reappearing at Mewtwo's front left. It looked ready to strike. Knock off. Once more, Deoxys attempted the familiar move, this time with no restraining device on Mewtwo to worry about. It could strike freely. Deoxys's tentacles shot toward Mewtwo, and Mewtwo's psychic shield barely held for a second before shattering under the force. Deoxys didn't hesitate, its tentacles continuing their relentless assault. But just then, Mewtwo's calm gaze settled on Deoxys, and a pulse of psychic energy materialized out of thin air, heading straight for Deoxys. Dodge. Luo Yuan's telepathic shout reached Deoxys instantly. Quick as lightning, Deoxys became a blur, diving behind Mewtwo. It clearly didn't intend to let this prime opportunity slip away, determined to press the attack. Sensing Deoxys behind it, Mewtwo's eyes flashed blue once again. The air above Deoxys rippled, and another psychic blast hurtled down toward it. Deoxys dodged again. But Mewtwo seemed to anticipate every one of Deoxys's moves, and no matter how swiftly it shifted, more psychic blasts continued raining down, one after another. Even in speed form, with all its agility, Deoxys couldn't escape unscathed. Eventually, some attacks landed, dealing significant damage. As Deoxys struggled under the relentless onslaught of Future Sight, Giovanni, who had worn a steely frown since the start of the battle, finally let out a sigh of relief. But Luo Yuan wasn't about to let Deoxys falter here. Deoxys, switch to defense form, then use Light Screen. With no perfect way to counter Future Sight, Luo Yuan opted for the simplest solution. They'd stand their ground and block the attacks head-on. A large light screen, around 10 meters in width and height, materialized above Deoxys. All the falling psychic energy attacks collided with the screen, causing ripples to spread across its shimmering surface. In defense form, Deoxys stood rock-solid beneath the screen, radiating a reassuring sense of stability. But that security came at a high cost. Deoxys was pouring its own psychic energy into the light screen to keep it intact. Even for Deoxys, this setup couldn't be maintained indefinitely. Luo Yuan needed to act fast and use this window of safety to turn the tables. Deoxys, teleport. The simplest way to deal with this situation was to eliminate the source of the problem. So Luo Yuan's plan was straightforward. He wanted Deoxys to go directly after Mewtwo. Even though Mewtwo's Future Sight had allowed it to hound Deoxys with psychic attacks. Deoxys's previous rounds of assault hadn't been for nothing. In particular, that Zen headbutt earlier, despite Mewtwo having used Recover, it could still feel a faint ache in its forehead. Deoxys teleported right in front of Mewtwo, its psychic energy concentrated in its head, clearly preparing to deliver another Zen headbutt and rattle Mewtwo's senses. At the sight of the incoming Zen headbutt, Mewtwo's eyes flashed with apprehension as it recalled being dazed from the last impact. Without a second thought, it teleported, attempting to put some distance between itself and Deoxys. This was exactly what Luo Yuan had hoped for. By using teleport, Mewtwo was momentarily unable to continue its barrage of Future Sight attacks on Deoxys. This gave Deoxys a crucial opening. Deoxys, use Psycho Boost. A wave of psychic energy erupted from Deoxys's core, surging towards Mewtwo like a tidal wave. Taken by surprise, and still drained from using Future Sight, Mewtwo struggled to mount a proper counterattack. In a split second, it fired off 2 shadow balls, trying to intercept Deoxys's overwhelming psychic assault. But Deoxys was giving it everything it had. The intensity of Deoxys's psychic force was even more ferocious than Mewtwo's. It was well known that Shadow Ball, a ghost-type move, could counter psychic energies, yet here, Deoxys's power overwhelmed the attack entirely. Luo Yuan smiled, knowing that when amassed in great enough quantity, any force could become unstoppable. Deoxys's psychic energy wave was massive, swallowing up Mewtwo's 2 shadow balls almost instantly. The shadow balls didn't even leave a ripple. For a moment, Mewtwo was at a loss. Fortunately, Giovanni issued a command just in time, snapping Mewtwo back into focus. Mewtwo, use Psy Strike. Following Giovanni's order, Mewtwo hesitated no more. Its eyes flashed blue, its psychic energy materializing into a solid force that shot toward Deoxys, colliding with Psycho Boost in midair with an explosive impact. Boom. The entire gym shook. Giovanni quickly gave a follow-up order, Thunder Punch. Though Thunder Punch had previously split Deoxys in two, it hadn't inflicted lasting damage on it. And more importantly, it hadn't succeeded in paralyzing Deoxys, as Giovanni had hoped. Repeating the move, Giovanni aimed to finally slow down the speedy Deoxys by inflicting a debuff. Chapter 143, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 143, 40 PS, Mewtwo closed in swiftly. But Deoxys was more than ready. Yuan had an advantage over Giovanni. He possessed psychic abilities, allowing him to communicate seamlessly with Deoxys through telepathy. The transmission speed of spoken language for humans is limited to 39 bits per second, and that's without considering the delays caused by sound. But telepathic communication bypassed those limitations entirely. In a single second, Yuan could deliver multiple tactical strategies to Deoxys without any delay. And with Deoxys's lightning-fast mind, it could instantly analyze and understand Yuan's tactics, picking the optimal approach for the current situation. So, by the time Mewtwo received Giovanni's order, Yuan had already relayed a counter-strategy to Deoxys. As Mewtwo swung its Thunder Punch, crackling with electricity, Deoxys was fully prepared. Boom. Mewtwo's fist crashed into Deoxys's blocking arm. Deoxys shielded its core with its arm, taking the full brunt of the blow. Electricity arced across Deoxys's arm, scorching it black, but Deoxys's expression remained unchanged, as though the pain belonged to someone else entirely. At the same time, Deoxys's other tendril whipped around, lashing Mewtwo across the side. HRRGH. Mewtwo grimaced in pain. Yet, inwardly, it felt a spark of satisfaction. The electrical arcs dancing across Deoxys's body meant that the paralysis had taken effect. But being newly created, Mewtwo didn't yet understand that victory should never be celebrated too soon. Just as Giovanni prepared to press the advantage, Deoxys made its move. The strike it had been preparing was unleashed. Psycho Shift. A light beamed from the core on Deoxys's chest, catching Mewtwo's eye. In the next instant, the arcs of electricity around Deoxys vanished, while Mewtwo's body began to crackle with that same paralyzing energy. Feeling the numbness spreading through its limbs, Mewtwo's expression shifted in shock. Both Mewtwo and Giovanni realized in unison, it was a trap. Watching this, Yuan smiled. When Giovanni had commanded Mewtwo to use Thunder Punch, Yuan had guessed Giovanni's plan. So he'd instructed Deoxys to take Mewtwo's Thunder Punch directly, trading blow for blow. If the paralysis hadn't activated, there was no harm done. Deoxys would merely have traded a knockoff for a Thunder Punch, not much gain or loss either way. But once paralysis set in, Deoxys could execute its plan, using Psycho Shift to transfer its status condition to Mewtwo, erasing its own affliction. The only cost to Deoxys was the minor damage from Thunder Punch. Meanwhile, Mewtwo not only ended up paralyzed, but it also took a hard lash from Deoxys's knockoff. A double loss. Damn it. Mewtwo realized it had underestimated human cunning. But now was no time for reflection. Mewtwo had no way to use Psycho Shift itself, so it had no choice but to endure the paralyzed state. Mewtwo, evade the Shadow Ball, Giovanni ordered, now a bit off balance himself. He hadn't anticipated Deoxys's trick. Mewtwo swiftly retreated, trying to put distance between itself and Deoxys to buy time. But Deoxys had been waiting for this opportunity for far too long. It wasn't about to let Mewtwo escape. Whoosh! A Shadow Ball hurtled toward Mewtwo. It attempted to teleport away, but paralyzed Mewtwo misjudged the timing required to teleport in its impaired state. Boom! The Shadow Ball hit Mewtwo squarely, triggering an explosion. Swallowed by the blast, Mewtwo barely managed to teleport away just as it was engulfed. It reappeared at the far end of the battlefield, shadowy energy still dissipating around it. But before Mewtwo could catch its breath, Deoxys, now in speed form, was already right in front of it again. A second Shadow Ball. This time, Mewtwo wised up and dodged with agility, barely escaping. But Deoxys didn't let up. Shadow Ball, yet another Shadow Ball. A relentless torrent of Shadow Balls bombarded Mewtwo, sparking explosion after explosion. For the first time, Mewtwo experienced the same sense of helplessness Deoxys had felt under the ceaseless onslaught of future sight. Sometimes the shockwave of a Shadow Ball's explosion would clip it, other times, a direct hit would land. In a matter of seconds, Mewtwo suffered more damage than it had ever sustained since its creation, many times over. As the Shadow Balls pounded it, Mewtwo's paralyzed body grew weaker, barely holding on. But Mewtwo gritted its teeth, enduring. This was its first time facing an opponent of equal strength, and it refused to lose. With that thought, the psychic energy within Mewtwo, previously flickering, suddenly surged. A storm of psychic power gathered around it, coalescing in front of it into a psychic blade. This time, Mewtwo aimed directly at Deoxys's core. After this prolonged battle, Mewtwo had identified Deoxys's weak point. Yet, just before it could strike, a quiet chuckle reached its ears. Heh! It recognized the voice. It belonged to the Deoxys trainer, the human it had initially found intriguing. What's going on? Why is he laughing? The thought flashed through Mewtwo's mind, and it instinctively raised its head to look at Luo Yuan. But before it could even spot him, its vision blurred. Deoxys's emotionless face suddenly appeared inches away, almost touching Mewtwo's. In a split second of horror, Mewtwo saw Deoxys pull back, and then launch forward with brutal force. Wham! Deoxys's Zen headbutt slammed into Mewtwo's head. The compressed air burst with an explosive sound, sending a shockwave rippling across dozens of meters, flinging debris against the alloy walls with a sharp crackling sound. Buzz! Mewtwo's vision went dark, its mind overwhelmed by a ringing in its ears before plunging into a haze of darkness. Thud! Mewtwo collapsed onto the ground. For a full 10 seconds, it couldn't get back up. It had already endured one Zen headbutt, then the Shadow Ball barrage, and now, yet another Zen headbutt. And each of these moves was delivered by a legendary Pokémon. Even Mewtwo couldn't withstand such a relentless assault. Witnessing this near-mythic battle, Matori struggled to contain her shock as she announced the result. Mewtwo is unable to battle. Deoxys is victorious. So, I lost. Giovanni's face showed no hint of emotion. Standing opposite, Giovanni gestured silently at Matori. She nodded, commanding her Firo to approach Mewtwo, fit the M2 restraining device back onto it, and escort it out. Giovanni then raised his head, looking at Luo Yuan and his Deoxys with an intense gaze, before finally speaking 2 words. Well done. The abruptness of his remark left Luo Yuan uncertain whether Giovanni was complimenting him or being sarcastic. But considering Giovanni's pride, it was likely the former. Chapter 144, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 144, 50 PS, the Mewtwo that Giovanni poured billions into creating had been defeated by Deoxys, a Pokémon Luo Yuan had casually captured on a work trip to the Sevii Islands. Giovanni's feelings were complicated. Though he knew Mewtwo's defeat was largely due to its recent creation, which meant it hadn't yet fully mastered its powers, this battle also made him realize something else. Even if Mewtwo had enough time to completely hone its abilities, the outcome of a fight against Deoxys would still be uncertain. Still, Giovanni quickly composed himself and looked up at Luo Yuan. Just as Luo Yuan had expected, Giovanni wasn't overly bitter about being beaten. Other than a slight sting to his pride, he had no further objections. Luo Yuan knew Giovanni quite well, and Giovanni, in turn, knew Luo Yuan. He was aware that Luo Yuan might have a habit of charging odd expenses to the Rocket team's event budget, claiming it was all in the name of serving the organization. But Giovanni never doubted Luo Yuan's loyalty or sense of belonging to Team Rocket. Giovanni also understood that Luo Yuan despised trouble and preferred to steer clear of any management responsibilities. That's why he trusted Luo Yuan far more than the Beast Trio or the 4 generals. Smiling, Giovanni took out a badge and handed it to Luo Yuan. You won the gym challenge. Here's the Earth badge. The green badge, shaped like a tree, symbolized the Viridian forest. As Luo Yuan accepted the badge, a familiar prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host. Milestone unlocked, defeated a ground-type gym. 1 lottery draw earned. Ding! Congratulations, host. Milestone unlocked, defeated an evil organization boss. 1 lottery draw earned. The 2 consecutive system notifications made Luo Yuan raise an eyebrow. 2 milestones, 2 lottery draws, this was entirely different from his previous gym challenges. But thinking it over, it made sense. As the leader of Team Rocket, Giovanni deserved to carry some weight. Defeating him was worthy of a reward, even if it was just a single lottery draw. In fact, Luo Yuan felt that 2 draws seemed a bit stingy. He didn't even get a separate reward for beating Mewtwo. "So, what's your plan now?" Giovanni asked after handing over the badge. He was curious about Luo Yuan's intentions for the upcoming Indigo League tournament. Putting aside thoughts of the lottery, Luo Yuan replied, "I plan to take first place in the Indigo League. Then, I'll use that as a stepping stone to join the Pokémon League." It was a bold approach. As a rocket spy aiming to infiltrate the league, Luo Yuan should, in theory, keep a low profile. However, staying low-key would mean starting at a lower rank within the league, wasting time on gradual promotions, a big part of why Luo Yuan had initially declined Lance's invitation. Moreover, as league champion, he'd have the right to challenge the Elite Four within 6 months of victory. Currently, the Kanto and Johto regions shared the same Elite Four lineup, with Lance, Bruno, Lorelei, and Agatha serving as both Kanto and Johto's Elite Four. With Team Rocket's influence growing and their operations becoming increasingly frequent, the league's influence over the Kanto and Johto regions had waned significantly. Within the league, there was already consensus to split Kanto and Johto into separate regions, establishing a dedicated Kanto League and Johto League, each with its own champion and 4 Elite Four members. To the league, Team Rocket, as the most extensive and well-structured organization in the Pokémon world, symbolized a failing on their part. Rocket's growing power was a constant reminder of the league's inability to curb them. To counter Team Rocket's expansion, the league's plan was to strengthen the original Indigo League, creating 2 regional leagues with a champion and 4 Elite Four members each to stymie Team Rocket's influence. For Team Rocket, this was a potential threat. But for Luo Yuan, as a deep-cover agent in Team Rocket, it was an opportunity. This expansion would create openings for 2 champions and 8 Elite Four members, plenty of room to exploit. By taking advantage of this transitional period, Luo Yuan might have a chance to secure an Elite Four position. That was his plan. Giovanni nodded approvingly. This had been on his mind when he summoned Luo Yuan back from the Hoenn region. In fact, Giovanni had been preparing for this transition for a while. Koga, one of the 3 Rocket executives, was already being groomed to pursue an Elite Four position, following Giovanni's orders. "I'll arrange for our league contacts to assist you," Giovanni said. "But you'll also need to raise your public profile as a trainer." Luo Yuan's strength was undeniable. Giovanni had just tested that firsthand. Counting Deoxys, Luo Yuan could even hold his own against champion-level trainers. But, outwardly, Luo Yuan was still considered a rookie trainer. His strength on paper was still far from Elite Four level, and reaching that rank would be a challenge. Boosting his team's perceived power would be essential. "I understand," Luo Yuan replied, patting the Pokeball containing his Ditto with a slight smile. Giovanni nodded and left, leaving Matori and Luo Yuan standing in the gym. "Want to grab dinner together?" Luo Yuan asked, turning to Matori. She scoffed in response. "Some of us don't have that much free time. You've left the gym in ruins, and I still have to organize repairs. Go find your Sabrina." With that, she turned away from him. Watching her retreat, Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow, recalling her expression during their recent call from Cinnabar Island. Her reaction now seemed to confirm his suspicions. A wry smile tugged at his lips. Is she jealous? Having been turned down by Matori, Luo Yuan felt unbothered as he left the Viridian gym, now in the early evening. He made his way to his hotel in the heart of Viridian City. After releasing his Slowpoke into the pool for a soak, he sat by the water, petting EV, while initiating the lottery draw in his mind. System, start the lottery. Drawing, please wait. Draw complete. Congratulations, host. You have received Ground-type Affinity. Ground-type Affinity enhances bond with Ground-type Pokémon. Slowly restores both trainer and Pokémon stamina when on solid ground, and increases the power of Ground-type moves during battles. The first draw was an Affinity boost, nothing new. It was likely a reward for clearing the Viridian gym, so Luo Yuan wasn't surprised. Chapter 145, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 145, 100 PS, Luo Yuan noticed that his ground-type affinity had some differences from his other affinities. For example, fire-type affinity not only boosted bond and move power with fire types but also granted him immunity to burn damage. Similarly, his poison-type affinity made him immune to poison. These traits specifically benefited him as a trainer. But ground-type affinity didn't offer immunity to ground-type attacks. Instead, it provided a slow stamina recovery while he or his Pokémon were on solid ground. System, does this stamina recovery apply to me or to my Pokémon? Luo Yuan asked. This distinction was crucial. If the recovery only applied to him, it wouldn't be particularly useful. But if it could restore his Pokémon's stamina as well, then it would be a game changer. Imagine a grueling battle where both sides were draining their strength. If his opponent's Pokémon was steadily wearing down while his own was gradually regaining energy, victory would be all but assured. Stamina recovery applies to both host and Pokémon. The system's answer left Luo Yuan more than satisfied. Excellent. With the aid of ground-type affinity, his confidence in winning the Indigo League and one day challenging the Elite Four grew even stronger. Let's draw again. If the reward for beating Viridian Gym was this powerful, he wondered what he'd receive for defeating Giovanni. Ding. Drawing, please wait. Congratulations, host. You have received the Pokémon Mimikyu. Mimikyu, the disguise Pokémon. Covered in a Pikachu costume, it mimics Pikachu to become more popular. Legend has it that any trainer who glimpses Mimikyu's true form beneath its disguise will be cursed with terrible misfortune. Mimikyu. He was surprised, the second draw had granted him another Pokémon. Luo Yuan was very familiar with Mimikyu. In his previous life, its disguise ability was an excellent defensive move in battles. But he couldn't help feeling a bit conflicted. He'd drawn a total of 4 Pokémon so far. Aside from Ditto, each one, Dragapult, Gengar, and now Mimikyu, was a ghost type. Was the system trying to turn him into a ghost type master? Well, then give me a ghost type affinity first, he muttered. Still, he wasted no time as he focused and summoned the newly acquired Pokeball into his hand. Flash. A Pokeball, black with yellow patterns, appeared in his hand. It looked like an ordinary Ultra Ball but with an eerie, foreboding aura swirling around it. The coolness of the ball's surface would have sent a chill down an average trainer's spine. But, with Gengar and Dragapult already under his belt, Luo Yuan was practically a ghost-type veteran, so he didn't feel the slightest fear. Come on out, Mimikyu. Luo Yuan released Mimikyu. Poof. In a burst of light, Mimikyu materialized, draped in a ragged, yellowed cloth resembling Pikachu, complete with a crude wooden tail and a face drawn with thick lines of crayon. The moment Mimikyu appeared, the room temperature seemed to drop, just like when Gengar first emerged. Eevee. Luo Yuan's Eevee peeked out of his arms, curious about this odd new companion, and tilted its head to get a closer look at Mimikyu. Seeing Eevee's head tilt, Mimikyu's eyes, hidden under the cloth at its belly, blinked. Then, with a slight creak, its head tilted to match. Snap. The tilt was so extreme it seemed as though its neck had broken. Eevee. Eevee jumped, fur fluffed out in fright, and dove back into Luo Yuan's arms, leaving only a trembling, fluffy tail exposed. It was clear Mimikyu had given Eevee quite a scare. Watching Eevee's reaction, Mimikyu's posture slumped as a wave of loneliness and sadness washed over it. Sensing this, Luo Yuan realized Eevee's startled reaction had inadvertently hurt Mimikyu's feelings. He was about to console it when he heard a soft shuffle from the pool. Slowpoke had somehow wandered back inside, dragging Shelder along on its tail. Slowpoke blinked, taking in Mimikyu's broken neck, and, with its usual dopey expression, showed no sign of fear. Or rather, Slowpoke wasn't afraid of anything besides Luo Yuan. After curiously sizing up Mimikyu, Slowpoke tried to mimic its head tilt. The result. Crack. Poke. Slowpoke yelped, clutching its neck in pain. The tense atmosphere in the room immediately evaporated. Mimikyu watched Slowpoke roll around, holding its neck, and its hidden eyes conveyed a sense of deadpan disbelief. Shelder, clamped onto Slowpoke's tail, seemed to question its life choices, observing its less than brilliant partner. Seeing Slowpoke in distress, Luo Yuan sighed. Activating his powers of Viridian, he used a bit of bone-setting technique he'd learned in the past, gripping Slowpoke's neck and giving it a quick twist. With a small pop, Slowpoke's neck was back in place. If your body isn't built for it, don't try stunts like that. Luo Yuan suspected that, had he not intervened, Slowpoke might have become the first Pokémon to accidentally break its own neck. In a sense, catching this clumsy creature had saved a life, so he could count that as doing a good deed. Meanwhile, after a bit of soothing, Eevee poked its head back out from Luo Yuan's arms, looking sheepishly at Mimikyu. Eevee. It chattered apologetically to Mimikyu. Mimikyu didn't seem too troubled by it. Thanks to his Viridian powers, Luo Yuan could sense that Eevee and Mimikyu had patched things up. He then released all his Pokémon except Gyarados to properly introduce them to Mimikyu. Gengar, in particular, was very intrigued by Mimikyu. It kept trying to sneak under Mimikyu's cloth to catch a glimpse of its true form. Clearly, as a ghost itself, Gengar wasn't too concerned about Mimikyu's rumored curse. But Mimikyu guarded itself fiercely, refusing to let Gengar peek beneath its disguise. Ditto transformed into Mimikyu's form, engaging in a friendly conversation, before shifting to mimic Eevee, Gengar, and Slowpoke one after the other. Thus, between introductions and playful exchanges, the night slipped away. The next morning, Luo Yuan packed up his things, gave Madame Boss a call to say he'd take her out for a meal in a few days, and mounted the bike he'd rarely used since buying it, heading toward Pallet Town. The Indigo League was still 2 months away. Before it began, he planned to visit Professor Oak in Pallet Town to seek his support. Chapter 146, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 146. Pallet Town, Oak Laboratory. Luo Yuan pedaled down the main road through Pallet Town. Compared to a few months ago, Oak's lab seemed exactly the same as always. Luo Yuan knocked on the door. Professor Oak opened it, holding a bowl of instant noodles in one hand, and blinked in surprise when he saw him. Luo Yuan. Truth be told, Professor Oak hadn't expected to see Luo Yuan at his lab today. He'd mentored many trainers over the years. Though most of them eventually returned to visit him, whether their journeys had gone smoothly or not, only one had ever shown up at this point in their journey, Luo Yuan. As he walked into Oak's lab, Luo Yuan observed a slight disorder inside. Of course, this wasn't about items being out of place, but rather the abundance of Pokémon roaming the lab. Several were familiar to him, including a few of Gary's Pokémon and, yes, quite a few of Ash's Pokémon, too. He even noticed Ash's undersized Kingler scuttling around. Ahem, as you can see, I'm researching Pokémon behavior. The lab's a bit messy, Oak explained, recalling a particularly headstrong Tauros back into its Pokeball. Then he asked Luo Yuan offhandedly, so, you've gathered all the gym badges? Every last one. Luo Yuan pulled back his jacket slightly to reveal the badges clipped to its inner lining. All 8 badges, neatly lined up in 2 rows, caught Professor Oak by surprise. He'd only asked out of politeness and hadn't expected Luo Yuan to have gathered them all so soon. Even though Oak and Luo Yuan didn't often stay in touch, he'd heard quite a bit about him from Gary, who saw Luo Yuan as a rival. Gary had told him that just recently, he'd run into Luo Yuan at Clueless Valley, where Luo Yuan had just obtained the Fuchsia badge. But now, in so short a time, he'd collected all 8 badges. Professor Oak was genuinely astonished. Impressive. Professor Oak's praise was sincere as he looked at the badges, particularly the red Cinnabar Island badge and the green one from Viridian City. Oak wasn't familiar with Giovanni, the Viridian gym leader, but he knew Blaine well, both as a fellow Pokémon researcher and a renowned gym leader. Oak knew Blaine's strength and character. Blaine wasn't one to go easy on challengers. The fact that Luo Yuan had taken on and won at 2 of the toughest gyms in Kanto in such a short time spoke volumes about his abilities. Just luck, that's all, Luo Yuan replied humbly. Oak just gave him a knowing smile. Luck alone didn't earn achievements like these. So, what brings you here today? Professor Oak was curious. From the day Luo Yuan started his journey, he hadn't sent any Pokémon back to the lab. Well. Luo Yuan reached into his pocket and pulled out a Pokeball. I recently captured a wild Aerodactyl, and I'd like to use the lab's equipment to analyze it. Luo Yuan, knowing Oak's character well, knew what would pique the professor's interest. To justify his visit and intrigue Oak, he'd decided to bring along the Aerodactyl he'd caught in Clueless Valley. A wild Aerodactyl. Oak's eyes widened as he suddenly asked, "Did you say it was wild?" Most Aerodactyls known to trainers had been revived from genetic material extracted from old ambers. But here was Luo Yuan, claiming to have captured a wild one. That's right. He opened the Pokeball, and in a flash of light, a fierce Aerodactyl appeared in the lab, exuding a primal, dominating aura. Under Luo Yuan's care, Aerodactyl had grown even closer to the title of Ancient Apex Predator, evoking awe and fear. The moment Professor Oak saw Aerodactyl, any doubt vanished from his mind. Luo Yuan was telling the truth. Though Oak didn't specialize in reviving fossil Pokémon, he had extensive knowledge of them. Fossil Pokémon brought back to life through modern technology had personalities, but they were essentially blank slates with no memories from before their revival. Only with years of training, like Lance's Aerodactyl, could they develop such a menacing aura. Oak ran a hand along Aerodactyl's wing, which immediately flicked him off irritably with a flap of its wing, causing him to pull his hand back with a chuckle. Unfazed, Oak asked, "Where did you catch this Aerodactyl?" "Near Clueless Valley. I suspect it might be a Pokémon that somehow survived from ancient times to the present day." Luo Yuan conveniently left out that he'd found Aerodactyl in an underground cave in Clueless Valley, framing it as a chance encounter. Professor Oak nodded, seemingly buying the story. "I'd like to use your lab's equipment to study it," Luo Yuan requested. "Of course. I'm very interested in studying a wild Aerodactyl as well," Professor Oak replied, visibly excited. This wild Aerodactyl was the first of its kind to be discovered and would make a fascinating research subject, potentially even a solo research project. In fact, though Luo Yuan hadn't sent a single Pokémon back to Oak's lab until now, the research value of this one Aerodactyl alone far surpassed all of Gary and Ash's Pokémon combined. "Thank you, Professor Oak. Also, there's one more thing." "What is it?" "As a shareholder of Silph Company, I'd like to propose funding for your research. Would you be open to that?" Silph Company, shareholder. Professor Oak looked at Luo Yuan, struggling to reconcile him with the image of a Silph Company investor. But then he recalled something he'd heard from Bill recently, how one of his long-delayed projects had suddenly gained approval at Silph Company. Chapter 147, Team Rocket's Second-in-Command. 147. Back when Bill's project had unexpectedly gained funding, Professor Oak had been impressed by his luck. A project with no commercial potential somehow made it through Silph Company's budget review. But with Luo Yuan's recent revelation, Oak now understood how Bill's project had been approved. A look of realization spread across Professor Oak's face as he said, "Well, if it's about sponsorship, that would be fantastic. For researchers, funding is never enough." Even with Oak's reputation as one of Kanto's top scholars, he often struggled with limited funds for his studies. Most of his research had no clear commercial value and relied entirely on league grants. But if Silph Company was offering support, he was more than happy to accept. "Then I'll have someone come by in a couple of days to go over the details," Luo Yuan replied. This arrangement had already been discussed with Silph Company's president. Silph Company was eager to make Luo Yuan a figurehead to expand its influence. One way to do this was through publicized deeds like his recent heroics in Dark City. Another was to sponsor Professor Oak, a scholar renowned in Kanto and beyond, gaining prestige through association with his research. And while Silph Company could have sent an agent to negotiate, they'd chosen Luo Yuan, as he was both a former trainee of Professor Oak and someone with ties to his lab. Also, the company president wanted Oak's goodwill to be tied to Luo Yuan's own standing within the league. Unaware of the larger strategy behind Luo Yuan's sponsorship proposal, Professor Oak was simply delighted to secure more resources for his lab. With this funding, he took Luo Yuan over to a scanner to begin analyzing Aerodactyl's body data. "It'll take about a week to finish the full scan and get a detailed analysis, so I'll need to keep Aerodactyl here for a while." "No problem," Luo Yuan replied. This was expected. When Luo Yuan had previously tried to analyze Aerodactyl's data using Rocket's equipment, he'd been given a similar time estimate. But since New Island's research base had been blown apart by Mewtwo, most of Rocket's advanced tech had been destroyed. Setting up a new research facility would take time, which was why Luo Yuan had come to Professor Oak. Oh, by the way, Professor Oak, I heard a rumor about Aerodactyl's mega evolution. Mega evolution? I know of it. As a world-class researcher, Professor Oak was well-versed in this evolution method recently discovered in the Kalos region. The rumor claims that Aerodactyl's mega evolution form is its true, ancient form, Luo Yuan suggested. Maybe that could be a good direction for your research. Professor Oak considered this thoughtfully, nodding. It was indeed a promising approach, and he planned to consult Professor Sycamore in Kalos to gather more information. With Aerodactyl's arrangements in place, Luo Yuan was ready to leave the lab. Professor Oak was about to ask if he'd like to stay for some instant noodles when they heard the door creak open. Turning, they saw a figure in a black, high-collared coat enter the lab. Gary. Gramps. Wait, Luo Yuan. What are you doing here? Gary looked at Luo Yuan in surprise. So, you beat Giovanni and earned the Viridian badge? Gary asked, staring at Luo Yuan's 8 badges. After listening to Luo Yuan recount his journey since they'd parted ways at Clueless Valley, and hearing about his victory over Giovanni, Gary looked utterly dumbfounded. Luo Yuan's win over Blaine hadn't surprised Gary. Back on Cinnabar Island, Gary had battled Blaine himself. Due to his grandfather's connections, he'd been tense before their match, but Blaine turned out to be not nearly as formidable as he'd expected, and Gary had won with ease. But Giovanni at Viridian Gym was a whole different story. Just today, Gary had experienced Giovanni's strength firsthand. Giovanni hadn't even needed to send out a second Pokémon. His insanely powerful Beedrill had taken down 3 of Gary's Pokémon without breaking a sweat. Gary still couldn't wrap his head around why a ground-type gym leader would use a bug and poison-type Pokémon in battle. Was it just because Beedrill knew some ground-type moves? Meanwhile, listening to Gary vent, Luo Yuan took note of something. It seemed Giovanni had changed his approach, choosing not to use Mewtwo in front of other trainers. In the original story, after creating Mewtwo, Giovanni had become so overconfident that he used Mewtwo in gym battles, crushing Gary before abandoning his role as gym leader altogether, leaving Team Rocket's 3 stooges to manage the gym. But this time, things had played out differently. Giovanni had defeated Gary with Beedrill, taking out some frustration, perhaps, and hadn't relinquished his gym leader position. Could it be because I defeated him? Luo Yuan mused. Maybe being beaten by Deoxys had snapped Giovanni back to reality. In that case, his victory over Giovanni might have actually done him some good. While Luo Yuan was lost in thought, Gary spoke up, Luo Yuan, let's have a battle. A battle? Are you sure? Luo Yuan looked at Gary, a bit puzzled. He didn't quite understand this stubborn, never-give-up attitude of Gary's. Could getting beaten down be addictive? But Gary didn't back down, nodding determinedly. I want to see how big the gap is between us. Gary wanted to know just how strong Luo Yuan had become to take down Giovanni's overpowered Beedrill. Luo Yuan shrugged, indifferent. Well, if you insist. Let's head to the battle arena on the hill. He wasn't sure if getting beat up could be addictive, but he had to admit he was starting to enjoy stomping lesser trainers. Fine by me. Gary agreed readily. Just then, Professor Oak, who'd been adjusting the equipment for Aerodactyl's scan, looked over. Will you be using Aerodactyl for this match? From his observations, Professor Oak could tell that Aerodactyl was immensely powerful, way beyond what a typical rookie's main Pokémon would be. Gary's eyes widened in realization as he understood that the Aerodactyl Professor Oak had been examining belonged to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan shook his head. The rest of my team will be more than enough. Chapter 148, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 148. It wasn't that Luo Yuan was overconfident, it was just that he didn't need Aerodactyl to handle Gary. Gary. Sure, he knew it was true, but did Luo Yuan have to say it out loud? That was a bit harsh. Still, Gary didn't seem disheartened. After all the losses he'd taken from Luo Yuan, he'd developed a resilience that nothing could shake. And he wasn't here to win this time. All he wanted was a chance to gauge the strength of someone who had managed to beat Giovanni. Let's go, to the arena on the hill. Gary strode ahead toward the back of the lab, leading them to the training grounds. Professor Oak, watching the two challenge each other, set his equipment to run automatically before following them to act as referee. Behind Oak's laboratory. Standing on the familiar battlefield, Luo Yuan felt a wave of nostalgia. The last time he'd stood here, he'd been just another rocket executive called back to Kanto by Giovanni. It had only been a few months, but now, with Deoxys at his side, he had already surpassed Giovanni in strength. It felt like a lifetime ago. So, how many Pokémon are we using? Luo Yuan asked, relaxed. Luo Yuan's confidence left Gary in a momentary silence. The way he phrased the question meant he believed he could still win in a full 6v6 battle even without Aerodactyl. Gary mentally went through his own Pokémon lineup. Counting on his fingers, he held up 4 fingers. Let's go 4v4. After so many battles against Luo Yuan, Gary had learned some lessons from his losses. 1 or 2 rounds wouldn't give him a clear picture of where he stood against Luo Yuan. Currently, he had 4 Pokémon he believed could give Luo Yuan some trouble, and he intended to use them all. Bring it on. Gary took a Pokeball from his belt, eyes burning with determination. Luo Yuan, seeing his eagerness, just chuckled and casually pulled out an Ultra Ball of his own, pressing the release button without waiting for Oak to signal the start of the match. Poof. In a flash of light, Mimikyu appeared, shrouded in its shabby yellow costume. Creak, creak. A raspy sound emanated from Mimikyu's hidden body beneath the cloth. The strange creature immediately drew both Gary and Professor Oak's attention. What kind of Pokémon is that? Gary stared at the unfamiliar Pokémon, noting its vague resemblance to Pikachu, but knowing it clearly wasn't. But Oak looked at Mimikyu, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He turned to Luo Yuan. Is this Mimikyu? Clearly, Professor Oak recognized Mimikyu. This wasn't unexpected. Though he spent much of his time at his lab in Pallet Town, Oak was far from out of touch. Thanks to his cousin Professor Samson Oak, who specialized in Alolan Pokémon, he had significant knowledge about species from that region. Also, a Mimikyu-related incident years ago had sparked considerable interest in the academic community. At that time, a researcher had attempted to study Mimikyu's true form. Upon glimpsing it, he'd been cursed and died of sheer terror, leaving a lasting impression. His story was still included in the Trainer Essentials guidebook, serving as a cautionary tale. I never thought you'd catch a Mimikyu, Oak remarked, sizing up Luo Yuan. Not that he was particularly surprised. Mimikyu's habitat was primarily in Alola and Galar, and trainers capturing one in Kanto were rare indeed. It was just a chance encounter, Luo Yuan replied, keeping it brief. It might sound surprising to have caught a Mimikyu in Kanto, but ghost types weren't tied to specific environments, so it wasn't too strange. With modern transport, plenty of Pokémon appeared outside their usual regions. If he over-explained, it would sound more suspicious. Oak nodded, guessing that Luo Yuan must have encountered a Mimikyu that had wandered into Kanto. Mimikyu, huh? While Luo Yuan and Oak were talking, Gary had pulled out his Pokédex to look up information on Mimikyu. Ghost and Fairy type. The type combination gave him a bit of a headache. Ghost Fairy typing meant that normal dash, fighting dash, and dragon type moves would be nearly useless, while Mimikyu's only weaknesses were ghost and steel type moves. And since he'd only just caught his Scyther, he hadn't had time to evolve it into Scizor. At the moment, Gary had no ghost or steel type Pokémon. After a long moment of deliberation, he made his decision. In that case, Pidgeot, you're up. Switching Pokeballs, Gary called out his Pidgeot. He'd chosen the most mobile Pokémon in his team, one that could almost rival Arcanine in speed, hoping to gain an edge over Mimikyu. Mimikyu's size and shape didn't exactly scream mobility. A nimble flying type like Pidgeot might hold a decent advantage. Poof. In a flash, Pidgeot emerged. Pidgeot. Pidgeot's wings spread wide, casting a shadow over the field with a wingspan of over 3 meters. Its proud crest of red feathers extended from its head, giving it an imposing presence. Hovering high above, Pidgeot gazed down at its small, odd-looking opponent, Mimikyu. Calm and confident, Pidgeot wasn't one to underestimate its foes, no matter the height or size advantage. It circled in the sky, releasing a powerful cry. Pidgeot. Mimikyu responded by exuding a menacing aura. However, following Luo Yuan's instruction to hold back, Mimikyu didn't release its full power, so Pidgeot only felt a slight moment of instability before regaining composure. Still, this brief feeling made Pidgeot view Mimikyu with even greater caution. So, as soon as Professor Oak called, "Battle begin," Pidgeot swooped down toward Mimikyu, wings aglow with a faint metallic sheen. Steel Wing. Chapter 149, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 149. Pidgeot swooped down from above, whipping up a fierce wind as it descended. Under Gary's command, it readied its Steel Wing attack, intending to capitalize on the Steel-type move's advantage over Mimikyu. But Gary had no idea what kind of opponent he was really up against. As Pidgeot dove closer, Mimikyu's yellowish cloak began to shift, and a shadow claw emerged, swiping at Pidgeot from below. Even as it attacked, Mimikyu kept Luo Yuan's instructions in mind. It held back, using only half its strength. But even at half power, Mimikyu's strike was incredibly fast. The shadowy claw flashed through the air like a streak of dark lightning. Gary's Pidgeot was confident. Rather than dodge, it trusted in its momentum and the strength of its Steel Wing to break through the shadow claw head-on. That was the plan, anyway. But, plans are often different from reality. With a powerful flap of its wings, Pidgeot collided with the shadow claw. Bam! The shadow claw bent back slightly under the force of Pidgeot's impact, straining and twisting as if about to break. But to Pidgeot and Gary's surprise, Mimikyu's shadow claw withstood the blow. "Not good, Pidgeot, pull back," Gary shouted. But Mimikyu didn't give them the chance. Pai-yi. The shadow claw closed in around Pidgeot. Despite ghost-type moves normally being weak against flying types, Mimikyu's physical claws pierced through Pidgeot's thick feathers and dug painfully into its body, making Pidgeot cry out in pain. Then, bam! With a swift movement, Mimikyu smashed Pidgeot to the ground with its shadow claw. Dazed, Pidgeot wobbled unsteadily, looking as if it had just been through a rough night out. Huh. Mimikyu looked puzzled. Its opponent seemed weaker than it had expected. Remembering Luo Yuan's instructions to hold back and prolong the battle, Mimikyu decided to switch to a move it wasn't as skilled with, a special attack. Unlike its formidable attack stat, Mimikyu's special attack was a meager 50. Its head tilted back, and a shadow ball, about half the usual size, formed in front of it. Whoosh! The shadow ball arced toward Pidgeot. To give it a fair chance to dodge, Mimikyu had intentionally slowed the speed of the attack. Pidgeot, just beginning to recover from the dizziness, looked at the approaching shadow ball in terror, preparing to fly up and evade. But as it flapped its wings, a sharp pain flared up where Mimikyu's shadow claw had struck, causing its wing to spasm. In that brief moment, the slow, shadow ball was upon it. "Pidgeot!" Gary shouted. The shadow ball exploded next to Pidgeot, sending a shockwave that engulfed it completely. Boom! The blast echoed, and when the dust cleared, Pidgeot lay on the ground, its feathers scorched black, knocked out cold. Mimikyu stood firmly in place, barely having moved. Pidgeot is unable to battle. Mimikyu wins. Professor Oak announced after a long pause. He hadn't expected the first round to end so quickly. To put it simply, Pidgeot swooped in, got hit, and then was out. Mimikyu had only used two moves, Shadow Claw and Shadow Ball, and that was all it took to end the match. Professor Oak glanced at Gary, momentarily speechless, unsure of how to console him. As an experienced former trainer, he knew Gary's tactics hadn't been wrong, the issue lay with Mimikyu's sheer strength. Gary's Pidgeot was already outstanding for a new trainer's team. But even a well-trained Pidgeot couldn't withstand more than two moves from this Mimikyu. While it was hard to gauge Mimikyu's exact level from such a short exchange, one thing was certain, Luo Yuan's Mimikyu was exceptionally strong. Professor Oak fell into silent contemplation. Luo Yuan, too, looked at the fallen Pidgeot, now feeling slightly awkward. He'd overestimated Gary's strength. He'd chosen Mimikyu for this battle partly to show it to Professor Oak, hoping to establish a reason for using it in future league matches. The plan was for Mimikyu to hold back, give Gary a fair shot, and make the fight a bit more balanced. But the win had turned out so one-sided that even Luo Yuan felt a little embarrassed. Luckily, Gary's spirit had been toughened by all his prior defeats at Luo Yuan's hands. Or rather, he'd reached the point of, well, it is what it is. Quickly collecting himself, he looked at Mimikyu and asked curiously, "So, Luo Yuan, was it your Mimikyu that beat Giovanni's Beedrill?" In Gary's mind, if this Mimikyu had taken on that Beedrill, then it seemed possible that Luo Yuan could have won. Luo Yuan silently shook his head. He knew his own Pokémon well enough. Though he hadn't had Mimikyu for long, he had a rough sense of its strength. Mimikyu's power was around the same level as his Gengar's, a formidable Pokémon, yes, but still far from being a match for Giovanni's Beedrill. On the surface, however, Luo Yuan merely nodded. "What do you think of my Mimikyu?" he asked Gary with a grin. Gary clenched his fists. "Even so, I won't back down." His goal was clear, to recognize the gap, learn what he could from Luo Yuan, and grow stronger. Without hesitation, he reached for another poke ball on his belt. Go. Arcanine. With a powerful howl, Gary's Arcanine took the field. Compared to the last time Luo Yuan had seen it, Arcanine's presence was significantly stronger. Its glossy coat and proud stance were enough to make any Arcanine fan swoon with admiration. "Oh. Your next choice is Arcanine, is it? Alright, I won't make it too unfair." Seeing Gary's curious expression, Luo Yuan recalled Mimikyu. Then. Go, Slowbro. Slowpoke, with its usual dopey look, plopped onto the field. Slowbro looked at the imposing Arcanine standing across from it, then turned to Luo Yuan, its face filled with quiet resentment. All it wanted was to be a lazy, carefree Slowbro. Why did it have to endure all this? Chapter 150, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 150. Luo Yuan knew all too well what was going through Slowbro's mind. This Pokémon was a master at goofing off but utterly reluctant when it came to battle. Ignoring Slowbro's sulky expression, Luo Yuan looked over at Gary's Arcanine, who stood poised for action. Gary, too, glanced at Slowbro, a bit puzzled. After a moment's hesitation, he asked tactfully, "Luo Yuan, are you sure you want to use that Slowbro?" While Slowpoke had bested his Golduck back in the Safari Zone, Gary still didn't believe Slowpoke had outclassed it by much. And now that it had evolved into Slowbro, Gary doubted it could keep up with his powerhouse Arcanine. "That's right, I'm using Slowbro." Luo Yuan gave Slowbro a look that said, "You know what to do," then nodded at Gary. It wasn't arrogance. Luo Yuan had been working with Slowbro over the past few weeks, frequently summoning it and using his psychic affinity to enhance Slowbro's own psychic abilities. Now, while Slowbro still carried the characteristic laziness, its strength had grown leagues beyond the lackadaisical Slowpoke it once was. With Luo Yuan's mind made up, Gary didn't protest further. Although Slowbro was technically a good counter to Arcanine's fire type, Gary was confident in his Arcanine's speed, believing it would carry him to victory. Alright then. Arcanine vs Slowbro, battle continue. Professor Oak announced. At the sound of Oak's cue, Gary wasted no time. Arcanine, extreme speed. Opening with extreme speed was a tactic Gary had fine-tuned in battles with other trainers. Most opponents were thrown off balance by the speed and momentum of Arcanine's ambush. Arcanine was already familiar with the plan. As soon as it heard Gary's command, it launched forward on all fours, transforming into a streak of fiery orange barreling straight at Slowbro. A surprise attack, huh? Seems like you've picked up some new tricks. Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow at Arcanine's approach. But he stayed calm. With a flicker of psychic energy, he linked minds with Slowbro, sharing Arcanine's movement trajectory and relaying it to Slowbro. Slowbro, dodge. Though Slowbro wasn't keen on fighting, it didn't like getting hit, either. Reluctantly snapping into action, it rolled lazily to one side. Whoosh! Arcanine sped past, missing Slowbro by mere inches. Having trained rigorously under Gary, Arcanine had become far more agile, and it wasn't taken aback by the dodge. There had been times when other nimble Pokémon managed to dodge its extreme speed, so it wasn't too surprising Slowbro could evade in its own slow-motion way. And Arcanine had a follow-up plan. Reaching the edge of the field, it abruptly skidded to a halt, whirling around with a sharp turn. It drifted back in a 180-degree arc, accelerating faster than before as it rushed back at Slowbro. This maneuver even impressed Professor Oak. Gary's training with Arcanine had clearly paid off, surpassing his expectations. But Luo Yuan remained unfazed. Slowbro, reflect. Slowbro's eyes gleamed with a blue light. Swish. A transparent barrier materialized directly in Arcanine's path. Now, harden. Luo Yuan instructed the moment Reflect was up. By this point, Arcanine was closing in fast. Even though it could see the barrier ahead, it was moving too quickly to stop in time and had no choice but to charge right into it. Bam! Arcanine collided headfirst with the Reflect barrier. Crack! The barrier shattered under the force, scattering shards in all directions. The impact left Arcanine dazed, but it had broken through Slowbro's defense. However, just as it stumbled forward, nearly colliding with Slowbro, Slowbro raised both arms, meeting Arcanine's gaze with its now glowing eyes. Buzz. An invisible psychic force radiated from Slowbro's mind, and Arcanine felt its entire body suddenly weighed down. It was as if it were trapped in wet cement, with every movement demanding tremendous effort. By this point, Arcanine's initial momentum from extreme speed had been entirely neutralized by Reflect and Slowbro's psychic restraint. It could only watch as Slowbro's psychic power lifted it and slammed it forcefully into the ground. Bam! A cloud of dust rose around the impact. Arcanine! Gary shouted, worried that it might meet the same fate as Pidgeot, taken down in just a few moves. But Arcanine was tougher than Pidgeot, and Slowbro wasn't quite as powerful as Mimikyu. Roar! A roar erupted from the dust cloud as Arcanine, barely injured, unleashed a flamethrower, a fiery jet shooting straight at Slowbro. Water gun. PSSH. While not quite a hydro pump, Slowbro's water gun was stronger than an average one. With a lazy but potent spray, Slowbro met the flamethrower head-on. The collision between fire and water filled the air with steam, and as sunlight hit the rising vapor, a small rainbow formed over the battlefield. This time, neither side gained the upper hand. For a water type like Slowbro, ending in a draw meant that Arcanine had the upper hand in terms of power. As the steam dissipated, Arcanine emerged from the smoke with only minor scuffs. Seeing that his Arcanine was unharmed, Gary's eyes lit up with determination. Learning from his earlier battle, Gary decided to avoid a close-range fight with Slowbro, at least for the moment. Arcanine, fire spin. He intended to trap Slowbro in a swirling vortex of fire, hoping to wear it down bit by bit. Gary's strategy was obvious, Luo Yuan didn't miss it. Planning to trap Slowbro with fire spin. Luo Yuan called out. Alright then, Slowbro, use water pulse. Slowbro extended its arms forward and released a ring of rippling water, sending it rolling towards the approaching fire vortex. Hiss! More steam filled the air as water and fire met, saturating the field with a thick, humid heat.